And here they come, the New Zealand openers who have been short of runs. It has been their weak link in this side, but they are very, very talented, especially that man, Martin Guptill. He is a very fine one-day player, and he's walking out there as if he means business today. Brendan McCullum is beside me. Brendan, what did you make of the toss? What would you have done at the toss?
Yeah, I liked it, really liked it. I thought Kane Williamson, he looked pretty assured with his decision. He looked at the surface yesterday and it was a little bit dry underneath. Belies a little bit of that green tinge. I think he'd be very pleased. They've gone with the same team, which is again another really good nod to his men, that he believes in them. Guptill, how important is that man for New Zealand? He's been dry throughout this World Cup, but we know what he is capable of. Big player.
England unchanged as well. Johnny Bairstow was due to have a scan yesterday on that groin he tweaked in the semi-final, but he said to the medical staff he was absolutely fine. So no changes, same sides as the semis. Both sides put on stunning performances. New Zealand beating India, England hammering Australia, and they both deserve to be here. This man was man of the match at Edgbaston on his home ground against Australia. He's had a fabulous tournament. Bowling from the nursery end, he got it a little bit short against Australia in the group stage game. England will have to bowl better first up this morning. Poor stats in this tournament, but very fine player. Nicholls got a few runs in the last game, ranking of 57. Also a quiet tournament. Umpire Kumar Dharmasena says play, and we are ready for action. What a view that is. One of the great cricket grounds, and Chris Woakes will have the first ball, the 2019 World Cup final. And it will be a wide, and Martin Guptill had a good look at it on the way out.
Oh, how good is this? This is very good. Martin Guptill, we've asked him, country's asked him to impose himself on this tournament, impose himself on the World Cup final. First ball, down the wicket. Doesn't lay bat on ball, but if that is not a show of intent, I don't know what is.
Michael Clarke is with us as well. Michael, you remember a New Zealand opener showing some intent in the last World Cup final.
Yeah, certainly remember that. And you know what, I see this New Zealand team very similar in regards to the importance of this man, Marty Guptill. I know his performances so far in this World Cup haven't been fantastic, but he's so dangerous. And it's not just about how many runs he makes, but it's the way he plays. He's got so much power. So if he gets in, you know he can go big. He loves making big hundreds. And that's exactly how we saw Brendan McCullum in 2015. We had to try and get him out early.
Yeah, there is a bit of movement there. You'll always get something at Lord's because of the slope. There'll always be a little bit of help. And England's record here, out of all the grounds, I think it's a 45% win ratio. It's the lowest because there is a little bit there for the bowlers. Two slips, and England will just try to be pitching it up a fraction more.
It's really important from Martin Guptill's point of view that he is facing Chris Woakes. Woakes is a guy who likes to operate at the top of off stump, troubles players who would sit on the crease somewhat. And Guptill's looking to try and get Chris Woakes to back his length off. Once he's backed that length off, he's never as good or as dangerous proposition as when he's able to hunt both the outside edge and also the front pad.
Down the pitch, no timing at all.
I think this is the right approach from Guptill as well. I just think he's got to look to put pressure on England's bowlers. I think, again, you've got Wokes, who's going to swing that ball away through the air and then look to seam it back in, and then the extra pace of Archer. So when there's a little bit of nibble in the surface, I feel like if you just sit there and look to defend or get through that new ball, you might get one with your name on it. So I actually think for Marty right now, this is the right approach. Try and put some pressure on Wokes, mix that length up.
Squirted away through gully, and that will hurry away for 4, even with the rain this morning. The outfield always quick at Lords.
It's the other thing Martin Guptill hasn't had a lot of so far in this tournament. That's a little bit of luck. In big games, you need things to go your way. Is this a little bit of luck that he needs? Goes wide of Stokes at backward point. Take the runs. Wokes was interested for a while.
Still movement, 5 for none. Few empty seats, but not many. Perfect conditions for bowling. Grey skies. Owen Morgan looked up as that coin went up, hoping the sun would come out. Now he wants the cloudy skies to remain. Here he is, one of the men of the tournament. A few months ago, he had never played for England, and now the 24-year-old is playing for England in a World Cup final. And he seems to take it all in his stride. Not an easy ground to bowl on with the slope. Just got to get used to it. Even someone like Jimmy Anderson, with all his experience, hasn't quite worked out which is his best end here at Lords. Well, Archer's first ball against Australia produced the wicket of Aaron Finch. Two captains from the last World Cup sitting right next to me. How big an event do you make it, or do you try and play it all down and try and make it out to be another game of cricket?
I think when you're talking to your team, I think you try and get the team to worry about that time, that moment, that ball, whether you're batting or bowling. There's no doubt about that. But I think you're kidding yourself if you think it's just another game. I certainly feel, 2015 World Cup final was as big as it got for us because of the build-up over a period of time. That's the other thing. It's not just about this campaign. You have your eyes and thoughts set on the World Cup 12 months, 2 years before you actually get there. So when you are, in that tournament, you're very focused on trying to find a way to get to the final. So, I think with anything, you don't want to put it too much on a pedestal as a captain or a senior player, because sometimes it can be out of reach for the younger players. So it's about living in the moment, but you can't hide from how big a tournament this is.
Well, Guptill wanted one there, and square leg was quite deep. Nichols said, no, I'm staying.
Sometimes for different individuals as well, the excitement, the nerves, the anxiety, the build-up is what they look for. I think of, a number of players that I was lucky enough to play with through my career. They looked for occasions like this to play their best cricket. And I think that's where you rely on your senior players to really stand up under that extra pressure.
Just sneaking down the slope on that occasion, and Guptill working it to leg. This time he will come back comfortably.
We talked about 2015. Well, New Zealand's doing better already. We lost a wicket in that first over. We're off to a flyer this time round.
Who was the headless chicken on that occasion?
Some clown.
Oh, what a beauty. What a beauty. Standing there. He's standing. Was that just movement after it went past the edge? He's got a review. he's not going to use it. Has Erasmus been at his best again? He's a wonderful umpire, England believed, but obviously not enough. They're not using their review. Oh, umpire Erasmus, genius. What an umpire. Under pressure in a World Cup final, Erasmus delivers. Good contest that. Good contest between those two. 8 for none. There is movement though. England will be very happy. That delivery went up the slope. Nipped one back as well. Erasmus, good start. That'll ease his nerves. Everything looked right about it. Just one small error, he didn't hit it.
Henry Nicholls shuffles down the wicket on this occasion. I'm sure this would have been the talk amongst the New Zealand top order. Chris Woakes been exceptional so far with the new ball for England. They want to find a way to be able to negate his strength. Get down the wicket a couple of occasions, hope to then back his length off, and then it brings in your cut and pull shot options. Put him under a little bit of pressure rather than let him just bowl to you. Look at the New Zealand team again. They are unchanged for this final. Kane Williamson, what a pillar of strength he's been at number 3. Over 30% of New Zealand's runs. The all-rounders through the middle. Feel a role for them later on. And what about that man, Trent Boult? He has been exceptional. His wicket-taking ability with the new ball. That's going to be an eye.
Oh, that's close as well. That's close. Given. Nipping back. Will Nicholls review. He is.
The umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. The original decision is out. Can I check the front foot, please? Thanks, Gavin. That's a fair delivery. If we can move to front on, please. Front on, thank you. Thank you. It appears there's no bat, but I'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. It's close to the bat. Yep, thank you. Flat line, flat line. Keep going forward, thank you. Okay, there's no spike there, so we'll go to ball tracking when you're ready. No bat involved. Ball tracking coming up now. Kumar pitching in line, impact in line, and missing the wickets. It's going over the top. So I'll be coming back to you to change your decision, Kumar.
Well, very good review from Henry Nicholls. He learnt from his mistake at Durham. Exactly the same bowler, exactly the same batsman. Hit him on the pads. He didn't review at Durham. That would have been missing. Same here.
Yeah, that's a brilliant review. Just that feeling as a batsman early on in your innings, caught on the crease. You feel dead. You feel like it's out. So the communication straight away with Guptill, his partner. Brilliant from New Zealand. Perfect length as well from Woakes. Just a little bit of movement. Nice and full. Just shows different pitch, different conditions. Extra bounce. That's great seam, great position.
Yeah, but it shows how full you have to be to bring in all forms of dismissal. I mean, that's fairly full, and that's going over. So if you want nick-offs and bowls and LBWs, go full. Root can't believe it. He's half celebrating.
It's Woakes that is most dangerous, so pinning you on the crease. Following ball. He then gets out of his crease again. Henry Nicholls. They are so aware of the danger that Chris Woakes possesses. Ability to go down the slope, nip it back down the slope to the left-hander. He slips in play if the ball doesn't nip back. Goes across the left-hander, brings him into play. If it does, he's got LBW and bowled.
Good review from Nicholls. 10 for none. Chris Woakes can't believe it. So already in the first 3 overs, incident at both ends. Umpire Asmus spot on. Umpire Dara Masena getting it wrong on that occasion. No wickets yet, but England will be buoyed by the fact that it is moving around.
Talk about Chris Woakes and wanting to get down the wicket to him, take that LBW bowled out of play. Jofra Archer's the opposite. You almost want to sit deeper in your crease, especially with that extra bit of pace that he possesses.
Up and over, third man's there. I think it's over his head. It is 6, first of the final.
It's a brilliant shot from Marty Guptill. Again, using that extra pace of Jofra Archer. See a lot of players here try and take on the pull shot early on in their innings. He's got a lot of wickets with that pull shot top edge. This occasion he stays leg side of the ball, opens the face and uses that pace beautifully to get it up and over third man.
Exactly the point Brendan McCullum was making. Archer, you can sit back a little bit. And Archer needs to be fuller. He has a natural length that's a fraction short for these conditions. Back over his head. Martin Guptill is just starting to find some rhythm and form.
4.5 million people just go, welcome to the tournament, Martin Guptill. Sits back, goes over third man, comes down the wicket, goes straight back over Jofra Archer's head. He's going to meet the pace and the aggression with Archer, with the power and the levers of Martin Guptill, the intent. He has it today. He's a world-class player. He's imposing himself on this game.
Yeah, short boundary square. 57 towards the grandstand. Decent hit down the ground. He'll sneak a single. Nicholls will get the strike, and it's 22 for none. 22 for none. Eventful start. England team unchanged. Johnny Bairstow passed his fitness test yesterday comfortably. There's a lot of players in that team in form. Probably the difference between the two sides. England have 10 or 11 cricketers that have performed. Can they do it today?
Spot on from Chris Woakes, attacking that front pad of Guptill. Fortunately for New Zealand, he finds a way to get a little inside edge on it. Guptill looks to me like he's made up his mind how he's going to play here. If he gets the right length, no matter what the line is, he's going to take it on. If it's full, he wants to go downtown. If it's short, he's going to take on those square boundaries. So the length is so important for England. We're seeing a little bit of movement. So pitching it up and giving yourself a chance to find both inside and outside edge is what you're looking for early on.
You see on the bottom right there of your screen the slope here from the nursery end, 2.5 metre drop from one end to the other. You can see it there from that camera angle. So the danger ball is just the nip backer, as we saw in the last over for Nicholls down the slope. Loves this ground, Chris Woakes. Wickets here, runs a test 100 on this ground. Two singles from the over, 24 for none. This time they will go through. Previous winners of this tournament, Michael Clarke specifically asked for this graphic to be put up. And you can see why. Look how much Australia have dominated. In the last 5, they've won 4. India and Mumbai famously won when Tendulkar was carried round the Wankhede Stadium. Neither New Zealand or England feature as winners. Brendan, you went home when New Zealand played that semi-final against India. What was the reaction back in New Zealand?
It was amazing, actually. Just the vibes just reminded me a little bit of 2015, being back in New Zealand, and the goodwill which was built up throughout that time. And there's that real same sense back in New Zealand at the moment. And I think there's so much pride in how this team go about their work and how they carry themselves as people. And fantastic if they were able to be rewarded with the title. way, I think New Zealand public are very, very proud of what Kane Williamson and his side have been able to achieve so far in this World Cup. They've done it the hard way, because when they lost those 3 games towards the end of the round robin, no one really gave them a chance, if we're being honest, around the world. I think everyone wrote them off. They were considered to be the easier of the semi-final opponents. The way they went about it, to me, they played rugby term, almost wet weather rugby, and how they went about that semi-final performance. They scrapped and they used all the craft that Kane Williamson himself has used over his own career, and how he's gone about forging his name as a legend of New Zealand cricket. The side is so much a model of him as a leader. For the first time really in this tournament, he hasn't had to park himself at the gate. He's 5.4 overs in. He's normally been out in the middle having to take it on, but he's got to start.
Nicholls just battling here. 6 off 18 deliveries. 2 different mindsets. Martin Guptill's mindset is, I'm going to get some before you get me. Henry Nicholls, a little bit more test match, I'm going to see you off and cash in later.
I think the other thing about this New Zealand team, they've had 5 players played in 2015, so they'll be better prepared for this World Cup final than they were in that tournament.
And again, Nicholls will keep the strike. Last ball, he sneaks a single. It's 28 for none.
What that conversation between the captain and the vice captain is, how do we find a breakthrough? Who do we go to?
Oh, again, just that nip back, a great length. Not much between them at the moment. You'd say recently England's record against New Zealand is fantastic, not only in this tournament but bilateral series. They've played good cricket. New Zealand's record against England here at Lord's is a dominant one. Now, first sign of England blinking. Slip comes out. What do we think, skippers?
He's definitely edging this ball. Yeah, it's a surprise that, because there's enough movement. I think there's enough seam. Martin Guptill's going to play his shots, but I think you want to get him out.
Oh, close. Close, surely this time. Yeah, that's out. Guptill's halfway back.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. The original decision is out. Can I check the front foot first, please? Thanks, Gab. Yep, fair delivery. We can move to front on. Doesn't appear to be any bat there, so yeah, can we confirm that with Ultra Edge, please? Thanks, Kevin. Flat line, flat line, flat line, going past the bat. Yep, thank you. No bat involved. So we'll go to ball tracking when you've got it. Thank you. Ball tracking coming up now. impact in line, pitching in line and hitting the wickets. 3 reds. Kumar, you'll be staying with your decision of out. You're on screen now.
The review does not save Martin Guptill. He's gone for 19. His tournament comes to an end with the bat. Brilliant lengths from Chris Woke, 29 for 1. Here he comes, arguably the man of the tournament, Kane Williamson. If it wasn't for him, his New Zealand side wouldn't be here. 30% roughly of New Zealand's runs in this tournament from that Gray Nichols bat of his. What a character, what a player he is, and they need him again. Chris Woakes has been outstanding in this spell. The lengths have been so much better than against Australia. Full, bringing in LBW into play. And Nichols will be passing on the message that it is just nibbling a bit. England attacking now, 3 slips in, not just for the edge, but also for that run-down shot that he plays down to third man. We'll see Stokes there in the background at third slip, and he'll come in quite close. Not only a wicket-taking position, but also a run-saving position.
I just wonder if Chris Woakes is gambling. Oh, Morgan's gambling a little bit here. I think 7-2 offside field, the 3 slips in place. There's a lot of real estate out on the leg side. I get the feeling that Woakes is leaving that open. I think he's going to try and trap Kane Williamson in front. Similar sort of delivery. He just picked up the wicket of Martin Guptill. Set it for an offside or hanging it out outside off delivery. Maybe just gamble and go straight.
Stokes incredibly close at third slip. You can see there on that shot, he's a couple of yards in. Such soft hands, you've got to make sure it carries. A long way back in his crease. I mean, you were debating, you were saying get out in front to Chris Woakes. He stayed back in his crease.
Yeah, love to have seen him come down the wicket. I just think he's such a dangerous bowler when you allow him to bowl to you. Nipping it in, nipping it away. He's such a dangerous bowler.
Ian Bishop, your thoughts?
Yeah, Nas, I heard you talk about the way that they bowled against Australia, England that is, and there was one particular delivery to Aaron Finch that was in that slot that found the edge. I thought early on today Woakes was not in that slot area at all. It's good length, but on this pitch in these conditions a touch too short. When he actually got it fuller, it did produce that wicket, and that's what you guys were begging for. Get in the slot, be brave enough.
Yeah, just remember those graphics there. The slot is when it's not moving around and you'll get smash, but when it is moving around, the slot becomes your length, and that's an adjustment a bowler has to make from game to game.
Yeah, this is spot on from Woakes, and what it does as a batsman, you think it's there to drive, you think it's fuller than it actually is. That's what Guptill, again, that ball he should be looking to defend. Instead he's looking to drive it through mid-on, and just that little bit of movement seams back and crashes into that front pad.
No edge edge. No edge. What an over. What a bowler he is, Chris Woakes. 29 for 1.
Okay, just a quick reminder, if you're using your phone today, if you're getting on social media, if you're on Twitter or Instagram, use the hashtag NZBENG, New Zealand versus England, and hashtag CWC19. Not just so you can get your pictures on that big screen, but so people around the world can follow today's match using your hashtag.
Taylor due next, then Latham, Neesham, de Grandhomme, Santner, Henry, Ferguson and Bolt. $29 for 1 after 7. Here's Archer. Through the defence of Henry Nicholls there. It's been outstanding. Jofra Archer throughout this tournament. He's come from nowhere, really. They fast-tracked him through into this England side, but I imagine when they did that, they wouldn't have expected the level of consistency and success that he's had. Quick run. Williamson called it. Nicholls with the dodgy hammy gets down the other end. Morning, Michael. Still morning, yep.
Good morning, Ian. 2 Ians. Other Ian alongside me. Yeah, quite a dramatic start. Got till very positive and looked in good touch for about the first time in this tournament until he got a good one from Woakes, and then in action there. Both have had hamstring issues in this tournament, Nicholls and Roy. Kane Williamson twiddling his thumbs for 7 overs. That's uncharted territory in this tournament for him.
Well, there's so much interest in this particular point in the game because I think everyone who knows anything about the game realises this is a big contest now with Williamson out there early. They'll be thrilled from England's point of view that they've got him in the 7th over. In fact, he was in. Man, it's a good delivery. It's gone up the hill again.
You just pray that you miss these. This is a gorgeous delivery from Archer because of the slope. The slope will encourage the ball to come into Williamson. Now this has held up. Just play the line and hope that it passes the bat with no damage done.
Morning, Michael. Morning, Ian. Morning, everyone. I just think that Archer now with Guptill gone, if he was intimidated at all, he can be a little bit fuller consistently to the 2 batsmen, Nicholls and Williamson, at the crease. Even fuller than the one that went past the outside edge.
They're making him work very hard early. 8 overs gone, 30 for 1. Chris Silverwood on the right, Paul Collingwood on the left. Chris Silverwood is responsible for England's bowling resources. So he'll have worked very hard with Jofra Archer. They've talked about technique, but they talk about belief and confidence as well. It's such a big stage for him. Really sedate start for New Zealand. To readjust again.
Paul Collingwood, MBE, second from the left. Got a gong for 17 runs and 4 overs in 2005. I wonder what they'll give this mob if they win the World Cup. I did put that to him this morning. He said the players take the mickey out of me all the time for it, he said.
Well, he'll be nervous. He's the boss these days, Ashley Giles.
It's a day for the stars, isn't it? Oscar-winning director Sam Mendes there, who was a decent cricketer in his day.
Hit and run there. Oh, he's got to go. Half a chance you felt for Roy. There's a real positive air about New Zealand's running between the wickets this morning. But there was a point when Henry Nicholls really had to dig it in because Roy had a sniff at it.
There was a lovely moment before the start of play, actually, when Jason Roy and the umpire, Kumar Dharmasena, just had a hug in the middle. There was some controversy in the semi-final against Australia when Roy was given out, and there was a poor bit of dissent really from him, for which he was fined, and the two embraced before the start of play. Probably a smart thing for a batsman to do. Make sure there's no hangover from semi-final to final. It cost him 30% of his match fee, but all forgotten now.
It's exactly what he's telling him.
Who's telling who? What?
Well, I think Jason Roy does most of the talking, doesn't he? Just the one run. It's tough going at the moment, 31 for 1.
I just thought it could be Dharmasena saying to Roy, I didn't mean to do it to you. But I've won a World Cup medal as a player and a World Cup final as an umpire. I'm the authority figure.
England's starting substitute is James Vickers.
Here's Archer, thank goodness. Tough old time for New Zealand openers in this particular tournament. Started brilliantly. They chased down against Sri Lanka. Won that game by 10 wickets, and everyone thought Munro's away. He's got some form. Guptill's got some form. Barely had a start of any significance since. Extra bounce there. Great decision earlier in the day from Murray Erasmus. I know we joke about the umpires, but this is the pinnacle for them as well. This is the big stage.
I thought that decision from Murray Erasmus early on off Martin Gupta was a fantastic decision, because everything looked right about that caught behind, and he had the coolness, calmness on the big stage. I think he's the preeminent umpire in world cricket right now.
You know, I still feel, Michael and Ian and viewers, wherever you are in the world, that Archer can be fuller. I know he's a hit-the-deck bowler, and I have no problems with him pushing the batsman back. This is what he's done so far. And particularly to Williamson and to Nicholls, I believe he can go to the front edge of that good length or slightly in the slot occasionally and bring the stumps into play. Nothing has hit the stumps so far. So that's an adjustment that Owen Morgan can go to him and suggest as well.
You can't take the Caribbean out of the man, Bish.
Just let him go full on, Michael. I think one of the great things about the great bowlers, and I'm not suggesting where Archer is right now, he's a fantastic talent that he has to, and he will understand the conditions. And right now, today, I think while the ball is still hard, he can go a little fuller.
Oh, that's good. That's good. But maybe a little bit of bat in there. Henry Nicholls has held the arm up. Whether to say to Kane Williamson, no run.
He gets a bit more experience at bowling at Lords. I think Archer is going to be a wonderful bowler from the end he's bowling at now. That's where what you'd call the line bowlers bowl. He's not a swing bowler, Archer. He's a line bowler. He gets very tight to the stumps. Think of another great bowler of yesteryear, Glenn McGrath, who did exactly the same thing and had a fabulous record here. Getting in tight, making the batsman play, using the slope a little either way. 33 for 1.
.33 for 1 after 10. So we move now, of course, into the second power play. Umpire Damasina. So England can just go a touch more defensive if they want to. Put out a deep cover already. I would have given that myself to England. New Zealand winning the toss, wanting to bat, and being 33 for 1 after 10.
Only thing I would say is that you can lose a game in the opening spell, can't you? The way India were against New Zealand in that semi-final. Way Australia were against England in the other semi-final. Wickets tumbling early in the first 10 overs. You can lose a game in that period, particularly on this kind of a morning.
He looks happy about Australia not being here, doesn't he? Good old Murph. Wouldn't be the same without him. New Zealand won't be too worried at the moment that the run rate isn't what they want it to be, because they know that having played in that semi-final, they can scrap and defend and sum up the situation readily. I believe. I get your point, Michael, about not losing 2 or 3, but I still think England will be the happier. right now. Gorgeous. Had a lot of fielders this morning, New Zealand, but they found a gap there, Nicholls.
There hasn't been much loose from Woakes this morning. First ball was very wide, maybe a hint of nerves, but he's been right on the money since then. This one, though, it's a nice one to get for a left-hander. And Nicholls got it away.
It's changed the field as well. Man at the deep point boundary. There he is.
There's been plenty of action in the first 10 overs. One or two magnificent deliveries, a great decision, a great review.
In line, impact in line, and missing the wicket.
Guptill ramping a 6 and then getting down the other end and being trapped in front. He did review it. New Zealand lost it.
Set the scene for us in New Zealand, Smithy. It's late in the evening, isn't it, down there now?
How about 25 to 11?
Not quite closing time yet.
No. Why do you do everything around closing time, Michael? No, I understand they've just kept everything open. They're going for it. Good luck to them. 40 for 1.
I read somewhere, though, that it takes 3 weeks to get a late liquor licence in Wellington. And the head of the city council there said that 3 weeks ago nobody had applied for one. I think expectations were low in your part of the world. But they're here again. A quite remarkable record in World Cups.
And on change at the WNA, number 17, Liam Plunkett.
Regent's Park in the foreground, central CBD of London in the background. And foreground right is Lord's. First bowling change.
And this is a good story, you know, Liam Plunkett. He first played in a World Cup a dozen years ago, which for a fast bowler is quite a thing. Played in the World Cup in the Caribbean in 2007, missed the next 2, and is playing again here in 2019. He's been through his ups and downs very early on in his career. The coach has tinkered with his action, and he almost lost what was instinctive and natural to him. So this is a remarkable end to his career. Not that his career is at an end, but he isn't going to play in another World Cup, and it is a career highlight.
Might look for 2 here. In fact, they will. Just a little bit slow to react. Chris Woakes. Should have been in closer, backing up. Bonus run. Done that a lot this morning, Henry Nicholls. Looked to hit through the onside and wrapped on the thigh, the pad high. He's a battler, though. He doesn't give it away. He scores very, as you call them, tough test runs. Mentally, he's very strong. Gets that far enough in front to be safe and to get 2 more.
he seems happier when he can sit on the back foot. We saw him get a cut shot away in the last over from Woakes that went to the fence, and this one was short again from Plunkett, and he's looking to sit back and pull through the leg side. He's looked less certain when, as Ian Bishop has implored the bowlers to do, they've been on the fuller side.
Perhaps if you're Plunkett, and I thought in the last over from Woakes to him as well, that you mentioned on the leg stump, he's looking to play it quite square when it's back of a length. I think you have to find out if you bowl it fuller on middle stump whether he will close the face of the bat as significantly as he's doing as well.
Now it's 2 more. Quite a productive over for New Zealand, this one. The first from Plunkett. It's gone for 6. It's 46 for 1 after 12. Well, there's a real world feel to the crowd. I think they bought their tickets nice and easy. There's West Indian fans, of course. Indian fans all around the joint. Sri Lanka have a presence. It's a great feel. Of course, the Australians. A lot of neutrals. Who do you think the neutrals are going for?
I've done the majority of this tournament by train and bumped into some people who've come from extraordinary places to be here. Lots of Indian fans in particular. Bumped into a surgeon from California and somebody who sells oil in indoor, and spent inordinate amounts of money to come and watch this tournament and had a good time here in England. It's been one of the glories of the tournament, really. The nature of the crowds and the way that every team has had considerable support.
Over number 7 for Chris Woakes. He won't bowl him out, Morgan, but he's happy to continue with him because he's been tight and he's been threatening. Michael Clark's noticed something.
Yeah, morning, guys. Just, again, been really impressed with New Zealand trying things. You look at Marty Guptill. I know he didn't get the runs again today he wanted, but look at he's trying to mix the length up of Chris Woakes. Chris Woakes at the moment's hitting that consistent area, getting a little bit of movement. So New Zealand are not sitting there and waiting for something to happen. They're trying to find a way. Unfortunately for New Zealand, this was the dismissal. He's back in his crease, but I think that's the right approach. When there's a little bit of movement, you've just got to try and mix that length up from the bowler. Woakes at the moment, one of his great disciplines is that accuracy. And I think that's what New Zealand need to keep trying to look to find a way to make him change his game.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah. Just for a moment, people thought it might be Martin Guptill's day. That'll be wide. Just saw glimpses of straight drive, a ramped 6, and just a little bit of luck. A couple of occasions, thought the worm might have turned, but no. That one that trapped them on the crease certainly wasn't going over it. I don't think it was a great review, to be fair. They might rue that if one of the other top-line players gets a bad decision, a la Jason Roy just the other day. again up the hill.
Yes, on that review from Guptill, I think initially Guptill was happy to go, and he was dissuaded or persuaded to review by his partner Henry Nicholls. There's that movement up the hill to Williamson from Woakes. It makes him very threatening because you're always thinking about the away swinger.
Brilliant. Great reactions, Chris Woakes, and his follow through. He's a real athlete. So Taylor, due next, then Tom Latham, Neesham, de Grandhomme and Santner, the genuine all-rounders in the group, and the three bowlers who have had an extremely good tournament, all three of them. England still, of course, have Stokes and Mark Wood, and then Adil Rashid as frontline bowlers. Plenty of options for Owen Morgan.
Straight drive from Williamson, the previous ball. I was just watching Henry Nicholls at the non-striker's end, diving back into his crease. If you remember that match up at Durham, the group stage game between England and New Zealand, and Williamson was run out at the non-striker's end. In his pre-match press conference, Owen Morgan was asked, what weaknesses does Kane Williamson have? And all he could come up with was he's backing up.
England are bowling extremely well to him today. 13 overs gone, 47 for 1.
ICC Cricket World Cup partners Otto want to know who you're supporting for the final here at Lord's today. Are you supporting New Zealand? I'm supporting England. I thought you were going to Twitter to cast your vote at Oppo. That's OPPO.
A bit of support for New Zealand in the crowd, but they are outnumbered. Oh, Ishagurin alongside me, and Nasser Hussain has spotted something.
Yeah, just the difference between Williamson and Guptill, and look at the strike points of Williamson and how late he plays the ball. And for any of you dads, mums or dads out there that want to take your boy or girl out and give them some throwdowns, how do you play the ball late? How do you know you're playing the ball late? Watch where the ball lands every time Williamson blocks. It lands right by his feet. It doesn't go anywhere. That's how you know you're playing late. It's a good drill to do. Throw the ball, play it right underneath you, and that's why he's such a star player.
Perfect. Nasser, thank you.
Good morning to you, Dooley. Good morning to everyone watching in anticipation of what's about to unfold. An incredible buzz and excitement here at the home of cricket. England against New Zealand. At the end of it, there's going to be a new Men's World Cup champion. Just talking about Williamson, 3 from 23 deliveries. His strike rate just 13, but that won't matter to him. He is integral to this New Zealand side as the 50 comes up. Generally, when he's getting himself in, he's going on to the big scores, and he's holding this innings together and he's pacing it as he did in the semi-final. Knew exactly what New Zealand needed on that surface. He had the ability to read the conditions. Plenty of New Zealand support in. very watchful start early on for Williamson. But now you just see him looking to play a few more shots. It's pretty much come in the first 10 in every game this tournament. And he's batted through to the 30th over mark.
That's in the gap. And good enough to pick up a boundary up the hill for Nicholls to finish off the 14th, 55 for 1.
Yeah, the change of angle coming around the wicket and just straying in line. It just keeps carry on. It's help yourself stuff for Nicholls. He loves it in the slot there. It's against the gradient of the slope, but he gets the timing and he finds the gap.
And Cherry bowling, nursery at number 33, Mark Wood.
Yeah, slow and steady for Kane Williamson. As you said, he should just summing up the conditions, summing up the situation of the match. Early wicket loss to Martin Guptill. He just has the ability to increase his strike rate. I dislike the words catch up, because you never catch up on what's gone by. You can increase your strike rate. A little bit of swing from Wood into the attack.
Yeah, bowls with lots of pace, Mark Wood. Morgan has the luxury of having Jofra Archer and Mark Wood in his lineup. And we saw this against Australia, actually. He was pitching the ball up, but getting loads of swing, and he just struggled with his radar initially. If he can just straighten things up, of course, he's got the slope as well to help him. It's going from right to left as you look at it. If he can just straighten things up to Williamson, that is a brilliant length to bowl.
Yeah, a little bit harsh too. First ball of a spell. You'd like to think the umpire just give you one. Just give you a little bit of leeway. Again, movement.
Says the bowler. And actually, looking at this innings, I did wonder. We saw in the last match here that was played for England against Australia, they didn't necessarily get their lengths right, Jofra Archer and Chris Woakes. Chris Woakes has been brilliant, but Jofra has a natural length, which is back of a length, and I just wondered whether Mark Wood might have been a good option to open up with that swing that he gets, that length that he bowls.
Yeah, nice. It's been a good start. Wide first up. He's an interesting character, Mark Wood. A change in his run-up. He put his body through an immense amount of strain and pressure, I thought, off that very short run-up that he used for a long time. But he just looks far better rhythmically with this longer run-up. And what does he want to do? All he wants to do, Mark Wood, is bowl fast.
What I'm thinking is, don't mess up, run like the wind and bowl like the wind, and see how it goes.
It's so simple, isn't it? Run like the wind, bowl like the wind.
It reminds me a bit of Shoaib Akhtar, isn't it? He said the same thing when he bowled for Pakistan. And run fast and bowl fast. It's a good start for New Zealand.
As much as he talks about that, he's trying to channel his line and length here, Mark Wood. He's just bowled one a little bit full and now just a tad short. He just needs to find somewhere in between. If he can get that right and perfect, then he's right in business.
They were a bit wide to Williamson as well in early part of his innings. Chris Woakes has bowled exceptionally well this World Cup. Just was a bit wide to Kane Williamson, allowed him to leave the ball outside the off stump. New Zealand play a lot of dot deliveries, as Simon Dole must have pointed out at some stage in this competition. But they managed to put a score. They did against India, 240. They defended it well. And they will be looking to get 260, 265 against this England side. It's a World Cup final, so add 20 runs to it when you chase. A brave decision up at the toss. Well, Williamson said, we'll put runs up on the board. If you want to win the World Cup at your home ground, chase it and win it.
Yeah, and it comes down to what is that score, Saurav. He was so good at assessing that pitch in Manchester. Knew that 240, 250 would put New Zealand in the game. Wasn't always going to be a winning score necessarily, but it would put them in the game, give them an opportunity. I think this is slightly better.
I believe they'll get a bit more help than they got in Manchester. Pacey just down the leg stump, 145 kilometers an hour. He'll have to bowl it again. Just get a feeling New Zealand will get a bit more help from this surface than they did in Manchester. They bowled exceptionally well against India. There was talks after the game finished that the overnight rain just spiced up the wicket a bit of movement for Bolt and Matt Henry up front. But I think it was more of good bowling than the wicket in Manchester. This is going to be different.
Yeah, and they've left grass on the surface. I think the ground staff were worried about it being too dry, and we've seen that in previous games at Lord's throughout this World Cup. Glove on that, and good enough for 4. Picks one up fine. Kane Williamson ends the 15th over with a boundary, 63 for 1 after 15, and it's time for some drinks here at Lord's.
Last 5 overs, 6 and over from New Zealand. Once again short, and once again he pulls it to the boundary. Second boundary of Plunkett. The one previous over was flicked on the onside with the delivery which was down the leg side, and this time back of a length.
Stokes has done a calf here. Ben Stokes looks like he's pulled a calf muscle. He's tough, he's a tough character. I think he's done himself a little injury here, Ben Stokes.
Well, we saw him earlier in the tournament when he was batting, having to stretch out his calf. I think that was just cramp at the time. Let's hope that that's what it is again here. It's just tightened up a bit and he can stretch it out and give himself some time. But Liam Plunkett just losing his line on that occasion. He's coming around the wicket. He's not quite controlled that radar.
It's been a bit greasy this morning. A lot of rain before the start of the game. The game delayed by 15 minutes. He's looked good, Henry Nicholls. You know, I know they talk about the commentator's curse, but having said that, his feet have moved exceptionally well. That's the previous boundary. That's a pull back of a length. Always an easier delivery in this sort of conditions, but he's still got to put them away.
I don't mind, Saurav. Keep talking him up.
There's no such thing, Saurav. No such thing.
I agree. And he's looked very good.
Yeah, he's a proper test match player, Henry Nicholls. He's improved more and more over the last few years. He got a brilliant, very tough 80 against South Africa, which was almost the making of him in Pretoria. It was incredibly tough on a very hard pitch against Rabada, Philander, Steyn.
And New Zealand needed that grit at the start of the innings. It was a brave decision from Williamson. Just had a shake of hands after the toss, flicks down to deep square leg. Ben Stokes looks all right when he gets to the delivery. And he walked past with a very calm smile on his face and quietly said, "You think it's the right decision?" I said, "Yes." In a big final, put the runs up on the board. He's a lovely man, Kane Williamson. See him in India quite often these days with the IPL. Tremendous demeanor on the field, whether he's losing, whether he's winning, whether he's getting runs. He looks like a saint on the park.
Yeah, it's a great skill to have.
Yeah, he's just like most Kiwis, Saurav. 68 for 1 after 16.
You look at Owen Morgan, though, as well, and say that he keeps his emotions in check. He's very much developed that skill, not to change whatever's happening out in the middle. Plenty of families in today here at Lord's, ready to be inspired. Lots of kids on the nursery ground. Plenty of movement and activity there. Chance to view the screen and see what's happening out in the middle.
Very rightly, Isha, if you have to be anywhere on a Sunday, this is the place. And terrific pictures from the top, and what a venue this is. Set up for an absolute cracker of a game today. A World Cup final. Oh, it's a good delivery, beaten by pace. Henry Nicholls. England have qualified thrice before in World Cup finals. 79, 87, 92. And this time after 27 years. And all those 3 times, England were chasing to win a World Cup. So this is the 4th time, Isha. 1979, West Indies winning. 1987, Australia, the famous reverse sweep of Mike Getting. And then 1992, Pakistan. So is there a message? Is there a message from Kane Williamson that we remember history?
Records are made to be broken. Sure have changed the course of history. England have had a good chasing record in recent times. Built some confidence with that last game against Australia, tracking down the runs in quick time. But it is a World Cup final, so pressure is on.
But what could change England's fortunes is the last 2 results, 2011, 2015. Home teams winning the World Cup. So it's a home game for India. When India were playing in 2011, there was a very strong word going around that home teams never win World Cups. But it has changed. So as much as the run chases, as much as the history of 3 unsuccessful run chases from England, well, the positive part is home teams do win at home. And it's a big venue for England. Lord's, a World Cup final after 27 years.
If you believe in superstition, though, the first 3 World Cups were won by the team in the away dressing room. That was the West Indies for the first 2. And India in 1983, they had the away dressing room.
New Zealand just starting to control the innings, isn't it, Simon? You just get a feeling from outside that after those early 10 overs where you expected the ball to seam around, jag around, be tough for the Kiwi batsmen, they've just started to control in the last 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, and I think when you look at 16 and a half overs, 17, let's say at the 35 over mark, they just double this a little bit more, 150. Around about that 35 over mark. I think they'd take that. And then be able to really kick on from there with some of that power through the lower middle order. 70 for 1 after 17.
Yeah, good from Wood, just 2 from it. Zoning in on that line and length. Ross Taylor playing in his 4th World Cup. He's to come. Tom Latham picked up a 50 a couple of games ago. Neesham and de Grandhomme and Santner, the all-rounders.
Yeah, they're good players, isn't it? De Grandhomme and Santner. They've been in good form in this World Cup, and they just need that platform which Simon Doull was saying. Get to 35 overs, 150 for 3, 150 for 4, and a perfect stage for Grandhomme and Santner to come in. 33 for Nicholls from 52. Williamson, slow but steady. 10 of 32. One of them need to bat till the end. It's a role which Williamson plays a lot for New Zealand.
Adil Rashid, the leg spinner, picked up 3 wickets in that game against Australia. The partnership was brewing between Alex Carey and Steve Smith. Adil Rashid managed to break that partnership, picking up the wicket of Alex Carey, and just got England back into that contest after was never moving away from them, but their partnership was threatening to give Australia a decent score.
I think it was a key moment for him. It gave him a lot of confidence. He came into this tournament as the leading wicket taker since the last World Cup. That was across all countries globally. And he's sort of struggled with his shoulder a little bit, but he got into some rhythm. Those key wickets against a very good side in a semi-final was absolutely crucial.
Yeah, bowled exceptionally against Australia. But this will be different conditions, and New Zealand wouldn't mind him at this stage of the game. Still a newish ball, not much of spin. There was a word in the morning that they've left a bit of grass because the surface underneath is dry, but it didn't look like that at the toss. There was enough moisture, and it'll hold the surface. So New Zealand wouldn't mind spin at this stage.
Yeah, the danger ball will be the wrong and might come down the slope. Might push for 2 here. Won't take him on.
Yeah, we'll look to bowl that a lot more at the left-hander. The chance of Root all around the ground. He's played a lot here, Joe Root. He's had a lot of success here as a batsman, as a captain of the Test side.
Short square boundaries as well to the spinner. And the sweep shot, the cut shot will fetch you value for runs. Henry Nicholls off to a good start, 34 of 53. He wouldn't want to throw it away. That's the sweep again. We'll bring him a single if he sweeps it squarer. If he sweeps it harder, that could bring boundaries because that's the shorter part of the ground at Lord's and it runs away on the slope.
Yeah, just the attempted wrong in there. The line was just a little bit wrong. Williamson goes over mid-on, not perfectly timed at all, so just a couple.
Very good player of spin, Kane Williamson. Of course, he knows with Rashid he's not going to get loads of turn on this surface, so he can play shots like that.
And he's looking to attack the spinner, which is a good option. He doesn't want Rashid to settle down. He knows spin would be a scoring option in these conditions. They've fought hard with the new ball the first 10 overs, and they will be looking to accelerate very rightly. A single, 77 for 1 after 18.
To pick someone out in the crowd here at Lord's, and you'll be winning yourself a Uber Eats and a hot goodies delivered straight to your seat. And let's find our winner on the big screen. You, sir. Oh, yes, you. Nice hats. Our Uber Eats delivery driver, and indeed just a body impression. I'm coming to find you in just a moment with your Uber Eats goodies.
Williamson picks up one, the New Zealand skipper, and of course for any captain leading into an ICC Cricket World Cup final, such a huge moment.
To be involved in a World Cup and representing your country, let alone to turn up here at the home of cricket and be involved in a final is pretty special.
It means a huge amount to me and to everybody in the change room, and it presents a huge opportunity to go and try and win a World Cup.
They're both terrific men. Very good captains. It's nicely timed from Nicholls up the hill into the corner and 4. Beautifully played.
Well, how good is that shot? A typical left-hander shot. Using the angle, using the pace. That's tremendous batting. New Zealand just starting to pick up. Back of a length. It's not a great delivery on this surface, but how good is that? That's a longer part of the ground and it races away.
Generally very good square of the wicket, Nicholls. 50 partnership up between these two. Just wonder coming whether coming round the wicket to the left-hander might be an option for Mark Wood, especially with that sling that he has and the bit of shape that he's getting back into him.
It's just been a bit expensive, both Wood and Plunkett. England rely a lot on these two in the middle overs to come and pick wickets, keep it tight. But it's been just that sort of a day where Plunkett and Wood have gone for a few runs.
Yeah, I wonder if that little niggle to Ben Stokes is keeping him away from the bowling crease at the moment. He thought he maybe have been tried at this point, but we saw him just stretching that calf muscle. He doesn't look to be in too much discomfort at the moment.
Yeah, he's been pretty good this tournament with the ball. Usually you look at him and he's probably one of the most expensive in the lineup, but I think he's one of the best in terms of economy, especially through the middle overs.
He had a bit of a slow start to the tournament, Ben Stokes. Didn't bowl much in the earlier part, but straight away bought with the new ball after the first spell at the semi-final in Birmingham. So Morgan believes that his form has got better and better with the ball.
Oh, good bouncer, very good.
Yeah, well bowled and well played. It was a quick delivery. It's never an easy delivery in one-day cricket, isn't it, when you're looking to get onto that front foot? It just pushes him back. And the good thing, he's kept watching the ball, didn't take his eyes off it till the last minute. It's never an easy delivery, as I said, in the shorter format of the game, where you look to get on the front foot and hit through the line. In Test cricket, it's fine because you're looking to defend. You get into such positions where you can leave, but every now and then pace. Back of a length is a wicket-taking delivery.
It's just snuck underneath the bat at good pace. 19 overs gone, 84 for 1.
Here comes our Uber Eats delivery driver. We selected our winner. Showing your home advantage to your team means that we have selected a winner who's going to pick up the Uber Eats hamper, the home advantage hamper on Uber Eats. Just for wearing that hat, so you deserve it. Congratulations. The Uber Eats goodies are yours. Remember to share.
Only one wicket to fall this morning, and that has gone to Chris Woakes. And as so often in this tournament, Woakes the most consistent of England's bowlers today. Williamson going over mid-on and with better timing this time. Last over he tried to do that to Adil Rashid and got it near the bottom of the bat, and it went for a couple. This one somewhere near the middle.
A bit of aggression from the New Zealand skipper against the leg spin of Adil Rashid. Not going to allow him to settle. It's the MO of the English bowling lineup. Rashid work his magic through the middle. Williamson is having none of it. Sedate start, but it's just starting to see things pick up a little bit from the Kiwi skipper.
Brandon, I'm minded to think that you would think any start is a sedate start. Unless 8 and over plus. Only one wicket down, though. It's not a bad start, this, for the Black Caps.
I've waited a long time, Ethers, to come up here and become a far better player than when I was playing. It's lovely being up here. It's so easy, isn't it? Run down the wicket, sweep, reverse sweep, play them all around the ground.
Archer gives chase, but won't be able to stop the second. Took a while for Kane Williamson to get into his stride. He's carried a heavy burden in this tournament. He's scored almost 30% of all the runs that New Zealand have scored. And he's in there again. 91 for 1, 20 gone. Nature of the crowd here today, fully reflecting the competition as a whole. There are supporters from all over the world. We've seen lots of Indian supporters here today. Merv Hughes is in the crowd amongst a gaggle of Aussies. Bangladesh fans are here, smattering of West Indians, New Zealanders of course, and England fans. It really is a wonderfully diverse crowd. There's Merv with the moustache. Not much on top these days. It runs away down there, but Bairstow is very, very quick. He patrols one side, does Johnny Bairstow, and he's wonderfully athletic.
Yeah, well, the groin's fine. Johnny Bairstow, speed across the turf. Another nice shot from Kane Williamson as well. New Zealand just looking up the ante. Every run here for England, very important. Full stretch dive. It's been exceptional, Bairstow in the field for England. Wicket keeper in the test matches. And to be able to do this in the outfield, complete athlete.
Yeah, he patrols one side, Stokes the other. He's missed a few there, Henry Nicholls, today. Balls that left-handers generally just tuck away, bread and butter shots through square leg. He's just got in a tangle from time to time.
It's that line, isn't it? That cramping him, aiming at his pads, at that leg stump. No room to free his arms. Just have a look now, this position New Zealand's in. I think the next 10 overs, so important for this New Zealand batting lineup. Just to not try and do too much. Just keep wickets in hand.
Rashid does pretty well.
Another good piece of fielding from England. You know, just think now, if they can find a way to keep wickets in hand, the back half of this game, they've done so well not to lose wickets up front. This is where you need your Kane Williamson, Ross Taylor, even Nicholls. The way they play, this innings now is set for them just to extend this foundation, get it a little bit deeper, and give the power players the back half of the innings.
Rashid just feeling his left hand, it's not his bowling hand, of course, as Mark Wood comes round the wicket. He's changing the angle, probably to try and cramp Henry Nicholls. Gave the first 10 overs to England, but New Zealand taking the second 10 overs. Correction, we gave the first 10 overs a draw. New Zealand wicketless in the overs 11 to 20 and setting a good platform.
Real feature of that graphic as well is Henry Nicholls. Very slow at the start of his innings, very watchful. He struggled for timing, respected the good ball. Since then, his last 28 deliveries, he's been able to manufacture 30 runs, and he's starting to look rather comfortable at the crease, which is perfect from New Zealand's point of view. Kane Williamson can't do it all on his own. Ross Taylor's in good form to come. Contribution from Nicholls.
Teams often have a catcher there for Kane Williamson, but not England on this occasion. 98 for 1.
Hello, Lords. It's that time again. It's time for Royal Stabs Make It Last. If you see yourself on the big screen, we don't just want to smile. We want to see you go crazy. Let's do this. Royal Stabs Make It Last.
Adil Rashid beginning his 3rd over. He's a vital performer for England. In the middle phase of the game, overs 11 to 40, there are 2 bowlers for England who've been very successful since the last World Cup in 2015. Rashid is one, Plunkett is the other. So it represents a very important passage of play, this, if New Zealand can get on top of Rashid and force Morgan to make a change. Very good. And from Williamson as well. It's easy at the non-strikers end to get caught ball watching when a quick single is called behind you like that. But Williamson responded immediately, and the 100 is up for New Zealand. What odds, Brendan, at the start of the tournament on a double, the Black Caps All Black World Cup double 2019?
25 to 1, actually.
Was it? You know, did you have a bit of it?
You can throw the America's Cup in there as well if we're we keep lining them up.
You came back pretty quickly there. I reckon you'd been scouring that
Simon
double.
Dahl told me that, actually, so I can't claim that. Simon Dahl, thank you.
Had a shoulder injury, Adil Rashid. Hasn't quite been at 100% fitness throughout the tournament, and it's meant 2 things. It's impacted upon his bowling in 2 ways. One, he's bowled slightly more slowly than normal, and secondly, hasn't been able to bowl as many googlies at left-handers, but that one there, as you can see, was just flipped out of the back of the hand, and he generally bowls a lot at the left-handers.
I think he's wrong and certainly a lot slower now as well, post that shoulder injury. I think, speaking of the left-handers, having this combination, his right-left-hand combination, has done England the world of good at the top of the order today. Just think for all the bowlers, whether it be the quicks or the spin, we've seen enough there, but they're just been able to rotate strike enough to make it difficult for the England bowlers to get into their rhythm. End of the over, 102 for 1.
Never looked better, this old ground. Staging the final here for what? That'll be the 5th time, I think. 1975, 79, 83, 99, and now 2019. Seen a couple of captains in the ground today who've had the great experience of lifting the cup on this ground. Clive Lloyd is here. He did it twice. Steve Waugh is here. The cup will find a new destination today. Neither of these countries have won it. England a fourth attempt in a final. They were runners-up in 79, 87 and 92, and the New Zealanders were runners-up 4 years ago, of course. So it'll find a new home tonight, one way or the other.
Yeah, and I think if Eoin Morgan is to be standing there at the end of this game with the trophy aloft, he's going to have to make a play pretty quickly. And that man that was on screen, Jofra Archer, to me, needs to come back into the attack, even just for one over, just to make a play. He has been the best bowler for England throughout this campaign. He's been the most attacking option for Morgan. He's only bowled the 5 overs, there's 5 left. It may just be a time to bring him back on, set a field to try and pick up some wickets.
By that, it sounds like if you were in Morgan's shoes like right now, you'd be getting slightly concerned at 103 for 1.
Absolutely. Maybe not so. If we look at this as a bilateral series game, then no. I think Morgan would be very comfortable where this game's sitting, but we know it's not that. We know the prize at the end of today, and the pressures of chasing something in excess of 250 in a final, significant. He needs to make a play.
I think there's a tickle there. England are convinced. There is no reaction from umpire Dharmasena, and Morgan does not hesitate. He has sent it upstairs.
TV umpire to the director. We have a review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. Can I look at the front foot, please? Thank you. Thank you. That's fair delivery. Can I go to front on, please? Cheers, mate. Okay, there's nothing else out there apart from the bat and the ball, so if we can go to Ultra Edge when you've got that for me. Ultra Edge coming up now. Flat line, spike. Okay, and ball is on bat. I'll be going back to Kumar. Kumar, I've got a clear spike, ball is on the bat. You'll be overturning your decision to out. You're on screen now.
The roar tells you all you need to know. England were convinced. It was Liam Plunkett brought on to replace Mark Wood from the opposite end from where he started today, bowling cross seam as he often does and getting the ball just to run down the hill and bounce a fraction. And it's the big one. Kane Williamson gone for 30, 103 for 2. He once played on this ground as a young man on the MCC ground staff, Ross Taylor. It was a long time ago. He walks to the middle now, replacing New Zealand's captain, Kane Williamson. 103 for 2. We're not quite at the halfway mark yet. And Taylor comes to the crease knowing that his team need an innings from him. He's shown flashes of his best form in this tournament without quite being at his best. but he knows this ground well. He played for Middlesex as well here earlier in the season in the 50-over competition. So almost home from home for Ross Taylor. Wicket came at a good time. If you were listening to Brendan McCullum, he was calling for the return of Jofra Archer for precisely that reason. It wasn't Archer, it was Plunkett, but it was what England needed. And they couldn't have asked for a bigger wicket than Williamson's. Morgan now has gone on to the attack. There's a slip in place.
Again, it was the length. We've seen the 2 wickets to 4 today, full of a length. Get the batsman to look to drive. Cross seam from Plunkett. There's extra bounce. Batsman thinks it's fuller than actually is on this surface. Half a stride forward. Owen Morgan, he knew straight away. Big, loud outside edge. There you can see it on Ultra Edge.
Terrific bowling change and a wonderful over from Plunkett. 103 for 2. The dangerous Guptill gone, the anchor Kane Williamson gone. Nicholls 46, Taylor just come to the crease. He's a underrated bowler, Liam Plunkett. No seamer since the last World Cup in 2015 has taken more wickets between overs 11 to 40 than Plunkett. And he's a pretty uncomplicated character. His game is uncomplicated as well. He bowls it cross seam. He tries to bowl a decent length. He keeps it simple. There was a delayed reaction there from Buttler, wasn't there? Ryan Morgan knew in the background. Come on, Joss.
Joss is looking up in the stand. He knew it was out. Yeah, he's been brilliant, Plunkett. Exactly what you're talking about, Athers. He's got good variation, that's why. He bowls at good pace, he's tall, he's strong, but he's got good change-ups as well. See a lot of the current quicks in these games, particularly through this World Cup, bowling cross-seam deliveries, looking for variation off the pitch.
It's a good story as well, Liam Plunkett. I mentioned when he first came on to bowl, there are kind of a lot of superstars in this England team who take a lot of the attention and the glory. People like Stokes and Root and Roy and Bairstow. He's a real workhorse, is Plunkett, and he's been through the ups and downs in the game. Went through a phase where the coaches really tinkered with his action and he lost it for a while. He's mid-30s. He's played in the World Cup a dozen years ago, so he's a real unsung member of this team. But as that graphic showed you, nobody's been more important than him in the 4 years since the last World Cup, between overs 11 to 40. We saw Tom Curran in the yellow bib giving Liam Plunkett a drink on the boundary edge. It's amazing, really, that England have pretty much kept a settled team. It's been between Plunkett and Moeen Ali, but reserves Tom Curran and Liam Dawson haven't been called upon at all. And in a tournament that almost lasts 7 weeks and is quite a heavy workload on the quick bowlers, that's some going. 5 from the over, 108 for 2. Couple of wickets to fall today. Martin Guptill, for almost the first time in the competition, just started to get going, and it's as though he might find some touch today, but was LB to Woakes running one up the hill, and Plunkett just a couple of overs ago getting that key wicket of the Black Caps captain. Generally, when England have pushed the ball up on a slightly fuller length, it's a funny thing, we term that area where they bowled and got the wickets as the slot, which slightly carries negative connotations for bowlers, because when you say he's put it in the slot, the batsmen are smashing it out the ground towards the end of the innings, but early on, if the ball is doing a bit, that's exactly where you want to bowl.
You know, it's the conditions, isn't it? When there's a little bit of movement, the fuller you can get it, brings the batsman into play. He thinks he can score, but that's the wicket-taking length. Just there, exactly where Plunkett's hitting consistently. Again, what England have done well, they haven't bowled there every ball. That's the other thing. You think, okay, there's some movement, pitch it up every single ball, get it to swing, get it to seam. But it's mixing the length. Still use your bouncer. Still vary that length. That's what England's done pretty well today.
Fascinating aspect as well. So that is exactly the length that Trent Boult and Matt Henry will look to try and utilise later on in this game.
He's had quite an impact, Jofra Archer. The latest addition into this England side. But he's the top wicket taker with 19. Pace has made a big impact in this tournament, and Wood the second highest wicket taker with 17. You'd say Woakes has been amongst the most consistent of England's bowlers. It's a good over from Plunkett, only one from it, 109 for 2.
Now, one of you out there today is sitting in Thatcher's golden seat. Now, if you listen out and you hear your seat number and called out in the second innings, you'll win your height in Thatcher's cider. So just consider that for a second. Your height in Thatcher's cider, if you're sitting in Thatcher's golden seat. Terms and conditions apply, and winners must be okay. But just keep an ear out in the second innings.
I think New Zealand would probably settle for anything between that 6 and over mark and 8 and over mark to get them somewhere around the 280. That's a 50 for Henry Nicholls, who hasn't always been in the best of touch since coming into the team in this tournament, but he's played nicely today. Had to battle hard right at the start of the innings. The ball did a bit. Testing opening spell from Archer and Woakes.
It's been a great inning so far. Just the 71 deliveries. As Brendan mentioned, took his time early. Those first 20 runs. I think that's his role in this New Zealand team as well. He's the glue, he's the foundation, particularly now there's no Kane Williamson. His job's got to be bat long, get as deep into these 50 overs as possible. Again, you're always looking for someone in that top 4 to make 100, no matter how long they take. If one player can do that, there's so much power in this New Zealand squad. The other players can look to then up the ante.
It's good from Ross Taylor. Straight away, getting down the wicket to Rashid. Rashid's going to look to try and target that front pad of Ross Taylor, especially down the slope with that wrong one of his. Taylor counters that by getting out of his crease. Good, strong intent from Taylor. Ticks over the strike. Henry Nicholls looks comfortable against the leg spinner Rashid, and Taylor started well.
26 gone. It's 114 for 2.
Okay, Lords, I've got this big, massive helmet on my head, and if you've been to previous games, you may have seen us playing this amazing game called House Hat, where we've had every single national team playing House Hat. And essentially, it's this big sticky helmet on top of my head, with other people throwing cricket balls at it, and the person underneath the helmet, me today, catching it by diving for the ball. Every single national team has gone for it, and we're going to announce the winners of the entire House Hat competition that's been running.
Just past the halfway stage now.
I love about these two teams, they play the game quite differently with bat in hand, but I feel in the field, both Morgan and Williamson captain very similar. I think they've got quite similar attacks, slight nuances and differences, but overall they've got a fairly aggressive mindset, go after the opposition.
One difference is the left armour, Trent Boult, who's got a fabulous record here. England have a more indifferent record, put it that way, against left arm bowlers than right arm bowlers. That's going to be a key part of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's that point I was trying to make before about the lengths that England has been successful today is the exact length that Trent Boult will try and operate. And to me, what that says is that just enough in the surface that if you get in that area, particularly if you can add some movement in the air, very, very dangerous.
It's got to go up the hill, and it's got to try and beat Ben Stokes, and Stokes wins the race. Tracking along the grandstand there and taking the applause of the crowd. He's been exceptional in the field in this tournament. It began, of course, that opening day with that wonder catch at the Oval.
Actually surprised he hasn't bowled yet, Athers. Hasn't been given the ball. I thought Morgan might have went to Stokes quite early today while there was some movement. Talk about Trent Boult, how exceptional he is. That's what makes this innings from Nicholls so good. He's finding a way just to get a total on the board for New Zealand. He's building that foundation as we spoke about. Williamson out. Took his time early. He's got all the shots. Probably see it more in Test cricket. Handy half century, and he'll want to continue for New Zealand. Give Trent Boult and this New Zealand an attack competitive total to bowl at, because there's certainly going to be some movement in the second innings as well.
Gone. It's Plunkett again. What a day he's having. First Williamson and now Nicholls.
And it's that length again. Liam Plunkett has hit the perfect length on this wicket. Got rid of Williamson with that fuller length. And now he gets rid of Henry Nicholls, the man who is set. New Zealand needed him to bat long. Cross seam again. Massive inside edge from Nicholls. He's distraught. Plunkett is absolutely ecstatic. England, Owen Morgan, they've made a big play in this game. They've got 2 wickets in the last 4 overs. Henry Nicholls, 55. New Zealand 118 for 3.
$103 for 1 becomes 118 for 3, courtesy of a brace of wickets to Liam Plunkett, brought on to replace Mark Wood at the nursery end, and he's picked up a couple of big ones. Kane Williamson, who looks set first of all for 30, and then Henry Nicholls shortly after going through to his first half century of the World Cup, just drag one back onto the top of the stumps. So Plunkett doing exactly what he has done for England time and time again, picking up vital wickets in the middle overs. It's Tom Latham now and Ross Taylor, 2 batsmen in single figures. This is a good time to be bowling. Another good over and a successful one for Liam Plunkett. 118 for 3.
For 3 after 27 overs, a double blow for Plunkett. Taylor now very much the key, Ross Taylor, and New Zealand certainly need a partnership now. They'll have a number in mind just as they assessed the pitch at Old Trafford the other day. They've made a really good calculation, Williamson and Taylor, on that surface. They'll have done that here as well, and I think the bare minimum they'll be looking at is 250. Just a little bit of assistance there for Adil Rashid. But it was very interesting the last 20 minutes or so, just watching the length and the ball off a certain length that Plunkett found.
Yeah, absolutely, Ian Smith. After the Australian group game here, Owen Morgan got a little bit touchy about the lengths England bowled. He was adamant that England's lengths were fine. They've actually adjusted today. Plunkett in particular have gone fuller. Absolutely perfect. They've set him up, they bowled back of a length, and then suddenly the fuller ball and the eyes light up. Perfect from Plunkett. Not only does he take wickets in the middle overs, but he gets good players out, like Williamson, etc., in this tournament. Keep an eye on who you get out, not just the wickets you get.
And that allows England to bring back Rashid at this stage of the game, get through his overs quickly without much of trouble, because New Zealand had attacked him in his first spell when they had wickets in hand. It's a different sort of a surface, not much of help for the spinners. So England will be looking to get off his overs quickly. Bowled very well against Australia in the semi-final, but this is a different surface.
Well, he's going to do that for a while now, Ross Taylor. He knows full well New Zealand cannot lose another wicket. He cannot get out. He's the man with the experience. He's the big match player. Craig McMillan, Gary Stead up there, they're so reliant now on their veteran, and I say that in the nicest possible way, to deliver for them today. Last day of work actually for Craig McMillan, who's just disappeared inside. His stint as New Zealand batting coach comes to the end of the World Cup. But for Gary Stead, it'll be business as usual, planning for what's coming up. .28 overs gone here. It's 122 for 3.
So, ladies and gents, while you're sat there enjoying the beautiful English weather, what better way to sit there and enjoy yourself an ice cream from this 100% electric ice cream van? If you want to, all you have
Wembley
to
in
do
the
is
distance.
Yes. Enjoy the cricket.
Wimbledon today, Ness.
That's what I was thinking. It's probably the only place in England there isn't a major sporting event going on. Wimbledon, Grand Prix at Silverstone. A lot of sport on today.
Well, it's better that way, Nas, isn't it? Because once that stadium starts filling up, the rest of the sport in England becomes negligible. That's how football is to this part of the world.
That's Trafalgar Square, a live shot. You couldn't get a ticket, you get the next best.
Give them something to cheer about. There you go. Come on, guys. Ian Smith on commentary. Doesn't get any better than that.
Threatened to drag that one on as well, Tom Latham.
I think that's where England have been good. If you just pitch it up all the time, this is where Jimmy Anderson's very good in test match cricket. He holds the length, and then suddenly goes a little bit fuller as the surprise ball, and your eyes light up. He's down the pitch there, Latham.
Yeah, I think they've talked about that length, and he's tried to negate that length by going at Plunkett. He's not overly quick. He's not life-threatening in terms of that, but what he is deadly accurate at the moment.
And gets a bit of bounce, which just helps.
Always watch for the run out with Ross Taylor in.
I think he made the best call there, though. He was not going anywhere. And I think that was it, because Morgan was onto that in an absolute flash. And I think England, that's key for them right now inside the circle. They've got to be aggressive, because New Zealand will start to try and kick-start again by running ones, by pinching easy runs inside the circle. Morgan's got them all in tight. I think it's really good captaincy.
He ran Taylor out in the last game up at Durham. He tried to come back for 2 and Rashid ran him out.
Probably his last World Cup innings. I won't say definitely, because he's still got a hunger for the game and a hunger for the big occasion, but odds are that it will be his last World Cup innings. Young man, when he came to Lords on the staff, got to know the facilities around here really well, probably worked on the covers, put the nets up on the background for the test players, did all those menial tasks.
Nas, you've ever done that?
No. It was a brilliant innings against India, and it was an innings that got better the next day when India batted on the same pitch. Williamson started it off, but Taylor towards the end, he took his time like he'll have to do today, and then when he could put his foot down, he did.
Well, an innings which looked better a lot after the result. And there was a lot of talk on day one, day two, whether New Zealand accelerated enough, whether New Zealand had the runs on the board, but they defended it well. So when you win a semi-final and get 74, it looks a lot better after the win. 123 for 3.
Well, there was much talked about game actually, because it went for two full days really, and right to the end it was action-packed, with MS Dhoni trying to win it with Jadeja, and New Zealand hanging tough and picking up crucial wickets towards the end. But it was a war, really, a war of attrition, because it's such a low-scoring affair, but it was so intense.
That's how semi-finals are. You know, well, England won it easily in Birmingham, but that game wasn't that easy. And when you play semi-finals like that, it's a lot of a mental battle, mental fatigue. And the good thing for New Zealand, they got a bit of a break before this game. 4 days before the start of the final. That's always the advantage when you play the first semi-final. You get fresh and you come back for the bigger game. England played on the 11th, so just 2 days in between the final, but it was a game where they didn't have to worry too much, especially the innings Bairstow and Jason Roy played at the top.
It was interesting scheduling that, because had that gone to a second day, had there been a rain issue, that would have been tight, really tight, to get yourself down from being up so high, reassess and get stuck into this with basically only 48 hours to do it. Nicely bowled, good flight. They sort of come together well as a duo now, and Michael Atherton was making the point that they bowl so well in this middle phase, and New Zealand would have studied that, and they would have looked at trying to disrupt that. So Owen Morgan had to make changes, but those 2 wickets has meant he can just do what he wants. They've also been good inside the circle.
Coming back to the innings, Ian, Ross Taylor did get 74. We took a number of deliveries, but that's been the trend of New Zealand batting in this World Cup. They've used a lot of deliveries throughout their innings, 150 to be precise against India, which is quite a lot in any condition. Very lucky there, stepping out, using his feet a lot earlier. Very clever bowling by Rashid. The wrong one. He saw Ross Taylor coming at him.
Well, he's bounced the stumps, and he's bounced Buttler here, and fortunately he got enough bat on it. It bounced over Butler's hand because he was a long way out, Ross Taylor. Well down. Just the 3 runs. 126 for 3.
Do you consider yourself to be a shot maker? Although I'm asking you to upload your photos to the biggest World Cup final to their social channels using the hashtag #BeAShotMaker. That's one going up on the big screen once an innings. And here's the one that caught the first innings. And training bowling for England at the nursery end, number 55, Ben Stokes.
The day for Neesham, de Grandhomme and Santner as a trio. 2 of those 3 come off with some impetus on the strike rate. Then New Zealand can get to 250 plus. 20 overs to go, 7 wickets in hand. Positively be thinking about that, and then if they bowl and field to the level they can, if England win it, they'll know they've been in a fight, and that's probably the recipe from here on in. Stokes, 6th bowling today, 6th bowling option.
Yeah, an option for New Zealand as well. Quite often Ben Stokes comes on and he looks to take wickets, but he does bowl the odd 4 ball. It's been 11 overs now since a boundary for New Zealand, so they are ticking over. There's singles in there, but Stokes does give you the possibility to hit boundaries.
Morgan has also used him differently every game. In the semi-final, he was with the new ball, one change after both Woakes and Archer had a tremendous spell to start on. He came in as one change.
Single to Ross Taylor, and as usual, our Hawkeye expert studies everything. Ian Bishop's come up with something.
Yeah, just talking about Liam Plunkett and what he's done bowling cross seam. You can see a little bit of movement, even though he's holding the ball cross seam. Just marginal enough to brush the outside edge, whether that is an effect of the slope or has the ball actually kissed on the leather. It actually has landed on that seam. Phenomenal that he's been able to get it to move. And even to Nicholls as well. We saw the cross seam and a little bit of landing on that seam position as well, and that tracked back down the slope as well, which now that you're talking about the length was pretty spot on in that slot area, but just the marginal movement from cross seam, brilliant.
They get through for a single. Is it a modern thing, cross seam bowling? In your era, did you go cross seam that much, Ian Bishop, or not?
No, we didn't. Well, certainly not myself, and not many of the guys that I know would have done this. The thing that Plunkett does well is mix his length up as well. So I think it's become more of a modern day phenomenon as far as I can tell. I try to avoid going cross seam, but now we're seeing the benefit of it and the mixing up of the length from Plunkett, which is admirable in these middle overs once again.
Didn't have to bowl cross seam, his lot.
No. And what stands out for me in this era, Bishop spoke about the modern day era, you still get some movement if you bowl cross seam. You look to hit the shiny part of the ball on the surface. You know, when you were young, Nas, you were captain of England, you would seen Flintoff, Harmison hit the seam and take it away from the left-hander or the right-hander. But Plunkett here still manages to move the ball.
And that's why he gets good players out. If you put a list of the players he's got out in this tournament, he's not getting tail enders out. He's getting players out because in those middle overs, he's still finding some kind of movement. Could be up and down, but it's lateral as well. Worth his weight in gold in the middle overs, Liam Plunkett.
Another cheap over for England. That's just 4 from at 130 for 3. Rashid into his 8th over, none for 35, but New Zealand picked him off early. He's come back well. Trying to get to him. They're using their feet trying to get to him, but they can't. Can I put you into Owen Morgan's head now? You spoke to him at the toss. What was the impression you got about him, first of all, bowling first? And secondly, what number do you think he's got in mind here to protect?
I was just going to say the one thing they'll be cheering Owen Morgan up is that he's got his sunglasses on. Sun just starting to sneak through. And I asked him just before the toss, he was out there early. I said, what are you going to do, mate? And he said, if it stays cloudy, I'm going to have a bowl. If the sun comes out, I'm going to have a bat. And it's just brightened up here at Lord's, and he'll be hoping it stays out for when they bat.
Will it work in his mind that England have played 3 World Cup finals and have chased all 3? And have lost all 3. So will it work in his mind as captain at the toss?
No, he has no negative thought in his mind at all. He honestly doesn't. He's just not that sort of guy. You could see in the press conferences he was asked by an Australian journalist about mental scarring from Australia, not interested. Asked about some Peterson tweets, not interested. He just has no negative thoughts at all. Second part of your question, Ian Smith, 250 plus in a World Cup final. With the bowling attack on the opposition, he'll know he'll be in a battle. And the way New Zealand field, we've just shown that run out. The catch from Neesham at backward point. He knows that this is a tough opposition.
And the conditions will suit New Zealand. When I saw the wicket this morning with all the green grass on it, they bowled well in Manchester, but it was a lot flatter. And then what you see here, these are conditions which swing. Lord swings for seam swing bowlers, and Trent Boult is very good at it. He's got a very good record up here, so he'll be very handy up front.
Well, when Australia got 280, their skipper went We could have got more. We collapsed, but we were happy with 280 on this ground against England. He was right. So that may be a target for New Zealand. It's a long way off. You never know with their all-rounders. 134 for 3.
Yeah, it's a rare sight too for New Zealanders and the New Zealand team, is that the captain can only sit on the balcony today. Usually he's controlling the pace, the momentum of the innings. He's out in the middle also assessing, and that's what he will still be doing, but they'll be relying on Ross Taylor, Tom Latham with his experience as well to come up with a number this time.
Just wondering if he'll save Rashid a couple for the tail enders if they get down to the tail enders. Just wondering if they can have a burst, a couple of overs of Archer to try and get rid of Ross Taylor, get into those all-rounders.
Get here nice and early. It was a long time actually. The covers were on because of the rain, and then we saw Simon Doull casting a watchful eye over it, but Owen Morgan was very interested in the hardness of the pitch. Johnny Bairstow, Kane Williamson himself was out there as well. As soon as the covers came off, the hover cover came off, everyone out there, and they would have had a thought going in mind yesterday when they saw it for the last time, what they wanted to do today. But you always have another look, yeah.
That rain threw him this morning as well. I think Morgan would have batted. I know he didn't win the toss, but I reckon he was going to bowl if he had. Just that rain, and the cover's been on till about 9:30 and still cloudy. I think that threw him a bit.
I saw your tweet yesterday, Nas, where you took a picture of the surface and said it looked a lot greener, and it surprised me yesterday when I saw it a day before the final. I always believed that you don't see the pitch 3 or 4 days before a game in this part of the world. You see it a day before or as much closer as to the toss. But what I saw yesterday was terrific. And as you saw the grass being cut this morning, you could see the change in color from one side of the pitch to the other. A lot of rain this morning, but there were still good conditions to bowl, and I thought New Zealand did very well up front to see through that period.
What do you think, Kane Williamson, if you took him back to the toss right now, forget the scoreboard, what would he do?
I think he'd have done the same thing. I think he would. I think they got to the point when they were 1 down, going along nicely, that he would have been very happy with what he did.
I'm thinking more with just the way it's played. With hindsight, having a look at the way it played.
Yeah. Oh, look. I think he's playing on the fact that he backed in a positive way that his side could do it all again. What they did against India, what they did there was, as a unit, they shut India down, and I think he's backing that they can do that. But sure, he's going to have 250 plus, because it only takes one brilliant innings, an hour of Roy, a partnership of Roy and Bairstow, and that theory just about goes out the window.
You know,
outside edge down to third man, or up to third man at Lord's.
There was a lot of rain this morning, as you saw, and that was at 7:45 when I was just walking into the ground. A lot of people just in the rain.
Sourav Ganguly arriving at 7:45 at the ground.
And exactly, Nassim, when I saw the roster yesterday, and when I saw the roster yesterday, I said it to my friend. 2 of the finalists, England and New Zealand, and Ganguly's call time 7:45 and Hussain 9 in the morning. I noticed that.
You got to know the right people in the right places, Sourav.
Fine past Josh Butler. They get to 2, probably off the hip.
So I just had to go back up and see who were the 2 finalists. I hope they've not written India in place of England when I saw the call time.
I think that was just a bit of genius from management, because they knew 7:45 would probably be Ganguly time, closer to 8:15.
And Nas was running in this morning at 9 o'clock. No, it was a lot earlier, Nas. It was not at 9 o'clock. He came in a lot earlier, to be honest. And I've seen it so many times. Nasir Hussain steaming into a cricket ground.
We had an autograph signing session out the back before, that's why. And fortunately, all three people turned up, even though it was raining.
A question to Nash and to Smith as well. Will New Zealand's innings against England in Durham, when they chased that big total, would have played on Williamson's mind when he went to the toss? Time since last boundary, 83 deliveries. That's how good England have been.
I think Ian Smith summed it up pretty well. What's on their mind was what they did against India in the semi-final, and they're trying to do a repeat performance in the final. So far, decent. 141 for 3, 17 to go.
It's the Cricket World Cup final at Lord's. Time to get you on the big screens again. If the camera points at you, make it large with Royal Style.
$17 overs left in the innings, so at some point New Zealand are going to try to change and shift gears if allowed to do so. They've been steady so far, just over 4 per over on average. Mark Wood's back from the Players Pavilion end. His initial spell was from the nursery end. I think he'll try to hit a better length, a more consistent length. And starts well, starts very well. Finger goes up. It took a long time for Murray Erasmus to raise that dreaded finger. No reviews left, and Taylor is off.
Yeah, big decision. Ross Taylor, I think this was a good move from Morgan, giving Wood the chance to come down the slope. See this angle back in towards the stumps. Bit of move back in. Whoa, how's the height, sir? He liked it, Wood. Ross Taylor, he's got to go for 15. New Zealand 141 for 4.
Two southpaws at the crease now. Jimmy Neesham, the all-rounder, joins Latham. Already has a high score of 97 in this Men's Cricket World Cup, and will be called upon now to deliver another innings of substance. Wood is going to go round the wicket to Neesham to start. A slip in place with Mark Wood round the wicket. On target again, length is good. Murray Erasmus had that brilliant decision this morning off the bowling of Jofra Archer, as he had another one.
Jimmy Neesham, he's provided runs, he's provided wickets, extraordinary catches as well in this tournament. You talk about teams when you get to a World Cup final, everyone chipping in. What can he do here? just seems to have better rhythm already. Mark Wood from this end, the pavilion end. That slope, it can just mess up a player, a bowler. That angle going into the right-hander. And on reflection, too high.
I thought it looked high live. Just have a look where Ross Taylor is on the crease. Big wicket as well for England. Great example how you change ends, use the slope to your advantage. Good captaincy from Morgan making the change, but yeah, New Zealand will be steaming with that. Big player as well, Ross Taylor has been in exceptional form. This is it live, this is it full speed. Again, straight away. As a batsman as well, you sort of know, you know your movements, you know if you're in front of the crease or behind the crease and where that hits you. You'll be disappointed, Ross Taylor.
That's why you've got to use your reviews well.
Yeah, spot on, Bish. The other thing for New Zealand, it seems every time they feel like they've got two batsmen at the crease that need to just take that jump, need to just up the ante a little bit, they're losing that wicket. England now picked up 4 wickets, halting momentum every time New Zealand's reaching out for it.
He's worked up a good head of steam today, Mark Wood. 145, that last one. Excellent over. Good pace, good length bowling. 141 for 4.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Mark Wood. A wicket maiden coming back into the attack. The pavilion end during the England-Australia game. I think he leaked a few runs when he first came into the attack and then changed up to the nursery end, so the opposite end to this. And he was able to get his lines and lengths correct. He bowled a lot better. He started from the nursery end today. He was getting the ball swinging, but couldn't quite find his radar. And this over from the pavilion end, he's targeting the stumps. And that rhythm is up. Bowling with good pace. Just has a knack, Stokes, of getting extra bounce. It's a ground doesn't have a lot of bounce, a pitch that doesn't have a lot of bounce, and he's able to just get that extra bit out of the wicket.
Yeah, this is the luxury Morgan has. Look around this England team. So many options, so many bowling options. Can turn to anybody he likes, can use them in short spells if need be. Still got some overs out of Archer as well. Look to get a breakthrough. Oh, he's missed a full toss there. Even with Ben Stokes, I'm surprised Morgan held off using him for so long, but it's worked. Able to bring him on now through these middle overs, build dot balls, and thankfully for England, they've been able to continue to take wickets. It's a big partnership for New Zealand. These two have got to spend some time. They're going to spend 7 or 8 overs at the crease together. Yes, we're seeing some movement in this surface. Yes, New Zealand has a good bowling attack, but they're still got to find a way to get, I think, above 250. I think 250 is probably par, even though, yes, it's a World Cup final. You need those runs on the board. Lightning fast outfield, as we've seen today. So Neesham and Latham need to build a partnership here.
That's where Jimmy Neesham is so very strong. He loves the onside, so that was meat and drink for him.
Yeah, right in the slot for Jimmy Neesham. Just has to roll his wrists on it And the power that he possesses, gets to the boundary in no time. Fast outfield, down the slope as well.
First boundary for 15 and a half overs in this innings. I was wondering, Michael, you mentioned the name, and I've sort of been looking at it for the last 4, 5, 6 overs and wondering when Jofra Archer would come back into the attack, a name you pulled out just now.
Yeah, well, again, Morgan's had the luxury of not needing to bring him back because Plunkett picked up those two wickets. Wood then got Ross Taylor as well, so he's been able to just hold Archer off. This is good batting. This is a nice shot. Stokes goes back of a length this time. And Neesham's onto it. This is what New Zealand need, that intent. Take Stokes on, make Morgan go back to Archer.
Absolutely, it might be time for a bit of Archer action now. A couple of boundaries off this over, some loose deliveries. You don't want to take your foot off the throat. If you've been able to create some pressure in a World Cup final, the last thing you want is for these two to get away with some easy deliveries.
150 came up with that shot. Good over for New Zealand. 11 off it. 152 for 4. Wonderful venue, very famous. Best places, if not the best, to host a World Final. He's timing it magnificently, Neesham.
He's absolutely creamed that. He's just picked out Morgan at cover. Looks in good nick. Look here, again, New Zealand will be disappointed. Starts 19, 55, 30, 50. You want somebody in that top order to go on. There's some power, there's some batting still to come, some all-rounders. This is the partnership, though.
Average first innings score here since the last World Cup, 270. 8s and over will take them to 269, but they'll be reassessing right now with 4 wickets down, 15 overs left to go. If Neesham can get going, they'll be looking at about 240, 250, and if they have wickets in hand, then they can push past that.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a short ball at Neesham if he's on for consecutive deliveries here. Yep. And I only said that because of the pace at which Wood is getting them through today. I think he's been at his rapid best. In fact, what we're hearing is that he's bowled the fastest delivery of the tournament today. 154 clicks at Henry Nicholls. Equal fastest, in fact. Archer, Stark in there.
Well, he's played that like a slow bowler. Excellent from Chris Woakes. He has been simply outstanding on the boundary all tournament.
Yeah, this is good cricket, aggressive cricket from both teams. Wood using the short ball. He's got protection on that boundary. Neesham taking it on. Seeing it well, picking up the length early. Look how far that full extension of those hands plays it in front of the eyes. Good piece of fielding from Woakes to save another boundary. The ground fielding's been exceptional today, England.
A bit late on that. Latham was late. That ball was timed at 95 miles per hour earlier from Mark Wood.
I suppose when it's that quick, Clarkie, it becomes all about instinct.
Yeah, well, he's got his tail up, so the key as a batsman is just to watch the ball and react. You don't need to try and hit the ball too hard when someone's bowling this type of speed. Try and use it to your advantage. It opens up third man, fine leg. But yeah, starting your innings against it, not easy. Good line, good length. Nicely played to win the over. 153 for 4.
I do feel sometimes, though, here at Lord's, that pace can be somewhat negated with the slower nature of the surface at times. Of course, a bit of moisture early on, a lot of rain that fell this morning, so that just would have kept things at a good pace. They leave the grass on just to hold the wicket together and keep that pace in the wicket. But as it just dries up, that wicket sometimes gets slower. Two legends of Australian cricket, Steve Waugh, Belinda Clark. Both former Australian captains. Both led their sides to World Cup wins.
3 now. One sitting next to us. Sure that Jofra Archer was actually marking out his run to bowl. A very late decision to change to Liam Plunkett.
Yeah, this is one of the things as captain, you sum up, when do I bring my strike bowler back? Can I get another couple of overs out of Plunkett, who's been exceptional? Or do I go for Archer and give him one, give him two? They've gone for Plunkett.
Just saw him drop some grass onto the ground there, Jofra Archer, just to see which way the wind is blowing. I just wonder if he wants the pavilion end.
Very well bowled, very well run.
Two very strong teams. England coming into this tournament as favourites. Michael, as you did back in 2015, playing in a final, and there is expectation on your shoulders. Do you remember those feelings and emotions the morning of the game?
I don't remember yesterday, Ish. Certainly don't remember 2015. Oh, you remember the build-up? Yeah, I think you see things differently when you finish the game and you look back. You know, I didn't feel as captain of Australia, you know, the outside expectation and pressure, the fact you're playing in Australia in your own conditions, we were the #1 team in the world. I didn't feel that because we had so much expectation from within. And talking to Morgan over this World Cup, I feel a very similar sense from him that this team does expect to win. They have expected to win this World Cup. Yes, there's outside pressure and media pressure, but they've got enough expectation. Oh, shot. It's a beautiful shot from Latham. Takes on Plunkett, who drops a fraction short. Gets hold of it and picks up an important boundary for New Zealand. You know, I don't think Morgan's too concerned about the outside pressures. He wants this team to play as well as they can, and he believes if they do that, they'll win the World Cup. They've got their own style, their own way of playing, and he's backed that 100%.
But New Zealand are a hungry side, their second consecutive final. Lost to Australia in that final at the MCG back in 2015. Just confirmation it's bounced before, so it will be 4. The direct hit, but it felt like it came out of his hand really slowly, Archer. You look at New Zealand, though, I just had that sense that they were quietly confident this morning.
I think the other thing as well that I remember us talking about regularly playing in front of our home fans in 2015 was to try and play on skill and not emotion, not allow the emotion of the crowd or the national anthem or that stuff to get involved in the cricket. Actually play on skill, and thankfully we're able to do that, as England is at the moment. End of the over, 159 for 4.
What a tremendous atmosphere it was. I was pitch side when the anthems were going out, and when the English anthem was played, everyone was in unison. There was a real hum through the ground, and goosebumps for both teams, I guess, when they hear the anthems ahead of what is the biggest game of their careers.
Mark Wood. It's a very confident stroke from Latham. Confident enough to be timed away fantastically for 4 down the slope.
Yeah, that's better from Latham. That's much better. It's a check drive, using the pace of Wood, getting the angle right to get it past Morgan at cover and beat that man at deep point. This is beautiful batting. Look at that timing, not looking to overhit it. Balance, so he's got control. And again, another example of how fast this outfield is.
Excellent comeback, because I thought the length was fuller. And again, you could sense that the pace of Wood is causing a few late strokes.
Nicely bowled from Wood again. He's round the wicket, so he's angling the ball into the left hand there, and this just straightens off the surface. This is another example. New Zealand building a partnership. They need to continue. Neesham 11, Latham 22. Cannot afford a wicket now. They need batsmen in these last 10 overs. That's good. That's fast. Again, his bounce has been on the money today, Wood. It's the right height. It's going over that middle and leg stump. Nicely played from Neesham. Just gets underneath it, but good aggressive intent from Wood. Trying to push the batsman back, get him off that front foot. It's not far away from that helmet.
You always want to finish the over well, whoever the bowler. Yep. That hit the splice of the bat pretty hard. 165 for 4. Partnership 24 from 30. It's been more intent in some of the batting in the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes since Neesham came to the crease. Neesham will continue his battle against Plunkett. That is a hike.
Oof. Neesham looking leg side, looking for a boundary. Once again, Plunkett cross seam, looking for variation off the pitch versus in the air. No one out on that leg side in front of square. Still big risk, looking to go across the line.
A special moment here for England. The women 2 years ago in the 2017 ICC Women's World Cup final. India were in the game and England managed to come back. Anya Shrubsole with the final wicket. She picked up 6 in the end. An incredible moment for Heather Knight and her team. Another win on home soil. England's men, of course, searching for their very first World Cup trophy lift. Three times the England women have won the World Cup in England. Fantastic figures from Shrubsole.
That was a great atmosphere that blessed day. Nice touch. Good leg work from Jofra Archer. Might just loosening up for a spell.
It really was an incredible atmosphere. Lisa Sthalekar in the house, former Australian cricketer. She hates that the camera's on her right now. Natalie Germanos as well. Brilliant broadcaster from South Africa, both involved during that women's tournament on commentary. I remember being pitch side.
Another good shot from Jimmy Neesham. That's fine touch. It almost stalled going uphill there, but had enough power in it to go for 4. So a nice partnership coming together.
Yeah, it's a dangerous partnership. Neesham with his power, Latham with his timing. Just that width on offer. He's able to get his hands through it.
Danger time. Overcast conditions. The ball is done a bit for longer. Oh, too easy. But Plunkett, how often does he do this? Would be cross seam again, surely.
Jimmy Neesham, no. Exactly what England needed. Exactly what Morgan was looking for. A mistake. Execution, shot selection, poor. Plunkett once again gets it full enough. Looks for an error from the batsman. Neesham looks to go up and over Joe Root's head. Hits it straight to him. He knows. Couldn't afford that. He's got to go 173 for 5.
grey skies overhead, and wickets have been intermittent. They've come regularly. Colin de Grandhomme, another seam bowling all-rounder, right-handed power player, has arrived at the crease. Not on strike. Mark Wood continues.
The ball before too wide, and the length he was able to get his hands through it. This time a bit fuller from Plunkett. The miscue from Neesham. Building in confidence in his innings. He was on 19 and a simple catch. England strike again. The gentle applause from the MCC members.
Three for 40 for Liam Plunkett. He's excited with the little ones. Huge day for the game. Oh, I think that I wouldn't say there'd be a lot of benefit in attempting that against that length and pace so soon. Nicely timed. Bairstow's quick. Bairstow's very quick and very good.
Yeah, really sets the standard in the field, Jonny Bairstow. He hustles across the turf, he gets to the ball, but then with the right hand, it just slots into his hand. He's up, he's picking it up, and he's throwing it out as quickly as possible.
.148 kilometers per hour, that last ball. Good feeler, and the stats indicate it, and he enjoys it as well.
Yeah, he absolutely loves being on the boundary with the crowd behind him. Along the floor, in the air. He loves this stage.
Six off the over, 179 for 5.
Signal, minimum 5 fielders coming outside the fielding zone for the remainder of the innings.
On 79 for 5, 40 overs. Start to the new over from Plunkett. Now the dignitaries in the crowd, many of them today. Manu Sawhney there, the ICC Chief Executive, Indra Nooyi, who is the ICC Independent Director, Shashank Manohar, ICC Chairman as well, and Uday Shankar, who is the CEO of Star Sports. Along with many other dignitaries in the house today, enjoying this ICC Men's World Cup final for 2019. New Zealand in a battle.
England have won the last two phases of this game, 35 for 2 and 53 for 2. Plunkett has been brilliant. He has 3 deliveries left. 3 for 41 already. Pulled away. Bairstow and England. That's not Bairstow out there, but it's Root on this occasion. Been absolutely brilliant in the field. Bairstow one side, Stokes the other. In the ring, they've been exceptional. They've looked a real unit in the field. England's test match wicketkeeper. You'd never guess it.
Been the difference, Plunkett. Little cross seam deliveries. I know Ian Bishop's talked about it a lot through this spell. Just getting the ball to hold a little bit, nip down the hill.
It was funny because I think he was a bit nervous to start with. His first couple of overs looked nervy. The ball sort of came out with no real venom. It's almost like he was putting it there, trying to get through, get into the game. Once he got that first wicket, he's not looked back. Brilliant from Liam Plunkett. He's done with the ball in this final. 3 for 42 from his 10, 181 for 5. Virtually every England player goes up to Plunkett and gives him a pat on the back. He's been through the mill as a cricketer, the ups and downs, playing Durham's second 11 cricket a few years ago. And he's bowled beautifully in a World Cup final. It's moments like that you see on screen while you do all the hard work, do all the practice, do all the gym work. Go down to fine leg. England fans applauding you in the World Cup final. Brilliant, Liam Plunkett. England will hope his work is done for the day. He'll have to strap on his pads, but you never know in this game. Archer back into the attack. Brendan McCullum, if you're in that dressing room now, what do you want as a score? Don't say 350, but what do you reckon they can get from here?
Well, I think they'll be looking for in excess of 250. They're going to have to absolutely fly into the tail end of this innings to get there. But I think that semi-final result, that success that they had defending that low score, and also the fact that the wickets we've seen today have been on that fuller length deliveries. The New Zealand bowlers will bowl that length. They'll believe that they can take the top order wickets of Roy and Bairstow. are going to have to rely on the wicket-taking ability of Trent Boult to try and knock over the top order, or Matt Henry, because he was brilliant in the semi-final. They should have learnt from what England has done and how they've been successful. Toughest length to play on this wicket is that fuller length delivery. That is exactly where they'll be looking to try and target. If they can get 240, they're certainly in the game.
Bat or glove onto helmet. I think a run's been given there. That's why Archer's down. He wanted someone to catch it. Umpire Rasmus just making sure de Grandhomme's okay. De Grandhomme was worried more about getting out. There was something before it hit the helmet. Hit the helmet hard.
A little edge. Look at Jofra Archer. He's keen. He wants backward point to get there. It's the skipper, Morgan.
Well, the tournament started with Archer hitting Hashim Amla at the Oval in the very first game. It ends with Archer hitting Colin de Grandhomme. Go through the concussion test, new helmet.
Not much phases Colin de Grandhomme. He's tough character. Good piece of wood on it. So many players have been a little bit late, haven't they, on Jofra Archer? We saw Alex Carey the other day.
Yeah, I guess it begs the question. Archer only into his 6th over. Because the bowler's full allotment of 10 overs in this match. He's going to have to bowl the last 5 from the pavilion end. That's not going to be an easy task, no matter how good a bowler you are, to bowl 5 on the reel at the back end of an innings. It's very difficult. So perhaps Plunkett, the role that he did was the role that maybe Morgan would have looked to have used Jofra Archer earlier.
Oh, just the setup of Jimmy Neesham was clever from Liam Plunkett. We've talked a lot about how good he's been. Watch the front foot, just comes across time and time again to these back of the length deliveries. Just a small little movement and then the same movement. He doesn't get forward at all his weight is hanging back. So brilliant setup from Plunkett, banging it in, just back of a length, Neesham not going anywhere. As soon as he gets a ball that he should hit for 4, he can't because his weight's wrong.
Well, I reckon that was tight.
This is it. Just have a look at that front foot. Strike points. There's a little forward press, but the weight is always pushing backwards. There, the weight's backwards. He's not quite into it. A clever bowling from Liam Plunkett. Been outstanding today. He's a player that some pundits in England did not have in their World Cup squad. Nasser Hussain. I know you were in favour.
Yeah, only because of how he goes in those middle overs. England needs someone. The games they've lost in this tournament, they've not had Plunkett around in those middle overs. And when Archer became available, they had to leave someone out. And I reckon Plunkett was worried because he didn't start the summer that well for his new county Surrey, but he's finishing this World Cup very well. 186 for 5. And I reckon also he's someone that Eoin Morgan, when asked in a meeting, who do you want, which one of those bowlers do you want leaving out, he said, I want Plunkett. And Willie made way. Your point, Brendan, about Archer bowling fire. I'm just wondering if they feel Archer can't come back for that 3rd spell, whether they've just gone 5 and 5. It is a big ask. One thing they say about Jofra Archer at the moment is watch his workload, watch he's like in the 2nd, 3rd spell. Test cricket coming up, can he do it later in the day? Can he keep his speeds up? A lot of batters getting in and getting out. That'll be a concern for New Zealand. He's still there, isn't he? Shakib Al Hassan at the top of the fantasy game. Later today, someone will be getting the player of the tournament, player of the World Cup. A few candidates there, a few candidates playing today. It's evasive action. So that will be given as leg buys. When you're trying to get out of the way and it flicks you, trying to get away at the bouncer, then you get the leg buys. If you just play no shot, then you don't. It's a dead ball, but that was evasive action.
It's under a bit of fire here, Colin de Grandhomme. Last over, he caught one on the helmet from Archer. On this occasion, he gets one on a little bit of the back, I think. Take the result, the 4 leg buys. He's under a bit of fire with the short delivery from England.
Oh no, he's going to have to hurry. They've picked on Rashid's arm. That's very good running.
Didn't hesitate one little bit, Colin de Grandhomme there. He was down and back, and that's a good sign as well, because he's just been ruffled up. Obviously hitting the helmet by Jofra Archer. He's had another short ball that was unsettling from Wood, but he's not shying away from it. He never will. It's the type of character he is. But straight away, bat down, we're off again. You're not going to put me off, Mark Wood. I'm going to have you again here. I'll keep coming at you if you want to keep coming at me.
Slower ball from Wood, slightly slower ball. Absolutely vital, Colin de Grandhomme. He can do some damage in those last 5 overs. He hits a big ball. He's used to playing in England. He's played here quite a few years. Warwickshire he's played for. He's done well. Very dangerous at the death of an innings. Vital for New Zealand he's there at the end. Get him up psychologically. 250. Can they get there? 55 in the next 7 and a bit overs. Aerial over wide mid-on. 3 men out there. Luckily he didn't get it very well. 196 for 5.
Well, the Cricket World Cup final is finally here. If you want a memento for the day, you can go to any one of 6 merchandise shops throughout the ground here today at Lord's. And you can also pick yourself up one of these. It's a limited edition cap. You're only going to get it today. This is for the World Cup final. Come and get it.
The fans have been quite brilliant in this tournament. It's been the plus point for me, the tournament. The fans, the way they've come in. Not just here at the ground, but Trafalgar Square. They're sitting there watching various other sporting events going on around the UK. Cricket taking centre stage. Just been hit by the slower ball bouncer.
Love that scene, Nasser. It's gripped the country, hasn't it? It's young and old, men and women. It has gripped the country, this Cricket World Cup. The crowds have been magnificent throughout. It's the only country where you can get away with playing these games and having full crowds. You know, all of the neutral games as well. I thought it's been absolutely brilliant.
Just about got a bat on that one. Well, if you don't like fast bowling and you're a little bit scared of it, look away now. Because Archer has done 3 in this tournament. Amla 1 first game. Last game, Carey. Helmet off. And today, the lad who just jogs in, it comes out the speed of light.
And I think you were commentating, Nasser, when Ben Stokes took that catch in the first game of the tournament. Well, the best catch of the tournament is this catch here from Alex Carey. This is the catch of the tournament. He was gone. He was out. Presence of mind to take that catch of his helmet, that's as good as it gets.
I'm still voting for Stokes.
That's because you're English.
Ish. 200 up. 6.5 overs to go. What can they get to? Flat bats that nearly carries to cover. First sign that Colin de Grandome's just getting a bit impatient and worked over with the short ball.
He's just nowhere near it, was he? Stokes disappointed.
This is brilliant, Archer. It's quicker short ball, slower short ball. These two have no idea what pace it's coming off. Threw that shot so early. I'm not surprised if you've just been hit on the helmet and you see it banged in. It's heads away. This is very smart bowling.
Got all the tricks. 148 Ks at the back end of the innings. Gonna jam that Yorker and just getting it wrong, but you cannot set yourself up. Some bowlers you might think at the back end you'll set yourself up for the slower ball, but then you'll just get bounced.
It's a nice graphic, that, isn't it? You see how up front it was all pace, and now in his second spell it's a variation in pace. It might be another wide, actually. That's 3 in the over. No, that is a wide, Jofra. Definitely.
Yeah, umpire Ray Rasmus just indicating it's for the leg side wide as well, not over the shoulder. And he's got it absolutely spot on. I think New Zealand's point of view, this variation in pace and bounce we've seen on this wicket, it will enthuse them if they can get around that 240 on the board. They get some early wickets, the wicket starts to slow up. It's going to be hard to generate a strike rate.
Ended up with 8 runs with the wides in the over, 204 for 5. No bowler has gone round the park there for England. Look at the economy. Woakes exceptional, backed up by all the other bowlers. Stokes just the 3 overs.
You'd think that you're just talking about it, Brendan, that 248's the magic number. Only twice in the tournament has anything above 250 been chased down. Only twice in this whole tournament. batting first. Bangladesh hunted down West Indies' high score in Taunton, 322. And India chased 265 against Sri Lanka. And that's it.
Yeah, I'd say 240 plus is a good score, particularly with Trent Boult. His wicket-taking ability at the top of the order. We know England, they are such a strong batting lineup. But it's one thing playing in a bilateral series on flat wickets, being able to climb into the bowling. But when you're playing for the World Cup trophy, you're playing for all those spoils.
Now that's gone all the way. It has, and that's quite a big hit as well. Only one boundary, and they were leg byes in the last 5 overs. They needed boundaries, they've got a maximum.
This is an area of strength for Tom Latham. Timed it beautifully. It's a good, as you talked about, Nasser, one of the longer areas of the ground.
Ouch. That wasn't going to be pitched up after being hit over wide mid-on for 6.
I think New Zealand will be very comfortable with that, around that 240, 250 score. I'm not saying that England can't chase it at all, but I think we could well be in for a fascinating afternoon. Love to see England stick to their guns of how they've played. They may need the craft players to be able to gel in and around them. Jason Roy is going to be explosive at the top of the order, but it's the players like Bairstow, Root. To me, they are the glue that is going to be allow those stroke makers to flourish.
Next side again, but lands safe. Archer with the ball. Archer's a good athlete. De Grandhomme wants another. Good from Butler. He did a brilliant run out the other day, nutmegging Steve Smith, and they're going to have a look at this one.
TV umpire to director, we have a referral for a run out. Can I get your best side on angle, please? Thank you. Thank you. Coming up now. In and thank you. I've made my decision.
Very good from Jos Buttler. Aware that De Grandhomme was struggling. Another bouncer to end the over. Woods done. 10 overs, 1 for 49, 211 for 5.
I think he might be done on more than one occasion as well here. Nasser, as overs are done and dusted, I think he'll be heading off the field, Mark Wood, with a side strain. That left side, he might be making his way off the park. Just looked like he was grimacing through those last couple of balls. Owen Morgan was having a word to him as well, making sure he was okay.
Yeah, his body language is not great for someone who's had a decent day. Maybe it's just physical, but you can see that left hand keeps going down to his ribs there at the back. And I reckon he might have tweaked something, Mark Wood. Keeps feeling that left side. Brandon McCullum, if you're batting against Jofra Archer and he's banging it in but varying his pace like he's doing, what are you thinking? Where are you looking to hit?
Well, I think first of all you've got to sit quite deep in the crease, almost camp on the back foot a little bit. And I'd look to try and almost go across the stumps a little bit, or give yourself some room outside leg.
Obviously he has that variation where he can go Yorker. So what you're looking at, cut and pull, basically. Sit back, which option's better? Because they got 3 out for the pull.
I think the pull's harder as well against Jofra Archer. It's not completely out of the realm of possibility, but it's a difficult shot against his pace and his steep bounce. I think with the uppercuts or the cut shot is a lot easier. And if you can pick up that slower ball, then that's when the pull shot comes into play. Pace on, look to go offside, and his pace off deliveries, that's when you can look to try and drag it to the leg side.
Does sit back. He's getting peppered by Archer here. That tweet Archer sent as a young lad, he put out one of his first tweets, all batters out there, if you're going to face Jofra Archer, you better need 2 helmets. And I think it's been pretty spot on ever since.
The bizarre aspect of this is Colin de Grandhomme is actually a pretty good player of fast bowling, and he quite likes the short ball normally, but he's been made to look very rushed, and Archer's bowling fast, but his change-ups have been superb. It just seems like he's a step ahead of Colin de Grandhomme at this stage.
Yeah, Colin's just starting to look a little bit frenetic now, a little bit concerned. By now he's usually got a couple of boundaries away. He's yet to hit a boundary. Very good from Archer. Just 3 singles from the over. 214 for 5.
That's brilliant. Superb bowling at the death. And we talked about the fact that he's going to have to bowl 5 in a row. And that is never easy, but he's got the 3 deliveries he wants sorted. The slower ball, the Yorker, and the quick bouncer at 150 as well. He's mixing them up beautifully, and he's causing all sorts of trouble.
Well, you can see in the long room there, we were worried about Mark Wood. Mark Wood makes his way off the field, through the long room and up the stairs. He looks like he has done his side in good spots, Simon Doull. James Vince, the fielding sub, is on. Four overs to go. Brendan McCullum wants 240 plus. Chris Woakes brilliant again. 7 overs, 1 for 19. Everyone out on the leg side. Right, something's got to give at Colin de Grandhomme's end. He's had enough of being peppered by Jofra Archer. He's going to go up. Woakes is in. He knows Chris Woakes well from Warwickshire, and he's going to go after Woakes.
I think he wants to stay short here, Chris Woakes. It'll be short, slower balls, or short in at the ribs of Colin de Grandhomme. The men up inside the circle behind point on the offside would dictate the angles. Got to be in at the hips. Slower or quicker, but short.
Yep, slower ball right at that hip. And this should be 2 again. 5 wickets have gone, and it started with Chris Woakes. Brilliant length to Martin Guptill. He did review it, which cost him later. Fine nick from Kane Williamson. This is when Plunkett got into his work, and got into his work very well. This is when they would have loved that review, to have that review. That was going over. Big wicket of Ross Taylor as well. And then Plunkett's third wicket.
Tough ask on Chris Woakes. He hasn't bowled since the 14th over. He bowled 7 up front, and to come back on and bowl at the death. It's a long time in between spells. It's a tough ask. I agree with you, Nasser. I think this is the over they've really got to go after.
What New Zealand will like, they won't like the fact they're not getting many boundaries, but the pitch is slowing up, and if you do bowl cutters and bowl it into the surface, it's looking hard to hit.
Yeah, and I think they would have learnt a lot from their semi-final win the other day, where they managed to get through to that 240 through hard running. They ran a lot of twos in that last couple of overs to get them to that score, and it looks like they're going to have to do something similar here.
Oh, chipped in the air. That's going to be a tame, soft dismissal. He never looked comfortable after being hit on the head by Jofra Archer, and it was a wicket waiting to happen.
Yeah, tough day out for Colin de Grandhomme. But credit to Chris Woakes, credit to England, the way they bowled to him. I said all along it's going to be slower ball. Surely de Grandhomme would have known that, but maybe just the tough time that he's had has scattered that mind a little bit. Vince, the sub-fielder on the field, comfortable catch for him. De Grandhomme 16 from 28, 219 for 6.
Mitch Santner comes in at number 8. There's still 3 overs and 1 delivery to go. And England aren't releasing their grip on this first innings. New Zealand, lots of batters have got in and got out, nearly everyone. Batsman cross, so Latham will be on strike. Another excellent over from Chris Woakes, even 2 for 25, 220 for 6. Has scored some useful runs against England in his time, Mitch Santner. This was a dismissal again of Colin de Grandhomme. Didn't look comfortable after being peppered by Archer. Bowl as a partnership as well. Archer tying it up at one end, Woakes comes on at the other, gets the reward. Wasn't easy. Jofra Archer used the quicker bouncer and the shorter bouncer as well. Slower ball bouncer into the surface, taking pace off. And he just looked frenetic by the end. Up for a little bit of ice on the head, I reckon, after that blow he took early. What was the reaction yet? 6 times they've been out their seats today, jumping up for wickets. You're right, the one thing we haven't seen much of is like the uppercut. Just over the keeper, maybe third man fine leg back, but I think Santner or Latham with those bouncers would just try and get it over Buttler. Is it a shot for Santner?
It's going to have to be. At this stage of the innings, you just cannot be going under the short ball. You need to be trying to score off every delivery. We have 13 balls remaining in this first innings for New Zealand. You want to make sure you score off every one of those. If you can find the fence on 2, 3, maybe 4 occasions, then you really get your score up there. Desperate for another 20, 25 runs.
Very good again from Archer. Only singles in the over, 225 for 6.
So by the regulation, please stay off the playing area at all times. Anybody ignoring this reasonable request is liable to fines and prosecution under the Public Order Act. That will include during today's 30-minute interval between innings.
Two overs to go, and New Zealand need some big buildings at the end. They need a good over, at least one good over. England are giving them nothing at the moment. Big appeal. I reckon it pitched outside and he misses with the run out. Woakes wants a review. They're going to use the review.
TV umpire to director, we have a review for LBW. The original decision is not out. Can I check the front foot first, please? Thank you. That's a fair delivery. We can go to front on. Front on coming up. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Doesn't appear to be any bat, but we'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. Ultra Edge coming up now. Flat line, flat line, flat line, flat line. Thank you. No bat involved, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready. Ball tracking coming up now, and pitching outside leg stump. We'll be going back to Kumar on field.
Good on-field umpire's decision. Wasn't quite full enough. Anytime you bowl length from over the wicket to a left-hander, there's that worry of it pitching outside leg. He did go a long way across. Santner. Correction, Latham, they've had a leg by.
Quite get the execution there, Santner, but certainly the right idea. Went deep in his crease, slightly across to off stump, trying to target that leg side boundary. Clothed it a little bit, but certainly the right plan. Woakes has been super impressive today. That first spell was sensational. He's come back, he's really doing the job for his skipper.
Oh dear. Well, they wanted a boundary from somewhere. Not sure that's the route they were thinking.
I'm going to keep giving him a rap because this is a shocker, this ball. After talking him up, he's probably bowled the worst ball he's bowled all day. And Jos Buttler's been done too. A bit of turn on the outfield.
A bit of French cricket from the keeper.
Chip to mid-off, gone. Good comeback after that ball down the leg side. Woakes has 3, Latham's gone.
I know the execution's not easy, but the slower balls are a must. You've got to be setting yourself up for a slower ball here by the look of the field. And that's been the issue with the last few overs. Not quite been able to execute or even consider that might be the plan. This one's got right at the bottom of the bat. It's floated out, it's wide. And again, too easy for James Vince. He's picked up 2 catches in the 3 overs that he's been on. Latham gone for 47, 232 for 7.
Matt Henry comes in at number 9, and you have 9 deliveries left as well. No, that'll be an apology straight away. It will be a warning, and it will be a free hit. One of the nicest guys in the game, Chris Woakes. Just going for a Yorker, got it wrong. Very scary for Santner. Next ball won't be, it'll be a free hit.
Well, I think it was very close to a no ball on both counts there. Check out that front foot as well. That wasn't far away. Surprise Santner. He's actually done well to get a little bit on it. You're right. He is a nice guy, Chris Woakes.
Free hit. And he misses. It's amazing how many slower balls they've missed. Surely you've got to be thinking slower ball and be surprised by the quicker one. Even here with the Latham wicket, it was a slower ball and he's surprised by it when nearly every ball is one.
I'll tell you why, and that's because Jofra Archer's put it in the New Zealand batters' minds that they're going to go short. They're going to go fast. And so instantly they've just set themselves on the back foot. Haven't been able to respond.
This will be close with a direct hit. Misses. He's in the action, James Vince. He'd have been having a cup of tea, feet up on the balcony. All of a sudden he's out there for Wood. He's had a couple of catches, a near run out. Well, I reckon Kane Williamson wanted 250. Brendan McCullum said 240 and we're in the game. So these 7 deliveries are vital for those men on that balcony. Just a bit of momentum. Someone get us a couple of boundaries. Cow corner, yeah, need a few boundaries, and he's going to give it the long handle off just his first delivery. 238 for 7.
Well, it takes a smart fast bowler to set himself up for the slower ball at the back end of the innings.
Smart and fast bowler going together in a sentence.
Chris Woakes, 9 overs, no made,
He's got this one wrong, Wokes. Tail ender at the crease. Go pace on and go short. He's giving him a look at it. Henry's not going to miss out on that.
Well, Kane Williamson is saying, get me 12. Come on, you two, get me 12 from somewhere. Psychologically, get me up to 250. Owen Morgan is saying, end this now, Jofra. Give him nothing. Archer has been brilliant in his last 4. Can he have another good one? Shouldn't be a wide. He went a long way across. Yeah, not a wide.
Disappointed Mitchell Santner. Knows exactly what he's trying to do. What Brendan McCullum talked about. Stay deep in the crease, look to go behind square. Somewhere, get something on it.
Goes the other way. And again a direct hit and he's struggling. Again they miss. It's a serious dive in there from Santner. I hope he hasn't hurt his shoulder or leg. Some bowling to do. Ball hitting his back. Right, Matt Henry's little ticker's going 100 mile an hour here. He's seen proper batsmen been sconned with the short ball. And he's just going to swing and swing like a rusty gate as hard as he can. Yep. Umpires look at each other and it's a wide.
Yeah, slower ball.
Yep, and with that, wide is 240. New Zealand are in the game. Nasser is saying that is for sure. 240 on the board in a World Cup final. Oh, hey, hey.
I've never seen Brendan McCullum so excited, to be honest. Yeah, full and straight. Good, clever bowling. He knew Henry was expecting the short ball, brought the stumps into the equation.
Just 147.2 kilometres, thank you very much. Top of off stump. Without bouncing, but still top of off stump. Jofra Archer getting a bit of reward for all his good work today. Henry's gone for 4. New Zealand 240 for 8.
Matt Henry bowled by Jofra Archer for 4. Speaker of batsman number 18, Trent Bolt.
Three balls to go. Trent Bolt arrives at the crease. He's got some work to do later today with the ball. Bat on ball now and try and get Santner on strike for the last 2. He has a very odd technique with the bat, does Trent Bolt. There's a lot of moving parts when he bats. Often they say in a team meeting the night before, hit top of off. Generally they mean bounce first and hit top of off. This one was just straight to top of off. Just the one delivery to go. Amazingly, he ducks under it. I can't understand that for the life of me. Surely he should be playing a shot, but it's down to the skill of that man, Jofra Archer. His last 5 overs at the death, 1 for 22. Brilliant death bowling from Archer. And a brilliant all-round performance from England. Not a single bowler let the side down. Plunkett in the middle, Woakes and Archer up front. Archer at the death. And a bit of Rashid in there as well. Outstanding team performance, backed up in the field. Bowlers have done their job. It's over to the batters.
I heard them talk about this actually as a pair. Bairstow always sort of leads the charge out to the middle, then he slows down, does his stretches, and Roy catches up. So it's a bit of a ritual really. That's the way they like to do it. There's quite a lot of superstition in cricket.
And there's a reason for that superstition, in that in this tournament at least, their last 4 opening partnerships together measure 128, 160, 123, 124. It's quite a record.
Well, that's the scenario, folks. 242 to be the world champions. Defend it. 10 good pieces of cricket. And Kane Williamson on the left will lift it proudly as well. New Zealand will believe they've done it before. They've been to a World Cup final. They sold themselves a little bit short there. But this time around, they've got enough to encourage the fight. This will be crucial. Bolt.
Yes, and it's right that it is Bolt. If you recall the group stage game up at Durham, Kane Williamson gave Mitchell Santner the first ball, which almost worked actually, nearly got Roy first ball. But I do think it's right that Bolt has the pavilion end here with the slope in his favour, and England do have an indifferent record against left-arm bowlers here.
Well, it's an interesting field because they've only got one slip. He's going to be trying to bend the ball back into the right hand as the odd one will go across. But he's got an interesting field placing just behind square, but very shallow in a catching position as well. Johnny Bairstow is at the non-strikers in. What a fine tournament he's had. And, well, Roy has just been simply outstanding. So Nicholls is there for the one off the hip. England will, if they're consistent, go at this at a rate of knots. They'll try and take the stuffing out of New Zealand early on in the piece. New Zealand need early wickets. And then it's game on very much. It might be anyway. So then England. 242. Here you go. Close, close, close. Straight away. Straight away. Maybe just missing leg stump. Just missing leg stump. Big decision, big decision, big decision. He's going. He's going. Wow. What a start.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. The original decision is not out. Can I look at the front foot first, please? Thank you. Thank you. That's a fair delivery. Thank you. We can go to front on, please. Front on coming up now. Thank you. Doesn't look like there's any bat. We'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. Ultra Edge coming up now. Flat line, flat line. Just rock and roll that in the back. Yep, yep. Clear gap between bat and ball, so there's no bat involved. We can go to ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up now. Impact in line. And impact and umpire's call on the wickets. So you'll be staying with your original decision, Murray, of not out. You're on screen now.
I'm almost speechless. I can't believe that. I cannot believe it. First ball of the innings.
Ross Taylor making his way very glumly back to slip, and he will reflect on the role of luck in this game. He got a bad one himself in the first innings.
England are underway. Shaky start. Just to remind people at home, if umpire Erasmus had have said out, it would have stayed out. One of the great anomalies of the system. but it works in the favour of Roy this time around, Simon.
Yeah, 50% of the ball hitting 50% of the stump, I think, is the key. So that is, what are we talking? Probably 8 to 10 millimetres away from being good. It's probably two average decisions from a very, very good umpire. The Ross Taylor one and that one. But you've got to take the good with the bad, unfortunately, and sometimes the umpire's call goes your way, sometimes it does not.
Massive moment. Mark it down as a massive moment in this run chase. Bairstow on strike. Good line from Bolt. He will bowl well, there's no doubt about it.
He said you've got to take the rough with the smooth, Simon. Recall the semi-final and Jason Roy. Decision from actually the man standing at square leg now. Given out down the leg side. Missed it by a mile, but didn't take the rough with the smooth kindly on that occasion. But just gets the benefit this time.
Yeah, and I think, you know, many people were saying that Jason Roy should have got more punishment than what he got. I think it would have robbed the final of a very good cricketer and a very good performer. He'll feel bad about what he did, about staying at the middle of the wicket and having a few words to the umpires. It wasn't right. I didn't like seeing it, but I would not have liked to see him miss the final.
It's a threatening start, this, from Trent Boult. Does make you wonder why he didn't get the first over against England up at Durham. He is such a threat. And England's record against left-armers is a modest one, relatively modest, compared to the way they play right-arm bowlers with the new ball. And he's got the slope, he's got the breeze, a real threat.
Oh, bit of pad. It was nearly through Bairstow. What a great start from Trent Boult. That sets the tone. It's 1 for none after 1. Well, they sit there and hope. Travelled a long way to see this. There's a chance. Boult on the money. And now this is a really interesting contest because Jason Roy, I'm sure, figures he can get Matt Henry. Of the two opening bowlers, this is the one he will prefer to go after. New Zealand have 2 slips in place.
You said Jason Roy might fancy Matt Henry. Henry might fancy England's batsman as well. Just cast your mind back to the semi-final against India, and he got some fine players out there threatening the outside edge. Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul, and he's got the slope here to take it away from the 2 right-handers to threaten that outside edge with 2 slips in place.
Oh, goodness me. He's getting a little bit of luck, and he's getting it nice and early here. Jason Roy, he's had a great tournament. It's nearly over there.
It's come back up the hill from Matt Henry. That just seemed back. There's enough indentations in the surface to make the ball just nip about a little bit.
Oh, hit that. This is going to be fun. This will be fun.
Not much fun for Jason Roy so far. Almost dispatched first ball by Boult. This is a cracker of a leg cutter from Henry. Mentioned the slope that will allow him to get the ball to move away, and that is a perfect example. Beauty.
I like that from Jason Roy. He'll want to protect these men to follow as much as possible. Joe Root Probably the finest player in England in all formats. Owen Morgan, the skipper. Stokes and Butler, if they get down to Wokes and Plunkett, well, New Zealand will feel like they're a chance.
A few nerves on that balcony. It's the occasion. Add that to the difficulty. What this means to all these players. They know what New Zealand did against India. They do not want to expose that middle order, but they want to be positive. They're twixt and between at the moment. That's a good shot to break the shackles. Straight down the ground. Half volley, and it gets the treatment. It's 5 for none after 2.
It will be fascinating to see how Roy and Bairstow approach this from here on in. These kind of middling totals, and you'd say 240 is a middling total, they can sometimes stymie aggressive opening partnerships like Bairstow and Roy, because you can feel you can get to the winning total by playing the percentages. But that's not how they play as a partnership. They are not a partnership that plays the percentages. So will they stay true to their game?
Here's Bolt. And that gets away. Well, this is the side that has to defend it now. They've done their bit with the bats. Guptill, you'll expect brilliance there. In fact, you'll expect brilliance and fight the whole way through that lineup. They know because they've done it. Lockie Ferguson, the speedster, what can he do shortly?
He might be very important for you today. I know he's been a key player for New Zealand in this tournament. Lots of wickets in those middle overs. He missed that game against England up at Durham with a hamstring strain. But looking at the way that Plunkett succeeded today with those cross-seam deliveries in the middle overs, Ferguson's role could be a critical one today.
It's good field. Williamson set a really good field here because it gives the option for Bolt to bowl at the stumps.
Yeah, and if you remember back to that semi-final, the field he had to Virat Kohli, he didn't have a third man on the boundary at all. Only had one man on the boundary, and that was at fine leg. He basically had point, cover point, mid-off, and had an extra man again in the leg side, so he had 4 inside the circle on the leg side.
So nearly a drag on, and Bairstow will get off the mark.
The encouragement is for Johnny Bairstow to look to go through the offside, looking for that one to come back. He wants to leave that gap open behind point for him. And the rub of the green at the minute is with England. And the longer they can continue that, just deny New Zealand a wicket up front, which they are searching for and desperate for.
Oh, man, that's close. He didn't play a shot either, did he? What was that?
Tell you what it was another beautiful bit of bowling from Trent Boult. He's kind of bowling with a low arm here. His arm is just slightly lower as he's trying to hoop it back. And he just hooped it back a bit far. Nutmegged Johnny Bairstow. Jason Roy, correction. He megged him.
And that's his reply. That's the Roy way. Done for all money the ball before and switch it out of your mind straight away.
Yeah, I like it from Jason Roy's saying, I'm not going to stand in my crease. I will not be dictated to. May not always work, but that is a quality shot. You saw him in the last over, advance down the wicket to Matt Henry as well.
Oh. Got that out of the middle of the bat. I'm not quite sure how, but there's fun and games out there. 12 for none after 3. Well, runs per over wise, it's not a tough chase. 230 from 47 overs is pretty easy by modern standards, but the tricky part is it's doing a little bit. It's interesting enough to create opportunities. Here's Henry, second over for him. And that is about the length. That's the length that Plunkett found, that difficult length.
Came back in as well. England just need to survive this 3 or 4 over period up front. You'd see the wind go out of the New Zealand sails just a little bit. They'll never stop trying. But a bob well enough, they will feel to pick up a wicket, maybe 2, and it hasn't gone their way just yet. It hasn't happened. Henry's first over, back through the gate. Had a couple to go away. That one went away as well. So brilliant difference from Matt Henry, using that wrist, using the variety that the surface provides.
Taylor too at first slip. New Zealand will field well. That's one of their trademarks. They'll be good inside that circle. They'll hunt up. They'll create run-out pressure. England will try and bust free with positive batting, stroke play. Just a reminder that neither of these sides has ever won this World Cup, so there'll be a new name on the trophy. New Zealand, second final in a row, giving themselves a better chance than they had in the first one.
Specially minted the trophy was the last time the tournament was held here in 1999. Specially minted trophy that has been used since then. So only 5 men, I think, have held it up. There'll be a 6th tonight.
Charging up and over. Is it a chance? No, it's going to clear mid-on. De Grönholm racing back, but no timing there from Jason Roy. Contest on, 16 for none after 4.
Wondered initially the way Jason Roy played it, whether it was a slower ball from Matt Henry. It wasn't. They will come later on. We saw so many slower balls from England in the last 10 overs.
They've given it everything, New Zealand. They've done everything but get a wicket.
Really good from Bolt. And it is why the field that Williamson has set is a good one. Those 3 men on the leg side is allowing Bolt to bowl an attacking line to try and bring it back onto about middle stump from off stump. There's enough movement there in the air. This is a real testing spell for Bairstow and Roy.
Gets it through, and that will run up the hill for 4. Bairstow gets a boundary.
And that'll be the key for Johnny Bairstow and for Jason Roy as well. When they get an opportunity, this is just a little bit full from Trent Bolt. Searching for that swing. A little bit full. Bairstow pounces on it. That's what England have done so well throughout this tournament.
Well, have played with great freedom throughout this tournament, England. These two have set the tone there. Partnerships, as Michael Atherton just pointed out. The last 4, 128, 160, 123, 124. Got a problem in the 120s. It's poor, and that gets the treatment. Second boundary in the over. And England are just breaking free of the noose at the moment.
Yeah, it's not just those runs that you mentioned, Smithy, with those 4 consecutive 100 partnerships. It's the manner with which they have scored their runs with such confidence and style. England were really wobbling mid-tournament after a couple of defeats to Australia and Sri Lanka. Roy came back into the side, and with him came a bit of confidence again. Way they play transmits to the rest of the dressing room, and that's what a good pair of openers can do.
24 for none. Two boundaries in the last Bolt over has helped England get away a wee bit now. 24 for none after 5. Matt Henry for the 3rd over. And the spell for him. Down at Trafalgar Square, how are they feeling down there, you reckon? Give us a wave or a thumbs up or something. Something. There, that's more like it.
I thought they weren't listening to you for a moment, Smithy.
Should know better than that, Simon. In the air, but it's in the gap as well, and that'll run away down the hill. The boundaries are starting to flow.
Risk and reward. It is not a half volley. Jason Roy is the type of player who will drive on the up, and if there's movement there or the ball holds up in the pitch, it can go anywhere. It could squirt to gully, it could nick to slip, he could hit it to Santner there at cover, but if it doesn't and he gets it somewhere near the middle, he is a very dangerous player. That's what makes him such an enticing prospect at the top of the order.
Nice reply from Matt Henry. The one thing that's very, very difficult from a bowling point of view, when you get these conditions and you've got, as you said, Athers, a middling score on the board, the last thing you want to do is go searching, but you find yourself doing that. Trent Boult did that in the last over. You search for a wicket rather than just putting the ball in the right area time and time again, thinking it'll come, it will happen.
It has happened. It's carried through and Latham takes the catch. And Henry has got the breakthrough, and it's Roy at that.
Held his nerve, didn't he? Driven for 4, but still pushed it up on a length that encouraged Roy to come forward. Well done, Matt Henry. Kept his nerve. The captain kept the slips in as well. And that outside edge from Jason Roy has given New Zealand a lift.
They are checking this to see if it carried through, and they needn't bother having another look at it. Front foot is fine.
That's a fair delivery.
Catch is clean. And Jason Roy is about to head up the steps.
The bat. And that's clearly gone into the gloves. That's fine. I've made my decision.
Confirmation. They cross over in the long room. Root is on his way out. Roy is on his way up. $28 for 1 here at Lord's. Young man fondly regarded in this country as their best player. It is Joe Root at 3. Under pressure though, here's Matt Henry. He's got his radar right, and that was a beauty.
Yeah, we suggested that leg cutter running down the slope was the threat from Matt Henry. All the threat was to the outside edge. Roy tried to get forward. It was a beautiful length. Had him feeling for the ball. And Latham did the rest.
That was an interesting piece of action. I think we'll come back to it, but let's celebrate from New Zealand's point of view. Henry over, which got that wicket. 28 for 1 after 6. And normally what you're supposed to do when there's a referral on the field of play is you're supposed to wait until the other umpire gives you the signal. The fourth umpire, it's Alim Dar from Pakistan today, and he's saying, just wait there, just wait, we're sorting this out, we're sorting this out. Jason Roy said, you can sort it out for yourselves, I know exactly what's happened here.
All action stuff again. A little bit like when New Zealand opened up. Lots of balls going past the edge. Ball moving around boundaries. Interesting position that Kane Williamson has put in, a leg gully. At times it makes your left arm a bowl a bit straight. when you do have that extra man on the leg side. Just wondering if he could have that man in at second slip, or if he feels that Jonny Bairstow is just going to fall over and clip it to that leg gully.
And that's, I think it could be get into Bairstow's mind as well, make him set up like every ball is going to swing in.
That's to me is the problem as a captain. When you put a man there, you just get a bit straight. Get worried about being hit through the offside. You bowl to that man almost.
That's starting too straight, isn't it? There is that shape, there's still that swing, but it's starting too straight. I think the other thing, for a left-handed bowler to a right-handed batsman, yes, the ball coming back in is dangerous, but the ball that goes straight across on the angle is just as dangerous. That front foot push or front foot drive, looking for that outside edge, is still such a big wicket-taking delivery.
That's your line. That's your line, but it's a good shot. It's a really good battle, this.
Cream that, Bairstow. And again, this is where it's smart batting. He's not looking to take it too square. Looking to go back past the bowler, full face of the bat, nice and straight.
That's the variation. That's the one that goes across. Well, the semi-final was all about Boult and Henry with a new ball against a much hyped up Indian batting lineup. They've got some greats of the game. They found themselves 24 for 4. Brilliant bowling. One end, left arm swing in, and Henry nipping it around at the other. Great catching as well. There was the anomaly there, wasn't it? Virat Kohli we saw given out on the field. Umpire's call in that game. First ball here today, given not out. Umpire's call, save Roy. Exactly the same delivery.
Today a bit more out than the umpire.
Yeah, very surprised he didn't get the on-field umpire's decision. Better line to end the over, 33 for 1. And what are you doing, Brendan, with these bowlers? How long and how much are you bowling these two gun bowlers?
Well, I'd still keep them going for a little bit longer, because to me they need to be able to allow Lockie Ferguson to be able to bowl out the middle order of England. So it's so important for them right now to try and spend a bit of resource and try and knock over one or two more of the English top order.
Run rate not a problem, pitch moving around, that's the problem for England. They got their calming influence at the crease. Joe Root. Excellent in the power play, 8 wickets now. Started the tournament a little bit lacking form, but had a good year with Kent last season, playing in England. He likes these conditions, and seam bowling here from the nursery end is ideal. Some going down the slope, some nipping back up it.
I think the conditions have definitely favoured the type of bowler that Matt Henry is. I think the one time that he was sort of faced with a flatter wicket at Manchester against West Indies, he struggled. Outside of that, he's been nothing short of sensational for New Zealand at the top of the order. I think Tim Southee was going to be the opening bowler along with Trent Boult until he suffered that injury to his calf. Matt Henry stepped in, and what a tournament he's had. He's been superb.
The other thing, the pitches have obviously, I think, have been outstanding. I think today is another great example where there's been enough there for the bowlers. I think everybody's enjoyed the fact that we've seen good variation. We've seen pitches early on in the tournament. We saw some spin, even some reverse swing. We've seen some surfaces where the ball has seemed just enough nibble sideways and new ball swing. And then we're also seeing hundreds being made as well from the batsmen.
Down the pitch on that occasion, Joe Root trying to get to the ball before it moves.
I think you're in for an absolute thrilling game. I think this is a very good score. I was banging on about it all. First innings, get to 240, give yourself a chance. And to me, it was Kraft that got them there. Yes, they would have loved a few more, but they know that the strength of their side is with ball in hand. They'll be aggressive in the field. Kane Williamson will be aggressive with his tactics. He'll back his bowlers, take 10 English wickets and bowl them home.
Oh, yes, that's the length. That's the length. Look at the movement from that length as well.
How is he not edged that? Again, it's so full. He thinks it's a half volley. It's there to drive. Late outswing. That's an absolute peach from Henry.
That is some movement late. 90% of the way down. More than that to Johnny Bairstow. It was gun barrel. The last few millimeters, it just swung away, seamed away. No wonder Bairstow drove at it. Superb bowling. And again, great contest this. 34 for 1. Well, it's been very watchable today from any angle, whether in the ground or any vantage point outside the ground. They're getting ready for the fireworks later. Who knows who will be celebrating. Right, here's another contest. Joe Root against Trent Boult. Joe Root got out to left arm in the Australia game, with Stark swinging it into his pads. Gets it through, just be a single.
See Kane Williamson just manoeuvring his field, very deliberate plans against both batsmen. He's got modes of dismissal in mind, which I'd love to see from a captain. Hunting wickets.
Would you not like a second slip with that carry and that movement, that angle going across? If you don't have a second slip now, when do you have it?
No, if you're not having it to bold as well, you're never having it. But yeah, what I do like with Kane Williamson is he's got set plans to individual batsmen, and he's also got a bowler that is skillful enough to adapt. Certain bowlers have to have very consistent plans because they've only got plan A or plan B, where Boult is good enough to say, okay, to Root, we're going to look to go straighter, extra man on the leg side. Bairstow, we want to go outside off. We want to look for that outside edge or bring in that short cover. So to be able to do that at good pace, ball after ball after ball, with that shape out of the hand as well, the swing back into the right-hander, shows Trent Boult's class.
I think he's well here with the field that he's got, the 6-3 offside field. He's got a short cover in place and the one slip. To me, he's setting Johnny Bairstow up. He's looking to go across him. If he happens to nick it, he happens to nick it. For me, it's late in the over, he's going to look to swing the ball back into Bairstow.
That bottom hand just takes over, and Johnny Bairstow gets a bit nervy and a bit tense.
And you know this is a batsman. I think Bairstow knows the plan. He looks at the field, he knows the bowler, he knows Boult's strengths. So as a batsman, Bairstow's key here is to have the discipline to let the one that goes away with the angle across him, let that go, and the ball that swings back in, he's got to look to drive straight back past Boult.
Short ball pulled away. What a shot that is. Stays really confident in his mindset. Yup, it's difficult, but you bowl me a bad ball, I'm going to put it away.
Yeah, it's good batting. Trent Boult just went for something different. Bairstow sitting on that front foot. He wanted to push him back. Good fast hands to catch up with it.
It's a great carry. Good comeback. 39 for 1.
There you go. This is it. It is time for Royal Stag to make it now. You know what to do. You see yourself in the street, just like that. Give it some street, make it count. Royal Stag, make it large.
Well, at the moment, the predictor says 84% England. '48th and final match of the 2019 World Cup, and that's what they're playing for. Neither of this side have ever won it. It'll make a massive difference to both countries. The legacy of winning something like that, what an opportunity. Well, it's interesting how Joe Root comes out at number 3 in the white ball side. Some argue this is where he should bat in the test side. He doesn't want to move as captain. Wants to give himself a little bit more time after captaincy to bat at 4. Joe Root technically outstanding. Should be batting at 3. See off this movement, which is there.
Yeah, nicely bowled. That's the line to Root. Doesn't move his feet too much, either forward or back. Allows the ball to come to him. Wants to play dead straight with the full face of the bat. That's the line. It's that 4th stump channel, just outside that off stump, where you want his hands just to take his bat a little bit away from his body.
Yeah, he likes to sit back, punch off the back foot. It was excellent from Henry and him coming forward.
See Colin de Grandhomme just loosening the old shoulders up there. Yeah. Quickest of bowlers, but with a little bit in the surface, just a little bit of nibble, little bit of swing. He may just have that little X factor. He's going to pitch the ball up, he'll give it a chance. We've seen the fuller length. He's the most dangerous on this pitch. He may just be the bowler to exploit that.
That's the length that Root likes. He likes the back foot punch. If you asked him one shot, his trademark shot, it would be that, hanging back. It's what Australia at times did well with him down under a few years ago. Bang it that length and then the fuller one.
Yeah, again, it's the line. I think you got to get it just a little bit wider to Joe Root.
Did get him coming forward. Another very good over from Henry. A maiden, 39 for 1. 39 for 1, end of the power play. And Brendan McCullum called it up here. He said Colin de Grandhomme's getting loose. He might be the man to bowl the right length on here. We're just about to find out. What do you reckon? Tom lay them up or standing back?
I want them up. Definitely want them up, Nas. Keep them camped in their crease. Bring that LBW bowled.
Sometimes when it's moving around like this, though, aren't you more likely to catch the edge when you're back?
Yep, you are more likely to catch the edge. But to me, you've got to create the edge. The best way to create indecision in both Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root's mind here is to keep them camped inside their crease. Allow de Grandhomme to operate on that fuller length. Nibble a couple in, nibble a couple away. Otherwise, Bairstow and Root will both use their feet to Colin de Grandhomme.
in the air. That's why there was a man on the drive. Well, in their meetings last night, they were to discuss Bolt and swing, Henry and seam, pace of Lockie Ferguson. How much would they have discussed Colin de Grandhomme and his little nibblers from a very full length, batting out of his crease?
Yeah, I'd like to see Tom Latham come up. You can still bring a slip in. You can cover that outside edge by bringing Ross Taylor, who's at mid-wicket at the moment. Bring him across into that slip. Latham up to the stumps. He's still got protection at deep square. Your mode dismissals are in play. Tell you one thing though, it's been a fascinating first 10 overs, Nasser.
Absolutely. Always is when ball slightly dominates bat. Just bring bowlers into, as they've done throughout the tournament. In the air, dropped. Fairly simple caught and bowled, and Colin de Grandhomme's put it down. 39 for 1.
If you want to win World Cups, you've got to hold your catches. That is a regulation caught and bowled. Oh, devastating. You can see how much that means. Bairstow's been so good against New Zealand in the past. There's an opportunity.
Well, what an opportunity that was. Fielding has been brilliant for New Zealand in this tournament. First slip up, really. Well, they could have had a wicket with the first ball of the innings with the LBW, and they could well have had a wicket in Colin de Grandhomme's first over. Kane Williamson would have thought, brilliant, I've brought the bowler on, I've made the change, and he's dropped it.
Yeah, the height was good as well. That's belly button height, exactly where you want it as a bowler. You'd be disappointed. Just need those to stick, New Zealand.
Well, England will be happy. Sun's coming out here. Weather forecast will get better and brighter as the day goes on. They're going to need some bright weather because of Matt Henry. He has been quite brilliant. What a spell from the nursery end. Seam is harder to play than swing. It moves later. You don't know if it's going in or out. Outstanding bowling. Too good, some of those deliveries.
That footage there is a great example of what makes this game hard when the ball's moving as a batsman. The ball that actually gets you out isn't necessarily the Jaffa or the reason you get out. It's the lead up to the delivery. So the batsman seeing seam away, swing away, and all of a sudden one comes back and it gets you LBW or bowled. Or the opposite. You see a lot of shape, little bit of shape, just that natural variation off the surface makes it so difficult.
And you just lose your rhythm of batting a bit. I mean, Jason Roy has been in great nick. Joe Root has been in great nick. And you can just see the rhythm. There's the batting coach looking on. The rhythm of batting is just disappearing because ball's dominating. A couple of boundaries, you'll be back. And that's what Joe Root will realise. It will get easier if this sun stays out. Give yourself a chance. Three maidens in a row, 39 for one. Well, they say, stats guys will tell you in test match cricket, often after 3 maidens there is a wicket, build up of pressure. That New Zealand fan is hoping exactly the same here. At this stage, New Zealand were 46 for one. England are 39 for one. Cracking game on here. What are you doing with Matt Henry? Brendan McCullum, 6 overs, 1 for 13, making the ball talk.
Keep going. I think you've got to spend your resource. You've only got 241 on the board. You need another wicket, especially on the back of sustained period of pressure. He just looks like he's going to get a wicket every delivery. Just spend him, give him his opportunity. Still got Lockie Ferguson up your sleeve. You've still got James Neesham, Jimmy Neesham up your sleeve. Colin de Grandhomme, this his type of wicket. It's going to suit him. Mitchell Santner, you've got a lot of bowling. To me, I just think the most dangerous bowler right now is Matt Henry. He's in an incredible rhythm. He's making the ball talk. Just want a little bit more reward for it. You knock over one of these two, and all of a sudden, 240 seems a long, long way away. Just keep banging on about it, but bilateral series, this would never be enough. But in a World Cup final, 240 runs on a tough surface, it's a long, long way away.
Down the pitch, and that's why Brendan McCullum wants Tom Latham up to stop the batters coming down the pitch. He's staying back. He's not called for a helmet, nothing. He's going to stay back. Johnny Bairstow will start out the crease. He won't even bother going in the crease. There you go, straight away. Half a foot out the crease so he can get to the ball.
We're long on play. The only reason I imagine that that's the case is maybe Kane Williamson thinks 240 runs and scoreboard pressure is going to lead to wickets.
But also like the little push to long on. Nearly got caught on bowl, so Bairstow could try and push it to long on for a single. Caught on bowl comes in play. This time he just pushes it, takes the single. 42 for one.
Grab this ICC Cricket World Cup. Our partners Oppo have wanted to know who you're supporting. Still time to register your votes. Get onto Twitter. Visit @Oppo and register your vote. That's @Oppo, O-P-P-O.
.42 for one, 47 for one New Zealand were. Debating what to do with Matt Henry. Lockie Ferguson was ready to bowl, and the skipper changed his mind.
Looking to drive Bairstow. Might just getting a little bit impatient. He's on 20, but he's been out there for 38 balls. He likes to score. So New Zealand have done half the job. They've built pressure, seen some maidens, lots of dot balls. Now they need a chance. They need an opportunity. They need Henry to get this ball in the right spot. They need to get hold of this catch. That's brilliant. That's class. That's your line. That's your length. You're building pressure. You can see the New Zealand fielders in tight, looking for a run out, creating some energy. They need a breakthrough now. Bang, bang here. 3 for 40. Game on for the Kiwis.
He's gone wide of the crease there, Matt Henry, too. Really good bowling. Tight into the stumps. First couple of deliveries goes wide of the crease. Gives Bairstow something else to look at.
Gets it through. Gets it through. Went for that magic ball. And Bairstow was too good for him.
Yeah, brilliant Bairstow. This is over pitched, probably too straight. Gets it past the man at mid-wicket with good timing. Breaks the shackles, Bairstow.
Matt Henry had bowled 17 dots in a row before that boundary. Nearly dragged on. How many times in this tournament has he nearly dragged one on? Twice against Shami. In the group stage, he's nearly here. 50 up for England.
One that tells you don't need luck in this game. I will argue all day long about that, because little things like this can make a result. Bairstow chops on there. All of a sudden, New Zealand are cock-a-hoop. Instead, he picks up another boundary. Matt Henry's been superb, but he's gone for back-to-back boundaries.
Good. He always runs well, Johnny Bairstow. Always aware of the single. Takes it, keeps the strike. 51 for 1.
Plenty of cricket matches going on today over in Regent's Park. This game bubbling away nicely. England 51 for 1. And New Zealand bowling beautifully. Impressive spells from Henry and Bolt at the top. And England have lost one of their key men, Jason Roy. These two average 62 together. They enjoy batting with each other, both for England and up at Yorkshire. And de Grandum, how costly is that drop going to be now? Bairstow, when he was on 18 in the 11th over, a simple catch straight back to him.
Nicely played. It's up the hill, so Nichols should cut it off. He's got such good hands generally, Colin de Grandum. Big hands, that's for sure. And just that awkward height. Off the hands, into the stomach, and then straight down onto the ground. Didn't pop up, didn't give him any opportunity for a second grab at it. Oh, the stick or they don't. Been a brilliant day. A little bit of rain around this morning. It's cleared. Still cloudy. But the way that everything has been organised around, in and around Lords, the food trucks, the tents, crowd's been fantastic. An outstanding day.
Yes, it's remarkable, isn't it? There's cricket going on here, the World Cup final. The Wimbledon's not far away from here. There's the Formula One racing going on in Silverstone, and what a day. It's a terrific venue, Isha, isn't it? Win predicted, New Zealand 17%, England 83%, and that can change. A couple of wickets can change. Because they haven't got the wickets, New Zealand, but they haven't let the game slip away. End of the over, 56 for 1.
Yeah, incredible ground. People trying to steal a view everywhere. And this is what it's come down to. The 48th match of the Men's Cricket World Cup. New Zealand posting 241 with 15 overs into the second innings. Who's it going to be, England or New Zealand?
Well, who do you think it's going to be, Isha? I've got Isha Guha on my right, Simon Doull slightly further away.
Well, I don't want to jinx it, Sharav. So I'm saying if England play their best cricket, they'll get over the line. But this is a big moment. Ferguson in.
Past the inside edge straight away of Johnny Bairstow.
There's still some help, Simon, on this pitch, and that'll keep the bowlers interested. Little surprised he's bowling from the nursery end, because it's probably the right end, to be honest, because I think the wind's just changed back of a length, beating Johnny Bairstow. Was a bit surprised when Grandholm came from the pavilion end, because the wind was blowing from the left to the right. And he is with the breeze, Ferguson.
And wide. Can't afford to get carried away here, though, Lockie Ferguson.
He bowled a lot better in this World Cup in terms of lengths. Saw him a few months in a different format of the game where he just kept banging it in short and went for plenty, but just changed his length in these conditions in this competition. And it's another day we probably will have to bowl fuller. There's still enough help on the surface for the quicks, and England will get away if they keep banging it in short.
Well, this occasion of the World Cup final for 2019 has brought everyone out, men, women, children, boys and girls especially, celebrating the occasion, enjoying everything that this wonderful tournament has had to offer.
A lovely atmosphere, Simon. You know, you're allowed to bring your family, food, drinks, and you have a day out, a great day out. Not just great cricket, but enjoy the beautiful atmosphere, you can say, the greenery, the ground, the facilities. It's just amazing. Well, that's what they play for. Which one of you know either one of them, Isha, on the left or the right?
George W. Brilliant from Williamson.
.149 kilometers, that's good pace. And a much better length. It's a wicket-taking length. Yes, you can say a cover drive, it's pitched up. But New Zealand will need wickets to win this game, and that's the length which will get them wickets.
He's been pretty good this tournament, just mixing things up, the short ball and then the fuller one. He's got a good slower ball as well. Joe Root will take it on if it's short.
And he did. Martin Guptill. That was where Steve Smith was dismissed in that Australia game. Right there, short ball, he couldn't keep it down, and Martin Guptill took a screamer after putting 2 catches down already in that match. Most runs saved. 48. Martin Guptill, Ravi Jadeja's been outstanding. Maxwell Neesham, Stoinis, Sheldon Cotterill with that terrific catch in the outfield for the West Indies.
That's incredible from Jadeja. He just played 2 games as well, and he's second on the list. 59 for 1 after 16. Well, this is close. How close is it? Erasmus not interested. And New Zealand not interested either. They've got 1 review going down.
Yeah, going down the leg side. Oh, using his feet. That's pressure. That's pressure on Root. That's pressure on England. He's trying to find a way to get Grandhomme off the mark.
Well, this is very uncharacteristic from Joe Root. Often he's just accumulating. 7 of 29 deliveries now. Looking to break the shackles against Colin de Grandhomme. Doesn't want him to settle on a line and length. Edged and gone! Joe Root dismissed. Some frustration creeping in for the England number 3. And how big a moment is this?
Yeah, it's a big, big wicket. You could see the frustrations. You could see the pressure put on by New Zealand. And they are right back in this game. He's bowled a very good spell, Colin de Grandhomme. And a regulation catch to Tom Latham. Don't go anywhere. This game is still wide open.
7 for Joe Root from 30, 59 for 2. .3 overs gone here at Lord's. Joe Root departs, and it's time for a drinks break. 59 for 2 in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup final here at Lord's. Owen Morgan, the England skipper, walks out to the middle in the 17th over.
Yeah, if ever a captain's innings was required, it's at this time. It's a big wicket for New Zealand. Joe Root getting dismissed by Colin de Grandhomme. And in walks the captain at number 4. Very good record in this World Cup. Big innings against Afghanistan. Scoring 148. But this is the moment. This is the time. England need a captain's innings. Off the mark straight away.
3 balls in this over. Have a look at Joe Root. Look to work that one away to leg side. It was an appeal for LBW, nipping down. Wild swing, running down. Very uncharacteristic of Joe Root. Finally, 7 from 30 deliveries. He chases a really wide one, and the outside edge comes about. Pressure.
It's pressure, and it's good signs for New Zealand because there's still something in the pitch for the seamers. It hasn't been easy for Bairstow, hasn't been easy for Root, and that wicket will give a lot of confidence to the New Zealand bowling.
And that would just send a shudder through the dressing room. Joe Root usually so calm out in the middle, just working the ball around. I mean, they look fairly relaxed still.
Do you get that funny feeling, Isha? 3 World Cups, 3 times England have chased, and 3 times they've finished second in the tournament. End of the over, 60 for 2.
No more, Shorav, no more.
You see Simon Dool laughing. He's got his plans ready for the evening. He's off to New Zealand tomorrow afternoon, but that's Chris Woakes on your screen. eager eyes. That's what a World Cup final does to you. That's what it did to India, and England are 60 for 2 at the moment.
$182 more required from 33 overs. Required rate 5.52.
Looks a long way away.
And I think the plans here are going to be interesting, Simon. There's a slip in play and 2 men back on the leg side. Generally, Eoin Morgan coming in. Bowlers have gone with the short ploy. And Lockie Ferguson, with his pace, will definitely be looking at that. But I also think, because he knows they're going to be bowling short to him, whether it might be an option actually to just go across him and bowl full with that slip and that gully. Potentially his balance, setting himself back.
Goes down to third man. He'll come back for the second. That's going to be touch and go. He makes it. Yeah, good running by Eoin Morgan at the end. Well, you can see New Zealand looking at different fields to him. He's got a gully. He's got a third man. He's got 2 fielder on the onside. Deep fine leg, deep square leg. Eoin Morgan will be tested. Eoin Morgan will be tested with the short ball.
Outside, it's about the line. Even if you're just a little bit outside off stump to Eoin Morgan, he will get you through that area. You've almost got to be middle and off stump because of that little shimmy that he has just towards leg stump and outside leg stump. Looks to free up that offside, and it's just the way he's played. He's been the same way throughout his career. It's never changed. That's what you were talking about, Saurav. England at Cricket World Cups, 3 appearances.
New Zealand at Cricket World Cup finals, 1 appearance.
Second one now. Well, as you rightly said, Isha, Morgan will be tested with the short ball. But what worries me is the way he plays the length deliveries. He exposes those 3 stumps. Have a look at the back foot. It moves towards leg stump. And all these 3 stumps are exposed to the fast bowler. He stands on middle, so that's a technique which he has. It's not something which he does looking at the length, but it's his technique that he stands on middle and moves towards the leg stump. But he's got to be careful. He's got to be careful with the ball which is on middle stump. Just drags towards leg stump and goes further when he plays it. So it's not just the short ball which the New Zealand bowlers will test him. They'll push him back, but it's the delivery on the stumps he's got to be careful.
And it's just not so much a habit he's got into, it's just the way he has played for a long time now. No run there, 3 from the over, 18 have been bowled, 63 for 2.
Huge disappointment for New Zealand. They played so well in that tournament. One thing that was talked about was the fact that a lot of the players hadn't actually played at the MCG before. A lot of the New Zealand players in this final have been at Lords. They've played at Lords before.
Clothed it. He's clothed it. Does Williamson get there? No, he doesn't. Can't quite.
I don't know whether it's a clear plan from the England players to just try and get after de Grandhomme. He's gone for 11 inside 5 overs. I don't know whether it was talked about before this game. Don't let him settle.
Yeah, but England will have to do something. You know, run rate slowly creeping up. It was different at the start of the innings. They're just 65 for 2, and it's almost the 19th over. So they will need a move on. They need to put the pressure back on the New Zealand bowlers, because it's only going to get tougher. That's good delivery. There is something in for the seamers in this surface.
And it's nerves, it's the expectation, and we talked about it in the build-up. It wasn't anyone, barring perhaps Ian Smith and Brendan McCullum and myself and the 22 that are part of the New Zealand squad, that gave New Zealand any chance at all. All the scribes had written up, give England the World Cup. Just give it to them now. Don't even need to play the game. And it's got to be playing on the England players' mind.
The same thing happened against India. When they said India were the favourites, they would get past India. People were looking at an India in the final, but these boys have turned it around. New Zealand, they had a different story to write. They had a different story to script. This is a big moment of the game, a big partnership for England. He has been tested with the short ball. These are the dismissals against Australia. Back of a length, Mitchell Starc. He was quick. And this time against India, Mohammad Shami using the short ball against Ian Morgan. So you will see a lot of those from Ferguson. They will test him. They will put him under pressure. Not with this pace.
He's still going to try it though, Colin de Grandhomme. But just on the back of what you both were talking about, yeah, that's come from mainly the pundits and some former England players. But I don't think this England team would have come into this game taking New Zealand lightly. You write them off at your own peril. You've got to play well to still lift that trophy.
Yeah, spot on, Isha. I don't think Owen Morgan, Trevor Bayliss, they're not that way inclined at any stretch. England still in front of the game though, 66 for 2 after 19.
For 2. Morgan on strike. He's just got to hang in there. It's not a great line from Lockie Ferguson to a new batsman. He's got a lot of field on the offside, slip, gully, point, and he will be looking to get Morgan out in that part of the ground. Isha, when England, if at all, win today, would we be seeing that from you?
Alan, I'm juggling. Take me for a walk.
Juggling on the shoulders.
Well, I'm short enough. Yeah, that's a pretty decent skill to have. Probably last about 1 or 2 juggles.
Yeah, she's a lovely sport, Isha Guha.
That's lovely. Good timing from Johnny Bairstow. On top of the bounce, gets it through the gap.
England need a few more of those. New Zealand have kept the pressure on them, and this is a much needed boundary. Good shot on the up. He's a clean striker of the cricket ball, Johnny Bairstow. It's been a different sort of an innings in a World Cup final. He's normally a free-flowing batsman, but that's how good the New Zealand have bowled to them. That's a very good shot, right up on the toes, getting high, letting the arms go through. Brilliant.
Well, he came into this game with plenty of confidence. 3 consecutive hundreds against New Zealand prior to this match. He likes playing the Black Caps.
Got him. Chopped it on. He doesn't like it anymore, Isha Guha. Johnny Bairstow has nipped one from Lockie Ferguson back onto his stumps.
What a wicket for New Zealand. Well, Isha Guha in the commentary box has got her hands on her faces. She was just saying that he's got a remarkable record against New Zealand. And that's what Lockie Ferguson does. Inside edge onto the stumps. And England lose their third wicket. Everyone smiling. Ian Smith the most.
Well, it's been a tough innings, a fine innings, but it's got to end 36 from 55, 71 for 3. Ben Stokes, number 5. This will still feel a fair amount of pressure for Ben Stokes, I'm sure, in this situation. He's been in good form for England throughout this World Cup with the bat. Had major performances in England's losses, actually, Ben Stokes. I thought he played particularly well in 2 of those innings. Clips that one away comfortably. And the wicket of Johnny Bairstow just given New Zealand a little more hope.
Isha Guha is speechless. Inside edge onto the stumps. And how big a wicket is that? Very rarely you see England bat in one-day cricket with that sort of a strike rate. And that's how good New Zealand have been so far.
I'm not saying any more positive things about England today. Lockie Ferguson having the tournament of his life.
Yeah, I think what it does show is it shows the tough nature of this surface. We've talked about it all day. New Zealand fighting, scrappy, and that was at 17% before from a New Zealand point of view as the win predictor. Nobody's been able to come to the wicket and get bat on ball comfortably, score at a runner ball or even at a strike rate of 85-90. It's not easy.
I bet you this chase is not going to be easy. England will have to play really, really well from here to get past this total. Yeah, once again back of a length. Gets off the mark, gets off strike. He's got to make it fuller. Got to keep the ball fuller to Ian Morgan as well. 73 for 3 after 20, and New Zealand in a good position.
We have a game, 73 for 3, 20 overs gone. It's exciting. England win this World Cup, they'll know they've been in a contest. Here's de Grandhomme again.
Another big one.
Big chance. Get the New Zealand one round. Turn it round, son. Put the New Zealand side. Other side, son. Well, Ben Stokes, he is a fighter. He's tough. And he will dig in for the fight. They can no longer be part of it, those two. They've been and gone.
Question is, when you think of England's middle order, you think Ben Stokes and Jos Buttler to come, very free-flowing players, but nobody yet has managed to bat like that on this surface. Clearly it's tricky, it's holding, it's nibbling. Can England's free-scoring batsman find a score?
Oh, the Grönholm's unplayable.
I really like this matchup, Smitty. I think I mean this respectfully, the lack of pace, the pace off the ball, that 125 Ks is not what Ben Stokes is used to starting his innings against. Again, he's trying to mix the length up, come down the pitch, get the Grönholm off that good nagging length.
I've been interested that Tom Latham hasn't come up to the stumps. Neither for Morgan, who's at the non-striker's end, who's occasionally looked to come down the pitch to the Grönholm, and Ben Stokes, the previous ball, he's looking to come down the pitch. But Latham keeps looking at Williamson, who's saying, no, stay back, as if they're happy that the batsmen are doing that.
Well, he's at least got the helmet out there, Athers, so he's ready to stand up if Williamson says, right, let's do that.
But given they keep beating the outside edge, don't they? And if he stands up, that potential catch off the outside edge becomes much more difficult.
Don't change a thing. That's what New Zealand should be thinking. There's enough movement. There's enough variables off the surface. Keep your discipline and wait for this opportunity because it's not far away. One ball to come, sorry. This is what's left. Still so much depth in this England batting lineup, and it's spoken about regularly. Buttler, what a superstar. Seen Wokes make some very handy runs. Plunkett as well. So much batting still to come.
Two from the over, that's all. 75 for 3. This is the greatest city in the world. Tell you what, it'll be even better in 7 wickets' time. Run rate required is 5.76. Not an issue. Not an issue at the moment. But it did become an issue against India because that's in the end they had to go against and take risks, etc. At what point on this pitch does run rate become a factor?
Yeah, right now, you're not thinking about it as a batsman. But again, anything over 6 in a World Cup final becomes a lot more difficult. The key for England, though, they'll be thinking if they bat 50 overs, they'll comfortably get the runs. They'll still believe that.
Well, they've gone very offside against Owen Morgan here. They got Taylor at a wide slip. It basically got Guptill at gully, but they've got 2 more men very, very closely.
Well, they're having a bob each way, aren't they? They've got a fine leg and a deep backward square for the short ball that Morgan might hook. But if he bowls a length ball with Morgan staying leg side of it as he does, they've got those 3 catches there, maybe 2 now. 1 has just moved. Those catches behind square on the offside. So there are 2 methods of dismissal here. That short ball and the hook in the air, and then the length ball that Morgan will edge or drive behind square to point.
Oh, that nearly got him. That nearly got him. New Zealand are going for something here. They've heard something as it's gone past Morgan. It might have been helmet. He certainly put the hands up as he went down. Now, what is happening here? It tends to suggest he's been hit on the helmet. They're asking about his welfare. New Zealand, particularly on the offside, were very keen about a touch somewhere. The gloves do go up there. Helmet.
And Morgan did suffer a bad concussion 3 or 4 years ago against Mitchell Starc, which was the start of his problems with the short ball. Just see the white mark on the back of his blue helmet where the ball skimmed past it.
Two leg buys there.
Percentage of New Zealand's workforce is going to pull a sickie on Monday morning, do you reckon?
Half.
Half. Right in the middle of the night.
Justifiably so. Butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, Lockie Ferguson, but give him a white ball and a bouncy pitch, and this is what he thinks.
Obviously, we don't go out to hurt anyone beyond the game itself, but of course, intimidation is a big part of it, and if I can buy a split second of hesitation from a batter, then that might get us the wicket, and then that might lead to us getting the win. So, of course, it's definitely part of my game and how I like to play cricket.
He's had one heck of a World Cup. Him and Archer, 2 finds in the bowling department. Another quick one. Too much pace for Latham.
At one end, you've got de Grandhomme operating about 120, nibbling it around. And at the other end, Lockie Ferguson firing thunderbolts at over 140 Ks.
It's interesting. He's going to go round the wicket now, and that lines up the body a wee bit more if you are thinking that way. Also exposes the stumps a bit more. 82 for 3. This is a decent old scrap here at Lord's. Second phase, clearly New Zealand's 2 for 32. I reckon whoever wins this phase probably wins the World Cup. If England can get through this without losing a wicket, they're back on track.
This is a great example of partnership bowling. It's what you're looking for as captain of your team. The matchup for de Grandhomme versus Stokes, and then the matchup of Ferguson versus Morgan. So your goal is to keep those batsmen on strike as much as you can. So last ball of the over, you'll see Ferguson maybe go the bouncer, so Morgan can't get off strike. Now the batsman's job is to find a way to rotate. Stokes has got to get that ball into the gap. He doesn't necessarily need a boundary. He's got to get that ball into the gap for that single.
Well, I think you're dead right, but they're not playing that way. They're charging and hitting. They're not charging and working. They're charging and hitting. I agree. There you go again, and he's done it well. Managed to catch up with that, and Morgan's pretty happy about that one. He's been trying to do it himself.
This is what he's been trying to do, to skip down, to make the ball come on quicker, to put de Grandhomme off his length. I'm looking at Latham to see whether he'll still stay back or whether he'll come up to the stumps now. And just as we say that, a helmet is run onto the pitch. So finally Williamson is saying, I want to keep Stokes in his crease now. So, Tom, you come up to the stumps.
So that's an interesting one too, and Michael Clark was saying off here, if you're going to do that, your outside edge is now your best option, perhaps. That means Ross Taylor becomes a key figure in a slip area. Where does he stand? Is he too wide there?
Yeah, I think you've got to be more of a regulation first slip now if you're in Ross Taylor's position. He's probably at about 3.5, 4th slip. I think he needs to go regulation. Just for that, the nothing shot, the front foot defence shot, the just holding your bat out there, keepers up to the stump. So any sort of deflection makes it really hard for the keeper to have time to adjust. That's the line, that's the length. Brilliant bowling.
The Stokes boundary in the over, that it's 86 for 3.
So, ladies and gents, while you're sat there enjoying the beautiful English weather, what better way to sit there and enjoy yourself ice cream than this 100% electric ice cream bar? If you want to, all you have to do is tweet a photo to @ListDan.uk of yourself enjoying the cricket, and you might be one of the lucky winners. Okay, one free, so just use the hashtag #SweetVintage.
And Jimmy bowling at the nursery end, number 50, Jimmy Neesham.
So Bolt, Henry, de Grandhomme and Ferguson have been the weapons so far for Kane Williamson, but now a change. He's going to hold back Lockie Ferguson and go for Jimmy Neesham, whose tournament has been pretty handy. He's got key wickets. He held his nerve against India.
It's interesting that he's not going to Santner, who was such an important weapon in that semi-final against India on a drier pitch, you would say. It was more helpful to the spinners. Santner did really well, but not yet.
2 left-handers. I think with 2 left-handers at the crease that both Morgan and Stokes would have a real larrup at Santner. Could be out, could be out! Is out! Could be spectacular! He's got it, has he? Guptill's there, he's first out there, Morgan's going nowhere. This is another moment. How many can we handle?
This is key. The signal from Dharmasena is out. That is key, and now we go to the third umpire.
Can I check the front foot first, please? Okay, soft signal is out. Soft signal out. That's fair delivery, thank you. Show me what you got, Gav.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, I've made my decision.
There's that magic word again. That magic 3-letter word for the England captain. And that, folks, is one of the great outfield catches of all time. Under pressure. Morgan goes. England are now staggering their way to World Cup glory, and it's getting further away. He goes for 9. It's 86 for 4. 86 for 4, and it's Jos Buttler who's had a quiet tournament by his own standards. He is a fantastic player, but there's a new dynamic in this game all of a sudden, and it's called scoreboard pressure. Oh, I tell you, there's some nervous people around now. Where's your money? Where's the balance of this match as it sits right now? Asking rate 5.81. They need a partnership. There's some good players to come, but under what level of pressure can they perform? Here's Neesham. He's away with a couple, Buttler. Now, Michael, you heard something, I think, as Morgan played the shot.
Sure did. Just listen to the England captain here. No, he knew it. The moment he hit it, he knew that he'd picked out the man. It took a brilliant catch, but Morgan knew it. No, he said.
I tell you what, it doesn't matter who you support. If you love the skills in cricket, you'll never get sick of seeing that replay. Phenomenal.
They've taken a few in this tournament, this black cap side. There's this one, brilliant, from Ferguson. There was Neesham at backward point in the last game against India. There was Guptill on this ground at backward point against Steve Smith. Bolt on the edge against Carlos Brathwaite and the West Indies at Old Trafford, holding their nerve under pressure, taking nerve-shredding catches. Brilliant.
How do they play now? How do they go? Do they inch their way? Clarkie, what do they do?
You know what they do.
They go?
Smitty, you
They
go
keep
for
going?
The kill. You win the game. You look to attack. These two players are class, so you've got to be aggressive now. I like the matchup at the Grand Home. I think that's a good call. You just got the England captain out. Brilliant catch. Absolutely brilliant. Neesham's done his job. He's got me the breakthrough. Get him off. Give me my big fast bowler back and go as hard as I can at this England pair.
And what do England do?
I think these two have to play their natural game. That's the way they've been playing over the last 4 years. These two are a big part of why England sit in this World Cup final. They've been outstanding. They cannot afford and don't need to change their game. They've got to back that. They've got to have confidence in their own ability and play their natural game. Buttler in this tournament hasn't been as dominant with the bat as we've seen over the past couple of years. But he's a class player, world-class player. So he shouldn't hesitate. He shouldn't doubt that form.
Oh, he's cut him in half. 89 for 4. $89 for 4 after 24. Asking rate 5.88. We'll just keep bringing that up every now and then because it could be a factor when the lesser players come to the crease and it starts to play on their mind. Original rate was 4.84, so New Zealand, as you would expect, have made them fight. Pushed it out a run and over so far. Colin de Grandhomme again.
Yeah, that's spot on from Buttler. Again, rotate that strike, get up the other end. It's the other thing for England now. They've got that left-right combination. That's important. You want to mix it up as much as you can so the bowler can't bowl to the one batsman. Again, this matchup, I really like this. De Grandhomme to Stokes. So Stokes has got to do what Butler's just done. Fine if he wants to walk down the wicket or move across his crease, but he's got to get the ball in the gap for singles till he gets that bad ball and put it away for the boundary.
I think New Zealand will look at this and they'll say, if we can have England needing 8 and over, 7 and 8 and over off the last 12 or 13 on this pitch, if we can push it out that far, big chance. Because that balcony there now is the nervous one.
Latham was back for Butler's first ball, but the way Butler played it, which was that shimmy down the pitch and outside off stump, has encouraged Latham up to the stumps himself.
He's been a factor.
He's a genius, Smitty. He's my favourite, all-time favourite Colin, and he's been outstanding today. Have a look at this. It's not about pace. It's about control, line, length, the rock. He gets Joe Root. Makes the England captain play and miss. Stokes as well. Look at the seam. And don't forget the contribution with the bat earlier on as well. Man of the series for mine, Smitty. Certainly in the top 3.
Four singles. 25. Halfway point, 93 for 4. .241 for 8. Knew it might be challenging. Know it now for a fact. Couple to Ferguson if they dare. Yeah, they're going to. Oh, that's interesting actually. That's interesting. He didn't slide as bad. He placed as bad. I think he's okay. But just for a second, it looked a bit funny from up here.
He tried to get out of the way, Ben Stokes. You could see the ball coming in, so he tried to run around it so he didn't get hit.
Thank you, I've made my decision.
Check for everything these days just to be safe, quite safe. The other thing that you talked about before, Athers, was the use of Mitchell Santner. When and from what end? That's the key. That's what he's got to weigh up. Left and right hand combination. Both players who are likely to want to take him on to get some impetus back into this innings.
Yeah, I don't think Kane needs to worry too much about bowling someone to get through their overs. I think Kane's attitude's been spot on here. He's looking at who's going to get me a wicket. Who's going to build dots, build some pressure. And if he has to keep holding off for his spin, then I think that's worth doing. Keep going to your wicket-taking option.
Well, for the first time, that required rate that Ian Smith has had his beady eyes on has crept to a runner ball.
I don't I don't think that worries Stokes and Butler, but it might worry someone further down the order if need be. I've got to say, I mean, everyone knows I'm a New Zealander, but just the way that New Zealand have made sides fight against average totals in the last week, I think it's been the feature, because they haven't really batted well in this tournament. Take Williamson out, they've been awful in places. So how they've got to this point is because when they're out there as a collective of 11, they're very good, very good.
Character counts for a lot in the game. Character. New Zealand have got it.
It's just amazing the way you find the right word. Have you ever thought about being a writer? That's a Cambridge education pup.
Yeah, it's certainly not public school back in Sydney, that's for sure. No, well, you can see even the way they bat. They assess and say, okay, what's a par total that we can fight our way to, because our strength is our bowling. We know we've got the strength to be able to bowl teams out, and that's such a weapon in any form of the game.
Push for 2 here. Santner's in the deep. They'll get 2. They've got to do that well, England. That's a key. 5 from the over, 98 for 4. Comparisons are always very, very interesting when you put it in the worm. We used to call it the worm. You just look at where the progress is. Have they lost momentum? They have dropped away because of those 3 dots in a row. New Zealand want dots and England want impetus, a partnership. The Grandholm's going to bowl through here. He's going to bowl 10 unless he gets collared here. I think they're in the situation now where they've given up trying to flog Colin de Grandholm and just get him out of the way, which is amazing. 8 overs, 8.11 for 22. In the air, didn't carry through. Trent bowled it mid-on. It was a check drive. Here is the wonder catch. That'll live long in the memory of people that saw it live, the people around the ground, and then, of course, you people watching on television as well. The ability now of the big fast bowlers to field.
Well, the other thing you probably don't get great vision of there is the movement before and the anticipation before the ball's actually in his hands. Straight away he's in quick. Those first couple of steps off the boundary to come straight in tells me he's watching the ball closely. He picks up the length, attacks it, runs the right line, and dives at the perfect time.
It was a lovely moment, wasn't it? When he gave it out, he knew. We had to wait. It went upstairs. The on-field umpires had given the soft signal as out, which is often critical. But there was absolutely no doubt about that, and Lockie Ferguson knew it.
Oh! That's the Grandholm maiden. 98 for 4.
Neesham to continue. Not getting on the screen. He'll be desperate to see an English victory as well. So many past players in and around the ground today, past England players. A few past New Zealand players in the crowd as well. Saw Hamish Marshall earlier. This partnership just building slowly. 13 have batted together so often, Ben Stokes and Jos Buttler, and they're both high quality. Jos Buttler has won games for England that they had never thought they would win. At times he is that good, and until both these players are gone, New Zealand will not believe. Crunched down the ground for 4.
100 up for England. Such power in this shot from Stokes. He will not stand down. He'll be calculated in this run chase. He will know that this run chase is down to himself and Buttler. A partnership worth 71 between Buttler and Stokes in the group game here against Australia, the one that they lost. Australia posted 280 odd, and England found themselves in all sorts of trouble, but these two still believed until Buttler smashed one. A short delivery into deep square. It was Usman Khawaja positioned in that area. They have another opportunity here.
Through to 15, and Ben Stokes had an outstanding tournament with the bat. This 89 against Australia. He's got great power, composure as well. 89 as well against South Africa. 82 against Sri Lanka, not out. 79 against India.
Full 50s to his name in this tournament. Just one out of the top 6 that hasn't gone on to score a century. But he's picked up some crucial runs in difficult circumstances.
.28 gone, 106 for 4.
Let's get you back on the street and let's make it last with Royal Star.
Bit of energy in the crowd just in the last 20 minutes or so. All trying to get behind their respective teams.
There's been terrific support for both sides throughout this final. Colin de Grandhomme with his last over. Tense faces everywhere. None more so than Trafalgar Square, the fan zone. An incredible crowd there all day.
This, of course, the site of the celebrations back in 2005. And the boys won the Ashes. And the women as well. It was a double Ashes summer.
I suppose we look at the Grand Home today and people will think, well, marvellous. But when you look at his tournament in particular with the ball, he's gone at under 4.5 runs per over all the way through the tournament. He's picked up and chipped in with wickets. But really has been a model of consistency in creating pressure in those middle overs. I think it's outstanding in an era where we talk about bowlers taking wickets all the time. He's done an outstanding job in creating pressure and chipping away at the same time, supplementing the other bowlers.
It was used for a couple of overs in the semi-final, but it was Jimmy Neesham who was preferred in terms of that fifth seamer to bowl out towards the end and that crucial final over against India.
Oh, goodness me. It is nipped back down the hill. I think it's buys. Don't think it hit anything at all.
But this is just a pitch that has suited him. When they played here against Australia as well, he's getting assistance off the pitch with the slope as well, and he's bowling those lines and lengths that makes it very, very difficult.
It's in the air, won't carry. Ricky Ferguson down there again, but the end of a fine spell from Colin de Grandhomme. 10 overs, 1 for 25. It is Nelson for 4 after 29.
Love to see a pitch map, to see his consistency of length. Not giving drives, not giving anything too short. Brilliant.
Keeping some very good company there, Colin de Grandhomme. He was on top of some very good company. The best exponent in white ball cricket, in my opinion. Disagree if you like, but Jasprit Bumrah at number 2. Mujib here as well. Mohammad Nabi on that list. The fizz, but that is a fine spell from Colin de Grandhomme. Done everything that was required after a tough outing with the bat today. And Trent Boult back now.
Well, I mean, with Boult back, it'll be interesting to see where Kane Williamson goes at the Players' Pavilion in now that de Grandhomme has completed his spell. We haven't seen Santner just yet, but there's also Lucky Ferguson, who's only bowled 4 and took that brilliant catch. Shouldn't surprise us being a fast bowler. 1 for 17. There's Santner.
Yeah, I think they were holding Mitch Santner back while Morgan and Stokes were at the crease together, 2 left-handers. The decision to bowl Neesham, I did wonder whether he might think about Boult at that stage as main strike bowler. Neesham ends up getting the wicket. But Williamson recognises that this is the key partnership. This is the key moment in the game. He has to bring Boult back.
So, Simon, will it be Santner or will it be Ferguson from that pavilion end?
I'd like to see Santner for a couple. Just to see. I know Adil Rashid didn't get much turn, but maybe just running it down the slope away from Ben Stokes. The odd one maybe sliding into the pads of Jos Buttler. He's such a clever bowler, Mitchell Santner, when it comes to just holding the odd one back, variation of pace.
I think the wind direction might influence this as well. Dave Richardson and Clive Lloyd in the background. Outgoing CEO Dave Richardson, silver haired, right of your screen. You're saying the wind direction pushing from the nursery end to the players' pavilion end is something that Ferguson would have enjoyed. He knows a thing or two about winning World Cups.
It's by no means out of the reach of England here at all. And your two quality players at the crease. Run rate just 6.35. 8 and over, 8.5 and over. Doesn't bother teams nowadays. It'll just be about batting and batting sensibly for another 7, 8, 9 overs. 115 for 4.
I'd be interested to see how the game has generally gone, though, when it's gone to 8s and over here at Lord's. These two will continue to chip away, Stokes and Buttler. Everyone chipping in for New Zealand. One apiece for Neesham, Ferguson, Henry and de Grandhomme. Last 20 overs of this World Cup. England need 127 more runs to win.
It is going to be Mitchell Santner. Around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, just looking to maybe run one on with the arm. Mid on or long on, deep mid-wicket, backward square.
That would have been a steal, Simon. Wide at the off stump. Incredibly economical in this tournament. The second best spinner for economy.
Yes.
Just offered loads of control in the middle overs. ICC.dream11.com to pick your team.
Down.
Best 11 of the tournament. Shakib outstanding with bat and with ball. Rohit Sharma 5 centuries in the tournament. David Warner with 3. Mitchell Starc leading the wickets. 27 wickets to him. And Joe Root, the leading run scorer for England, as Stokes goes to 400.
I think that shows that these two sides have had all-round performances a little bit more. So Joe Root the only one on that list. You've got Shakib, who basically held Bangladesh together. Starc and Warner, who were brilliant, along with Finch in the early time for Australia, and Alex Carey, who I think was outstanding. Keeper batsman of the tournament, in my mind.
Williamson's probably going to be in there. A number of crucial runs that he scored. The way he's captained the side as well to get through to the finals.
Flighted. 4 from the over, 119 for 4. Another one for Trent Boult. Slip in place for the right-handed Buttler, just looking to maybe run one across, pick up that wicket. Possibly just the last in this spell for Trent Boult, I think. Get to 7, maybe leave 3 for the back end of the game.
And perhaps be replaced by Lockie Ferguson from this nursery end with a little bit, as we said before, of the wind pushing him. He's a fastest bowler, getting that wind assistance.
He's got options, hasn't he, Kane Williamson? Brilliant with them against India. Just how the bowlers held their nerve to get through to the final. He's got some key men to go to. But hasn't he captained well? He's been absolutely fantastic.
Oh, in the air and past. Backward point for 4. Gets away with it. Diving Martin Guptill, I think it might have been.
Well, how close was he to it? Such a good fielder in this region. The anticipation just out of reach. That for me, Dawley, if that had stuck, that would have been the catch of the tournament, surely.
He's already taken a spectacular one here against Australia as Martin Guptill. These wonderful shots too, brought to you by our outstanding camera crew and group of people that have brought you this entire World Cup throughout England and Wales. Been top class throughout the tournament. Not long to go. Ladies, gentlemen, keep up the good work.
Leading in terms of runs saved in the Cricket World Cup, Martin Guptill. A moment of magic in the semi-final to remove MS Dhoni.
.32 overs gone, 126 for 4. .40 runs now, this partnership, building nicely for England. 2 quality players at the crease. Jos Buttler just goes about his work, striking at 91 now. Very few, no one, in fact, has been able to do that today.
Yeah, that's Dave Richardson, the outgoing CEO of the ICC, who's been, I suppose, mainly responsible for delivering successfully this ICC Cricket World Cup 2019 men's edition. And if this is a fantastic finish, I think he'll be smiling broadly. It's a nice little partnership, isn't it? It's starting to flow with some energy, and I say that at the peril of it ending immediately as it's pointed out.
Thanks, Bish.
But if they can take it, let's say they aim for the 40th over without taking any sort of extreme risk, the odd boundary ball, work the ball around and give themselves what can they conceivably chase in that last 10 with the batting that they have to come if both are still at the crease as well.
They have incredible ability, both of them. But this is a World Cup final, and this is a pressure situation. England stumbled in the group stages. They were able to turn things around with the help of the team psychologists. They all got together. They were incredibly honest with each other about how they were feeling out in the middle. And on the back of that, it was a huge turnaround against India at Edgbaston. Then New Zealand at Durham, before their complete performance in the semi-final against Australia. Now they find themselves with their backs against the wall once more. How do they cope in these situations?
$129 for 4.
Raising funds for children all over the world who have needs. You can text and donate £10 by texting the word 10 to 70160 to donate £10 for that fantastic charity.
Oh, from the bottom of your screen up. Played in England those first couple of World Cups. West Indies winning both. Saw a shot of Clive Lloyd, of course, alongside Dave Richardson. Captain on those two occasions in 75 and 79 for the West Indies. Australia have had a stranglehold on this tournament. 5 of the last 6. Clive Lloyd's son, just to his right on the phone, Jason. Matt Henry is back. Carved away. And the backward point for a couple.
Talking about team psychologist, Jos Buttler has his own. Someone he met at the Rajasthan Royals last year. And true story, he obviously credits him for how he's done in the cricket world in the last year or so, but the very first question he asked him was about his chipping game, Dooley.
Towards mid-wicket. Is that because he spends so much time behind the stumps? He likes to chip the batsman time and time again, just the chipping away.
I know you were on the golf course yesterday.
I think for all you've outlined there about England and the resources that they have had to call on, and obviously one of the fundamental members of the international game, what does it say about New Zealand? The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. They don't have as much resources as some. But still, Simon Doull as well, they seem to be popping up and going deeper and deeper in these big tournaments with each passing year.
Yeah, and we've talked about it. They've done it on the back of brilliant from Kane Williamson, parts from the two all-rounders in Neesham and de Grandhomme in different innings, on the back of Bolt and Lockie Ferguson, particularly. Aerial, but safe enough. They just find a way to fight. 50 partnership comes up. A very good one from England. Buttler and Stokes looking a little more assured at the crease.
That noise, that is some noise here at Lord's. Getting right behind their team. Jos Buttler and Ben Stokes talked about a partnership, but they need to go on. Matt Henry not getting as much movement in the air off the pitch as he did at the top, so he's starting to use some slower balls and just mix things up a bit more.
And he's not a renowned bowler at the death, so Kane Williamson will try and use Matt Henry through. Yeah, this if he bowls well, 7 runs off the first 4 balls. If he finishes off well, he'll finish his spell. At the moment, it's quite comfortable for England. I know they're still a long way away, but 6.5 and over, even 7.5, 8 and over with 9 to go, 8 to go is not a problem in modern day cricket for modern day players of this quality.
No, they're just 8 runs off, really. In fact, 4 runs off when New Zealand were at a similar stage. Same number of wickets, just 4 behind where New Zealand were. And New Zealand didn't blast their way in the last 10, just 62.
Hasn't carried. No problems at all there. He thought it might have. Henry's bowled 8, 1 for 30, end of 34 overs, 137 for 4, and time for drinks here at Lord's.
Here's Santner to Butler. Has to hurry. Wasn't a particularly good throw, otherwise Stokes might have been in trouble.
Take it easy, Brendan McCullum. You've got a job to do here. That's what Michael Atherton was talking. I think he makes it safely at the end, but it wasn't easy. No, it was a terrible throw.
Yes, to Jimmy Neesham. He had to come round the ball, but all he had to do was find the keeper, and Stokes was really treading water.
Well, it's not too far behind for England at this stage. New Zealand were 142 for 4, just 3 runs behind, but it's a chase, it's a run chase in a World Cup final.
It's not just that though, Saurav, is it? It is obviously a tricky surface. Nobody today has found run scoring a straightforward proposition. Nobody has played freely. So it's a combination really of a pitch that's offering a bit, plus the pressure of the run chase.
Just going to get a bit easier with the ball getting old. It's different with the new ball. As he very rightly said, Colin de Grandhomme bowling 10 overs, 2 for 25, beg your pardon, 1 for 25. It's not just the wickets, but he looked threatening right throughout. It's in the 35th over. 101 runs still in this game. Lots and lots of runs.
And a bit of batting to come. The likes of Wokes and Plunkett, Archer, but they'll want to get it down, this victory target, before those lower order batsmen are required. 141 for 4. If you could transport a message right now, Brendan, to your captain out there, your successor, Kane Williamson, what would it be?
I actually think he's making all the right plays. I think he's pulled the reins really nicely. He's gone back to his best bowlers, Trent Boult, and now Matt Henry. Kane Williamson has been outstanding. In the latter part of this tournament in particular, I thought his semi-final stewardship was the very best that he's performed in New Zealand role.
It's a matter of nerve now for both these teams. Either team could win it from here. Which of them will keep their nerve?
The win predictor slightly going England's way. 62% for England. I don't think it's that simple.
Nothing worth winning ever is, Sourav.
I'm not having that win predictor either. No chance. You put 2 wickets on this, New Zealand romp home.
Well, no, but that's the win predictor right now. Put 2 wickets on it is going to say something very different.
Well, you got to get a bit of balance in this commentary box, don't you? Free run there. English commentary stuff.
Slower ball. And a good one from Matt Henry, who bowled beautifully earlier in the day, actually. But from this end, the nursery end, with the slope running right to left, he really threatened the outside edge with a new ball. Very skillful bowler.
Yes, and he's at a tremendous World Cup. Very underrated. Bowled very well against India. And once again under pressure.
Big shout. Dharmasena, shake of the head. Clock is ticking down. Upstairs we go.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. The original decision is not out. Can I see the front foot first, please? Thanks, Gav. Thank you. That's a fair delivery. We can move to front on. Thank you. Appears to be no bat, but we'll confirm that with Ultra Edge, please. Thank you. Ultra Edge, flat line, flat line, flat line, flat line. Thank you. I've got no bat involved, so we'll go to ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up now. Impact in line and missing the wickets. So Kumo, you'll be staying with your original decision of not out.
Umpire Dharmasena knew it was slipping down from where Matt Henry bowled on the crease. The fact that it just kept angling in, even though Buttler was quite a way across his stumps, the umpire was spot on. Means that New Zealand lose their review, of course. Buttler sent back, and wisely so by Stokes.
He's been brilliant on the field. Lockie Ferguson, the brilliant catch of Ian Morgan. Just have a look how quickly he gets onto the ball.
To director, we have a referral
Good
for
calling
a
by Stokes. Otherwise, he would have been halfway down the wicket.
Gavin, I just saw that angle then, so I've made my decision.
Oh, umpire wanted to just check that Buttler was home, which he is by a long way, but Sourav Ganguly absolutely right. Had Stokes not sent Buttler back, he wouldn't have made halfway.
It's been a good partnership. A good one for England. 57 runs so far off just 78. Chris Woakes in next. Just how important that these two need to go on, Athas. 143 for 4. The asking rate going up to 7 now. 7 runs per over. That's what New Zealand exactly did to India a few days ago at Manchester. Similar total to defend. And they bowled so well with the new ball that the run rate just kept creeping up for India. And England will have to keep one eye on that. Yes, it's about wickets. It's about building a partnership. But they will not be wanting this asking rate to go up. Anything in the 8s and the 9s in a World Cup final will be very difficult.
.99 more, it's under 100 now as Kane Williamson calls on his quickest bowler, Lockie Ferguson. Did well to reach that, actually, Jos Buttler. It was very wide. He kind of got a toe end on it, but it sped away to the fence.
Well, shorter side of the ground. But as you rightly said, the ball sounds different of Butler's bat. Not a great start, a Loosener. He's got terrific hands, Butler. Races away. Every boundary will ease the pressure of England. Every boundary will get the crowd moving. They were quiet for a while. They've just started to believe.
Just a collective groan at the back of the commentary box from everyone, actually. The moment it left Butler's back, looked like it could have gone anywhere. Went into the gap and out to the man at deep point. It's just a measure, really, of the trickiness of the pitch. Just stopped in the surface a fraction.
Gee, I'm loving this, Seth. This is outstanding cricket. It's a tight, tense situation.
You might be loving it, I suspect. They're not up there. It is. There's no worse place to be, actually. You want to be in the middle, wouldn't you? In the mix of it, where you can control and shape events. When you just sat up there watching, boy, it's cruel.
England just been so good for so long, dominating with bat in hand all around the world, particularly in these conditions. The surface is asking them to do it differently. It's asking them to not just have their power game, but have some craft about how they go about it. Use the experience, the brains. Get the job done differently. Tough. You have to do it tough. And against the team who you know are going to throw punches at you all the way through, Williamson, that semi-final, he was just outstanding tactically. And again today, he's been so good. Just continues to make plays. He's going to his resource, his best resource every time. He knows that he's got potentially one more bridge to cross. If he could break this partnership, he gets into the bowlers.
.149 for 4. Every vantage point taken, all the flats around St John's Wood that enable the owners a peak of the ground, they're all taken. The old pavilion there, crammed to the rafters. The ground has never looked better.
It's just awesome, Mathers. If there is any place to be this Sunday afternoon, it's this one. 33 for Stokes, 31 for Butler, 93 of 77. You're speaking about Williamson, Brendan, how well he's gone about his job as captain in the semi-final and here as well. And he's got an eye on that asking rate as well. Now, it's not just the wickets from here. He did cramp India up, did suffocate India up as the game progressed. Jadeja was exceptional in that game. It's happening similar things for England.
Oh, just past leg stump. We've already seen Bairstow today chop onto his stumps. It's that kind of surface when you're trying to force the ball away through the offside, and sometimes the bottom hand can come in, drag the ball onto the stumps. Stokes survives, 150 up.
Dangerously. Every run will matter, but every inside edge will keep the Kiwis interested. Asking rate 7.18. They look to push it up at 8, push it up at 9, and then it's going to get tougher for England.
Our producer has got a sense of humour. He's just reminded us to remind everybody out there that there'll be a super over should this game end in a tie.
And that's how difficult it has been. The first and the second 50 coming in identical number of deliveries, and the third one in 61 deliveries. That's in the air, doesn't carry to mid-on. $152 for 4. Butler, England's hope at the moment, lives dangerously.
As last 2 overs, we've seen him hit two drives in the air. One from Ferguson in the previous over, one from Neesham here to mid-on. It is not a surface where you can hit through the ball as these free-flowing players, Butler and Stokes, like to do. Chips it again, but chips it firmly past Neesham to the fence. 4.
Yeah, good shot. A firm shot under pressure. That's what England need the scoreboard to tick away. It's a slower delivery, pitched up. He's such a good striker of the cricket ball. Even if he mishits, it's still got enough power to get to the boundary.
Applause in the crowd, applause from Stokes at the non-striker's end as well. Straight to the man to end the over. 156 for 4. Just after that boundary, they started to get lively in the grandstand. The atmosphere at Lord's is very different to other grounds like Old Trafford and Birmingham. The atmosphere tends to be quite quiet and thoughtful here, but after that boundary from Butler, there was just a release in the grandstand. With the sense that England are chipping away nicely at this target. Got to go up the hill and it's got to beat the man at square leg, and it does. It's just a measure of Stokes' strength there, because there's no timing. He just kind of muscled it. He had to wait and muscle it through the leg side.
Not great length from Lockie Ferguson. He's not at his best when he keeps banging it in short. Enough time for Ben Stokes. Short boundaries. As very rightly said, there's a bit of noise in the stands for England.
We haven't seen too many players play with fluency against the short ball so far today. Stokes has sort of clothed that one, but he still managed to get on top of the bounce. And his player likes to take on the short ball. We saw New Zealand at times duck under a lot of short deliveries which England served up, even to the point the last ball of the 50 overs, Mitchell Santner ducked under, but Stokes will stand up and play it.
That's still a better length. That's the wicket-taking length, especially with the ball getting softer and older. That's the England dressing room. Very rightly said, a lot more nervous than it looks on your screen.
There's so much on this game. I mean, if they didn't win, it wouldn't invalidate all the wonderful cricket they've played over the last 4 years. They've still got to the top of the rankings, some significant achievements that won't be invalidated, but you need these kind of moments to be remembered for. You get to the top of the rankings and there's no one moment of celebration, of achievement, and that's what these players want. They feel that they've achieved something significant over the last 4 years, but they want a moment for everybody to look at them and say, yeah, this is it, we've done it.
It has to be a big moment. Yes, you can play well. They've definitely played well, not just this World Cup, but a long period before the World Cup in this format of the game. As you rightly said, this is the moment. It doesn't come a number of times in your life, but when you get there, you have to get past it. 162 for 4.
Measure of the importance of this partnership between Stokes and Buttler, which is worth 76 now. The names to come: decent batsmen, Wokes, Plunkett, Rashid and Archer, and Wood to some degree, but 80 still a long way away. And that's what will be at the back of Kane Williamson's mind. He is chopping and changing, desperate to try and get a breakthrough. And he's going to turn again to Matt Henry, who's bowled 9, bowled beautifully, 1 for 32. He's got 1 left, and he's going to bowl it now from the nursery end. De Grandhomme is out. Still 3 left from his champion left armer, Trent Boult.
Again, I like that Williamson's gone back to one of his strike bowlers, Matt Henry, quite rightly. Michael Anthony has bowled beautifully today, that is for sure. Challenge the outside edge, challenge the inside edge of the English batsman. What intrigues me is Kane Williamson. He's trying to find that bowler who's going to pick a wicket up for him. What's really important is that you have a mode of dismissal in mind. Rather than just handing the ball over, you've got to try and discuss with your bowler how you're going to get that batsman out. Put those fielders in those key positions, put catcher in place. We'd love to see Matt Henry bowl to Jos Buttler with a slipper in place and keep the pace on down the slope. Stokes used the short ball.
Oh, well bowled. Stokes then almost just arching his back to get out the way of the ball. He was in 2 minds really how to play it.
A slow delivery, just stops onto him and bounces. Very rightly, Brendan. You need some fielders in catching position. New Zealand will need a wicket for sure. It's been easy pickings. They're set. They've put on a good partnership. They need to have a new batsman in.
Yeah, the reason I say use a short ball to Ben Stokes as well, it's not, to me, that is not necessarily the mode of dismissal, but Ben Stokes, he can sometimes camp on that back foot. And we've seen with the fuller length deliveries that sometimes they're sitting in the wicket on this pitch. And if you can set him back and then you can go that fuller length, you bring in your catching covers and you catch him mid-wickets. Whereas Henry against Jos Buttler, I'd love to see him try and nick him off to a slip.
Yeah, it's too easy at the moment. England just starting to get back at the top. He's better off bowling on one side of the wicket. He was very good with the new ball. So, he swung the ball early both ways. Good lengths. It's his last over.
Well, the ball is a little older now, but earlier on today when Matt Henry bowled with the new ball, he was so threatening. past the outside edge on any number of occasions. He eventually was good enough to find the edge of Jason Roy's bat, but he could have easily picked up 2 or 3 more in that opening spell. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22 it was. A bit of magic from Jos Buttler. A bit of magic that England fans have seen time and again over the last few years. It gets applause from Ben Stokes at the non-striker's end. It's 170 for 4.
That's not just a good shot. What it makes it even better is the shot under pressure. It was a good over so far for England. They've been collecting the singles, and Buttler finishes off in style. That's how good this shot is. In a World Cup final, when you just started to build a partnership, just started to get back into the game, you have the nerves to play that shot.
Evening sunshine here at Lord's. It's been overcast for much of the day. The conditions as we head into the final stages of the 2019 World Cup, absolutely glorious. And the situation is, from these final 10 overs, that England needs 72 more to win. Buttler and Stokes, 43 and 42 apiece, a partnership, a vital partnership of 84, and New Zealand must break it to have a chance.
That's the previous shot. Seen Brendan McCullum play day in, day out in the shorter format of the game, but what makes it even more special is the situation he's played it in.
In the last ball of Matt Henry's spell, it's audacity to play that shot. It's just like a real statement, really, isn't it, from Jos Buttler? He says, I'm not overawed by the situation. I'm not just going to see you off. I'm going to finish your 10-over spell with a little bit of magic. Send a strong message that we're still going to continue to play that free-spirited style of cricket that man has instilled within this English side.
Well, to be honest, the last few overs, the England batsmen have not looked in any trouble at all. It's an old ball. It's that half of the day where the wicket is dried up completely. The sun's out, as said by Michael Atherton. The only time when it looked a little different when Matt Henry bowled that slower ball to Ben Stokes. Just it held on to the surface, bounced a bit on him. But other than that, it's been not too difficult. We'll have to bowl that again. Pressure slowly getting onto New Zealand.
Gutsy, but even if Kane Williamson currently has his long on back for Lockie Ferguson bowls 140 to 150 kilometres an hour. If you're good enough to stand there and whack it back over his head, fair play to you. But I'd love to see the New Zealand team just bring that man up, come up into the circle, and just ask Buttler or Stokes, are you prepared to take that gamble on? Are you prepared to come down the wicket and go up and over both mid-off and mid-on, who would be up and on the one? Ask them to do it slightly differently.
ball.
I think Butler played that really well, actually. Initially, he was looking to hook, and I think he recognised that it was just too quick and too short for him to take the shot on, and at the last minute, he withdrew from playing it. At least I think that's what he was doing. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, it's the height. You could definitely see pulling out in the last minute. He knew he had no control. You knew it was high. Good stuff. What's the follow-up delivery?
Slower ball to the man that Brendan McCullum wants up, saving the single inside the circle, but he wasn't. 173 for 4.
.69 from 54. It's England's game to lose at the moment. New Zealand need something special. They found something special at Old Trafford. Jimmy Neesham is back. Brilliant batting under pressure. The highest amount of pressure you could have, really. This has been outstanding.
Outstanding partnership, really has. It's what England have asked for. Everyone goes on about their fearless cricket, at times gung-ho cricket, but they've also asked for smart cricket, and that's what these two have done. Immense pressure, the highest pressure you can be under in a World Cup final. These two have come together, but they know the next man in will be under the same sort of level of pressure, so they've got to take it deep. Don't open the door for New Zealand.
That's exactly right, and that's what New Zealand are preying on. They're waiting for a mistake. Taylor does well. Scoreboard pressure is not such a big thing for England at the moment because these two are in and they're set and they're in control. Bring a new man out. That is the key. Get a new man out there. .69% favourite England. Push for 2. Beautifully placed by Stokes. That's done with ease.
It's another thing they've done. They've not just been boundary hitting. They've knocked it in gaps. It's not an easy ground to get too square of the wicket. It's not too big. Hit the gaps perfectly. Run well, and you can just see Neesham's shoulders are dropping. Williamson will have to keep him going. Williamson will know one wicket brings them back. It's not a time to give up. New Zealanders never give up.
Had to hit that. Well, he got a really quick one from Stark against Australia at that very end.
Exactly the same end, different arm from Stark, and it reversed a fraction from Stark. And Stokes on that occasion was bold and kicking his bat away. This time he ended that on all fours.
Terrific piece of bowling from Jimmy Neesham. He's just got out of it. Leg side as well. More dots, more dots.
The word from Butler needed here. Ben Stokes just frustrated with those last two deliveries. They're the batters to come. England will hope they do not move from their position in the changing rooms. They'll be told not to move from their position while this partnership goes on. Butler does have a word. Don't get frustrated, Ben Stokes.
Just 4 from the over. It's a really good one from New Zealand's point of view. 177 for 4.
I think it's more than that, actually. I think the previous one from Lucky Ferguson as well went for 3. So they've got 7 runs from 12 deliveries. So it's been a good bowling combination for that short period of 2 overs.
Been a marvellous day. Started with a bit of drizzle this morning. A 15-minute delay to the start of play, but it's been an honest contest from ball 1. New Zealand need dots. 1 will do to start with. Just 1. Chance maybe. He's got to go. Oh, Williamson seized on it.
Yeah, it's just in this partnership what New Zealand have let England do is take those singles. He was right on the edge, Williamson. He backed himself to throw the stumps down and run Stokes out. He did neither. Stokes was in. They've got to come in tighter. You can't afford your good balls to go for 1, your bad balls to go for 4.
Got a slow start, Ben Stokes, so he's unlikely to come back. He was slow out of the blocks because he was sort of avoiding the ball as well as staying in his crease. .63 from 46. It's been a long wait for English cricket fans. They're feeling every minute of this.
Only the fans, Smitty?
Bloke in between us is sort of feeling it too.
And behind us and next to us.
You and me against the world, Bish. Single, beautifully bowled again from Ferguson.
Well, someone needs to bowl the spell at that end that Jofra Archer did. He bowled 5 overs at the death, bowled 5 overs, 1 for 22 from the pavilion end. At this stage, New Zealand were 194 for 5, so they were ahead, but they never got going in those last 10 overs. Just 62 in the last 10.
Oh, beautifully played. He's so good. He backs himself so much to play the tough shots. Terrific fielding from Neesham. The cricketers at the highest level.
And the way he had to wait for it, coaches will tell you it's a release shot. He was going to go for the big scoop, the hard scoop that he played earlier a couple of overs ago. Saw it was a slower ball. Look how he had to wait. He's so aware. He's so aware. He misses that, he's gone. He waits, and he just gets a toe end on it. Brilliant cricket all round. Bowling, batting, fielding.
No idea how good a shot that is. He knows. Absolutely thought he was through him. The single won't run to Trent Bolt's arm. Good over that one from England's point of view. 183 for 4 and there's 7 overs to go.
Just going to go into leg stump, and that's why Ferguson couldn't believe it. .59 from 42. That is what England need. New Zealand need
6 very good pieces of cricket, and they need them in a hurry, and they've got a summit meeting going on while Stokes is getting some attention. Senior players are gathering round saying, how are we going to do this? That's the pecking order. Williamson, Taylor, Latham. That's the think tank.
What he did in the India game was he held back that 1 over from Neesham right till the 50th over and realised that it might not go that deep. So he went to Bolt, and he's gone to Bolt now. Bolt has 3 left and 4 need to be bowled from this, the nursery end. So again, Williamson saying, I'm going to take it deep. I'm going to bring my better bowlers on and try and get wickets. And if I have to bowl Neesham at the end, I will.
From England's point of view, what do you want to chase off the last 5? We've seen in the shortest version of the game, maybe 46, 47, 50.
Can I ask for 10?
It was a rhetorical question. I wasn't really asking.
Well, they panic nowadays. Not panic, they worry when it gets up to 2 a ball nowadays off those last 3 or 4 overs. That's when they get a real panic on, but this is not a great pitch.
Is it now or never for Trent Boult? Where's the magic?
He's given Buttler mid-off. Because of Butler's fancy scoops, he's given him mid-off, and you say, you can hit me over long off. And he can do that. That's one of his shots. He's got every shot. Every ball they're discussing the field.
Is there stress on the face? Is there calm on the face? That's the thing. He's been pretty calm for the last 7 weeks, but now is his moment of truth, Kane Williamson. 65% win chance for England. It's gone down from 69% to 65. Up and over. That's the shot, Nasser Hussain.
And that's 50 for Jos Buttler. A man for a crisis. He is ice cool at the crease. The highest pressure you'll ever be under in a World Cup final. Buttler arrived, and so far he's delivered.
Well, you can't put a price on that 50. You cannot put a price on it. Simply outstanding.
Well, that's the problem with having mid-off up. If you pitch it up, you can go over mid-off, so he's had to drag his length back. You can see in the distance there, Williamson ends up going over extra cover, but that's his hitting zone. Brilliant from Buttler. Not done yet.
It's a 100 partnership for the 5th wicket as well. The only previous 5th wicket partnership in a final was 1979 by Sir Vivian Richards. Vivian Richards then and Collis King versus England here at Lord's.
Stokes is on 49. Crowd fully aware of the match situation, but they're about individual milestones under pressure as well. They're very knowledgeable. He gets the 1, he gets the 50. Both in the same over. How fitting it is.
His 20th 50, none more important, and you can see there is no massive celebration. He is not interested in that personal milestone. He is interested in 53 more runs needed. No one will remember these 50s if they lose. They will be heroes if they win.
Can't get through. Beautifully bowled. Can just dig it out. 189 for 4. There's just 6 overs to go.
What a bowling attack he's got, Kane Williamson. He's got virtually every base covered. Death bowling from Bolt. Another meeting. How are we going to get these bowlers? In what order are we going to get these bowlers? He's got 2 from Ferguson and he's got 2 from Bolt. And England, like Dhoni did in that India semi-final, trying to get it deeper and deeper so that he has to go to that 5th bowler. Santner and Neesham, add them up, that's 8. He's got to find 2 more.
England want to take it deep, but they don't want to take it deep at a good run rate. They don't want to have to get double figures in the last over. 53 from 36.
Especially on this pitch. You don't want to train your brain that, oh, it's been easy, we've done 20 off 2 in the past. On this pitch, that will be very tricky for a new batsman.
New Zealand just have to stop the boundaries here. They can do that if they can stop the boundaries. For the next 2 to 3 overs. They are loving it there. It's packed to the gunnels. 10p a deck chair. Get there early.
I trust you to get some cash out of it somehow.
Roll up your trouser legs, put a hanky on your head, enjoy the sun. Over the top. He went for the big one. Lockie Ferguson, he went for the Yorker, he missed his mark.
And there's one area you cannot protect. And on this occasion again, it's mid-off. He's so smart, Jos Buttler. His thinking under pressure is perfect. Twice he's gone wide of mid-off over extra cover. Great hands.
48 from 34. Now then, that's gone fine enough for another one, has it? Bolt, well, they'll have a steward's inquiry there because it was really close.
Yeah, check Bolt's feet. He's fine with his hands, but his feet need checking.
That could be absolutely amazing, that bit of fielding. Great catch from Ferguson in the outfield. Terrific from Bolt down on the boundary. Every run now is a gold nugget. Now Buttler came out when England were in all sorts. What an innings.
It's not the runs you get, it's when you get those runs. I don't think he's played a more valuable innings ever in a World Cup final to come in under that pressure and deliver. England fans won't be worried about the 59. They'll worry about these 46. Stay there, Jos.
Now, is there a chance? Is there a chance? Is there a twist? The catch! It's Tim Southee, the sub-fielder. What a moment. You come off the sub-bench and take one of those.
Unbelievable skills. England fans can't believe it. New Zealand fans celebrate. Southee was all over the place in the deep. He was going back, he was going sideways. He knew who had hit it as well. It was danger man Jos Buttler, the finisher, Jos Buttler. He did a little shimmy to the left. He came back to his right. And what a grab in the end. Standard of fielding in this World Cup, remarkable. Butler's gone, 59, 196 for 5.
.196 for 5, and spare a thought for Chris Woakes. He's sitting up there thinking he might play a part in this World Cup final with the bat. He is now. A very big part. He has to help Stokes. Stokes can't get out. They can't afford to have 2 new players at the crease.
But by having Woakes come in, Stokes will realise that there's going to be some dot balls in there and he'll get frustrated. Woakes has to knock it around. This is when Williamson will try and pounce. He will put pressure on Stokes by starving him of the strike.
I think you've got to spare a thought for Adil Rashid and Jofra Archer as well, sitting up in that players' pavilion with this tension.
Here we go again, Lockie Ferguson. Just a little touch was there? No, there wasn't. Relax, England, relax. 196 for 5.
The Ferguson over used up. He's only got 1, Bolt 2.
It's 196 for 5. There are 5 overs left in this World Cup final. The required rate is now 9.20. That won't matter so much to Ben Stokes. He's in. But it will to Woakes. The pressure now on the new player to turn the strike over and be positive.
I can't believe Williamson is still on the edge at mid-off. They've got to squeeze Woakes. They've got to get as tight as possible. No singles. Squeeze and get Stokes fretting at the other end. Just sliced it away. Look at the crowd in the background. England fans, please drop it. New Zealand fans, please grab it.
He nearly overran it. He actually had to go back to his right there just at the last second and clear his body out so he could get his hands under it. It was a beautiful piece of work under pressure. Slower ball, going to push for 2. Well, New Zealand will hope they'll have a crack because the Trent Boult arm is a good one.
What do England do? Because Williamson's been smart here. He's had Woakes on strike, so he's brought his 6th bowler on in Neesham because he knows he's got to get through a couple of overs from him. Stokes might say, I've got to go at him. I've got to get a boundary off Neesham.
Such a big standing ovation for that catch down at Trafalgar Square, has to be said.
Well, if you're paying 10p a seat, the Kiwis ain't gone, have they? Keep their money in their pockets.
Around the wicket. 3 inside the circle on the offside for Stokes. They're back on the perimeter. Going down leg side. Stokes knows it's on him. The World Cup is sitting on those shoulders at the moment.
I don't think he wants to just allow Jimmy Neesham, who you perceive not to be weak, but to maybe be less potent than Lockie Ferguson's one. Trent Boult has a couple. So you want to tap into this Neesham over if possible.
Well, Nasser, you said 2 runs a ball. It's up to 10 and over. It's getting close, the 2 a ball. Need a boundary. He hits a wide for one. Saves New Zealand there.
It's got to the stage where actually you'd think Woakes has to now take the long handle out. Can't just knock it to Stokes. Woakes has got to say, Ben, you stay here to the end. I'm going to have a go. The whole country's doing that. They've waited so long. Both these countries have waited so long.
Oh, the emotion is obvious in the crowd, but spare a thought also for the fielders. We talk so much about the batsmen, the fielders. Do they want the ball to come to them? They want it in the air. They want that opportunity to be a hero. Four years, Nas. Comes down to 4 overs. Last time England got close to winning it, you needed a comb.
And you were slim.
Very good. SEO, yes, you're right. It's a gap. It's a gap. It's a gap. It is so valuable. 203 for 5. 4 overs to go.
He's timed it perfectly. When he needs a boundary, he's gone to his boundary option, and Stokes has found it. It was getting up above 10 and over. That boundary brings it below 10 and over. Neesham can only smile.
Seven off the last over. Still not enough. But that boundary was so decisive. Mark that down. Stokes boundary. Last ball, 46th over. How crucial. .39 from 24. Straight up, Latham is under this. Big moment, gets it. Tommy Latham only just. It nearly got away on him. Woakes took the gamble with the long handle and it didn't pay off.
Well, he needed to, Woakes. He couldn't just rely on Stokes all the time, knock it to him. He also had to play a big shot. And I tell you what, Tom Latham in the end made a relatively easy catch look difficult. Pressure was the thing. He was under it for so long. Cross seam, the extra bounce. And he went 2 ball back at one stage and just came forward at the end. Ferguson has been quite brilliant today. He has 3. Woakes has gone 203 for 6.
Well, Liam Plunkett was absolutely outstanding with the ball. He changed the course of New Zealand's innings, but that is a long time ago. He's in at number 8. The acid has gone on now. It's 203 for 6. It's 39 from 23 deliveries. It's even more now on the shoulders of Ben Stokes, who is on strike. Ferguson, he has 3. He'll take one. New Zealand will take one. Early in the over, they'll get the new guy on strike early in the over.
And they'll squeeze again through everything. That was good bowling again from Ferguson, bowling it into the pitch, going cross seam.
Does Plunkett do? Does he have to as well? He can't sit back for long.
He's got to get in first. I mean, Woakes gave himself a couple of chances. What Stokes doesn't want is everyone just coming in. First ball trying to slog it out the ground and getting out. That stop ball's been used up as well. So when you first come in, knock it, but you can't just be blocking it for 3 overs.
Oh, great slower ball.
Very similar to what Archer did earlier today at that end. Bowl it into the surface, take pace off. That's why they batted first, New Zealand. They knew it was dry underneath, and at the end it would die, this pitch, and it has died. That brave decision at 10:15 this morning to bat first was because of this pitch now. Can you score 38 in 21 when the pitch is dying and we're going to take pace off?
It's there to hit, you felt, but it's just so hard to walk out in this situation and get timing, to get impetus into an innings.
And I think it's the wickets that Ferguson has taken, but the fact that he's bowled 6 over on the trot from that pavilion end, I think it shows great stamina, great control and commitment to the cause. The last wicket that fell.
It's a boundary. It's a boundary for all boundaries. Perfect placement.
Well, that's what he's done. He's taken a couple of deliveries and then he's realised it's not easy to knock it around. Famously hit the last ball of a game for 6 to tie the match against Sri Lanka. He can hit a long ball, Liam Plunkett. He's got long levers.
Finally it comes up. Ross Taylor is at short mid-wicket. He now goes back to the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Another slower ball, no contact. Terrific over from Ferguson. Terrific spell, 3 for 50 from 10.
Brilliant, absolutely outstanding. Pace earlier, lots of bouncers, pace off later. He's disappointed with that Plunkett boundary. But they love his work.
all times. And returning the nursery at number 18, Trent Ball.
48 games of cricket, 7 weeks of cricket. We're down to 3 overs, 18 deliveries to decide the World Cup. You cannot script it better. It's just amazing.
It's got to help New Zealand that they were in this exact same position only a few days ago against India. Exactly the same. Dhoni the finisher then, Stokes trying to be the finisher here, Williamson going through the same pattern with his bowlers and saying please produce the same result.
Stokes can't get out. If they're to win, he has to get them pretty much the whole way now. It's on him. Shot selection, moments when to put the foot down. That's what he has. 4 inside the circle on the offside. Trent bowled at the bowling crease. 34 from 18. Hits a gap, he hits a gap, he hits a big gap.
Just missed his length, he went for the Yorker. Look at the emotion in the stands. Missed his length by a foot, and you'll get hurt by Stokes if you do, even with 3 men out there.
That was a half volley, it was there. He hit round it beautifully, he placed it beautifully. Agony and ecstasy in one shot. Again, they'll push for 2 now. This is when run-outs become key. Won't get it. Matt Henry does well.
Ian Bishop, what do you, as we see the 50 from Ben Stokes, what do you bowl to the tail ender Plunkett? Do you go Yorkers or do you bowl it into the surface? Pitch it up, you could get hit if you miss your length.
Oh, such a good Yorker though, and he's bowled a really good Yorker, so I wonder if the key is to mix it up. Not get that Yorker in there, but just the odd one into the surface.
Yeah, he's such a good death bowler, he'll know best, but tail ender, Don't want to miss your length. Get a full toss and he'll squirt it away.
He's got two inside the circle and third man and deep point. So backward point inside the circle. Guptill rushing up to a short extra cover. He gets it through a gap. Another one. Santner uphill. Hauls it in.
I think he went for the Yorker there because he trusts it. I think you have to go with what you trust at this stage.
Ross Taylor's not happy about something there. He wants a change of length.
I wonder if he'll go. The third man has gone back, so I want mid-off coming up. I was thinking full and wide, but with mid-off up, if he misses, he could get crashed down there as well.
There's another twist. There's another twist around the corner. Here's Bolt.
That was Taylor, completely driven by Ross Taylor. He was not happy the ball before. He completely overruled what was going on. And he just said, don't pitch it up.
(27 from 14). Steady the ship. Steady the ship, Kane. Bolt again. Goes for the Yorker again. Down the ground. Hit beautifully. Santner in the way again. Oh, got to go, and they did. The fatigue, the mental fatigue on Stokes' face now is obvious. The pressure.
Yeah, I think it's a mixing though, Naz, isn't it? He went for the Yorker there after the short ball, so he doesn't want to be predictable at this stage.
This is a big ball. This delivery is a massive ball. It's a free hit for Plunkett. Take the pressure off Stokes' next 2 overs.
They take one. They might look for 2 here. They might look for 2. Santner again. 2:18 for 6. There's 2 overs to go. It's 24 from 12.
It's up to 2 a ball. It's up to that dreaded 2 a ball now. Stokes is blowing. He is really blowing. He's down on his haunches. He's sucking it in. The whole of the country's hiding behind their sofa at the moment. Get us these 24. Somehow get us 24.
Man for the moment, Ben Stokes. Man for the moment, Jimmy Neesham. 24 from 12. Stokes sits at the non-striker's end. He's digging deep. He's talking to himself. He's banging the bat into the ground, saying, you can do this. You can handle this. $12 and over. 2 a ball.
Got to be thinking at least 14 of this Neesham over.
I read a piece this morning saying that Stokes' old man would be supporting New Zealand today. I wonder who he's supporting right now. His son is trying to win a World Cup for England right now. Doing his best that he can ever do. He's done so well so far. 62 off 89.
Wasn't quite amazing there because New Zealand took forever to get this right, but Stokes just sat at the non-striker's end. He didn't even hardly talk to Plunkett. Plunkett goes, and he's hit another gap, has he? Nichols this time. Just the one. 23 from 11.
Ben Stokes has 5 deliveries off New Zealand's 6th bowler here. You can't leave too many off Trent Bolt's last over. It can't be 14 off Bolt's last over. They've got to use these 5 balls of Neesham. Stokes knows that. Williamson knows that.
Super over. It's possible.
How's your ticker?
Right, let's look at the field. Let's look at the way Williamson has planned this to Stokes. Ideally, if they can't get him out, they get him off strike. It's as simple as that. Just the one as he falls down playing the shot. Good result, New Zealand. The key man is out of the game for the moment.
I think there have been some good Yorkers, attempted Yorkers being bowled at the end, what they've practiced routinely over this entire tournament and half their lives. Don't want to miss one, but it's been formulated to a plan.
How does he feel? He's powerless.
Owen Morgan is ice cold. He's nerveless, really, but even he must be feeling it now, surely.
Big ball, big ball. Straight up. Is it catchable? It is catchable. It's taken in the deep, Trent Boult, and Plunkett is on his way.
Not just the wicket, but a dot. That hurts England as well. Another delivery used up. It was 22 off 10. It's now 22 off 9. They do cross, so Stokes will be on strike. It was in the slot. It was right on length, but Plunkett couldn't get enough of it. And New Zealand and their fielding has been quite brilliant. Plunkett's gone. He made 10, 220 for 7.
Beautiful shots of players who have missed out, make that way, trod up the stairs into a very silent dressing room. It's so nervous. He goes through there and then he'll turn right there and left into the English dressing room, and out comes Archer. Hasn't he done enough this World Cup, this new boy?
One thing he hasn't done is shown what he can do with the bat. He grew up as a batsman. He scored useful runs with the bat, but not yet in this World Cup.
.22 from 9.
Stokes versus New Zealand. That's what it's come down to.
Stokes versus Neesham. Slower ball. Now then. It's Trent Boult again. Is this it? Is this? Oh, he's thrown it. He's got it. He's got it. It's 6. You're kidding me. Is Trent Boult sure about it? Do they have to look? Oh, no. Can you believe this action?
I think Martin Guptill signaled 6. We'll see it again.
He's got it. He's got it there. He's got it there. He steps on it there. Too late. Too late. And Guptill was there for the relay. Brilliant, brilliant effort from Boult. What a moment. What a moment. 16 from 8. It's on again for England.
Fine margins. Fine margins. Another foot and New Zealand win the game. A wrong foot on the boundary and England are still in it.
Well, it's swung massively back in England's favour now. 16 from 8. It happened right below the New Zealand balcony. The English balcony can hardly look. Here's Neesham again. Just the single. Just the single. Butlers can't go. He can't go. They don't have to throw. Dots are good. Dots are good.
15 off 7. Archer wanted to come back to get Stokes back on strike. They were never making it back. And again, we get to that situation where it's a free hit for Archer. Just throw the kitchen sink at it, get me a boundary and get it down. And I'll finish with Boult.
Dot here for New Zealand is absolute gold. 15 from 7. Could it be 15 from 6? Sure, there's a lot of accountants in there doing that calculation.
Come on, get it 11. Jofra Archer. Hit it for 4, get it down to 11. Stokes against Boult.
It's Neesham against Archer. It's Boldham straight through. He took a punt. He went for the big one. Neesham, the nerve held, and New Zealand are back in it again. And what a big last over we've got.
And Stokes is running out of partners. You can go on about the long batting lineup. But against this high-quality bowling attack, you can see what it means to Ben Stokes. They keep coming in, they keep disappearing. Brave call to bowl a slower ball. And it was the right call. Emotions and the range of emotions. From the catch to the 6 to the wicket. First ball duck in a World Cup final. 227 for 8.
Yeah, they go up the stairs again. Job not done. Terrible, the pressure on young kids these days, but it's such a high-priced game, this one. 15 off 6. He feels hollow. Now then, Rashid is a handy batsman. He's a nifty player. He's capable of getting the strike back to Stokes, but can Stokes afford to lose it?
That's the issue, isn't it? If Stokes hits it to the deep, is he going to take one and say, over to you, Rashid, get me 14 in 5? Or is Stokes just going to say, leave it to me? I'm going to face every delivery. I think it's got to be the latter.
Well, it's New Zealand's best bowler. Williamson has used his management skills brilliantly. It's his best bowler against England's best chance. 15 from 6. A Yorker. They've got to try and get it back on. He won't take the run. It makes it harder. 15 from 5.
He was going to go thinking I can get 2. But when it didn't go past Williamson, he said, no way, I've got to hit 4s and 6s. I'm going to back myself against your best bowler to hit it for 4 and 6.
Well, if Bolt can come up with another 2 or 3 of those, it's going to be very hard to hit the long ball. 5 to go. 15 to win. Another beautiful length delivery, and Stokes can do nothing with it. It's 15 from 4 now. Boundaries are so important.
The line here as well, wide outside off stump. He's taking that leg side out of play. Maybe Stokes has got to open up that offside.
He is so feeling it. Rashid goes down, tries to comfort him, tries to back him. I don't think Stokes can hear a thing. Digs deep, here comes Bolt again, ball number 3. On the money, but it's out of the ground, is it? Is it out of the ground? It is! It is!
What a shot that is. He realised the line was going to be outside off, and he just put his leg down and slog swept. Trent Bolt, yep, got the slog sweep out for 6. What a shot, what a cricketer.
Down on his haunches. Sucking it in again. The crowd absolutely willing it over, the bulk of them anyway. Williamson, a wry smile. It's still on for both here. Goes again. Can he give the strike away? This is a big moment. They've got to run. They go to the other end. Oh, he gets in the way. This is going to go all the way to the boundary off the bat. Can you believe this? It has. I do not believe what I've just seen.
And it will go down as 6, and Ben Stokes cannot do anything about it. He can only apologise. He didn't do it on purpose. He can't do anything about it. He does apologise. It is signalled a 6. New Zealand can't believe it.
Totally inadvertent.
He's never ever changed his line, and he never looked at the ball, Stokes. He had no idea. He holds his hands up. How about the irony of this? Kid born in New Zealand, apologising to his New Zealand mates, but he's still got a World Cup to win. It's 3 from 2 balls. New Zealand have to get a wicket here, or are we staring down the barrel of a tie? A super over. If they get 2 runs, England, in these 2 balls, scores tied, super over.
Got a feel for New Zealand there. 6, and then that. 6 was down to the skill, and then it comes off the bat.
Well, umpires are having a chat about that. I don't think you can do anything about it. It's in the laws of the game. It's just straight out bad luck at exactly the wrong time in your lifetime.
Yeah, because if a guy had fielded it, they wouldn't have bothered to run out of the spirit of the game and sportsmanship. But because it's gone for a boundary, it has to stand.
Right, that script. Here we go. England now. It's in the hands of Ben Stokes. Bolt. Can he handle it? Pressure on, all that experience, the brilliance of Bolt over the years. Stokes on strike. 3 from 2. New Zealand need a wicket or a dot. It's as simple as that, a wicket or a dot, and still the umpires are talking.
Do you trust this Yorker again? It's worked so well most of the time.
Yeah, you just go to the ball you bowl best, and that's been the Yorker. Another meeting.
Yeah, well, Williamson's, I think he's doing the right thing here. He's slowing things down. Biggest decision of the World Cup. This one they're working on right now. 3 from 2. Morgan on the right. If he's cool now, he's not a human. He can't be. 3 inside the circle on the offside. Williamson up and tight on the onside. Here's Bolt. Here's Bolt. Down the ground. Now then, they've got to try and come back. Santner throws it in. Out. Rashid is out. The good part about that, only 1 run.
Maybe Santner could have thrown it at Stokes' end. Stokes was the end to try and run out. They were always going to get a run out there. Rashid did the right thing, sacrificed himself. But maybe the throw could have gone to Stokes' end to run out the person who's going to hurt you in the last delivery.
Can I just say how good that is from Bolt, barehanded? Can I just say that? That is amazing, because that's 2 runs if he doesn't field that cleanly. Staggering standard of cricket under pressure.
Rashid's gone, 240 for 9.
He's coming out. He's coming out quicker than Usain Bolt. He goes to the non-strikers and he's practicing his running, that's why. Stokes is on 83. One amazing innings. But it's not a number on his mind at the moment.
Do you take the risk of getting out and searching for 2, or do you look for safety, take 1 and go to a super over?
You make sure you get bat on ball. You make sure you put a bat on it. You'll get 1, and you may well scramble a 2 in panic.
Well, here's another scenario. Wood has to be prepared to run a bye here. If he fails to make contact, Wood has to be prepared. He has to have the wherewithal to run a bye. A super over. If New Zealand can hold it to 1 run, a super over. If they can hold it to no runs, they're world champions. Stokes hits it for 2. England are world champions. 7 weeks of cricket, 48 games, 1 ball. Here's Bolt. They're going to push. Are we in for a super over? They've got to go quick. They've got to go quick. Out. I'm sure he's out. We're going to a super over.
You are kidding me. You are kidding me. Unbelievable. After 7 weeks, we are not done yet. They will check it, surely.
He's out. He's out. He's out. He's got to be out. 2 great pieces of fielding under pressure.
The only question is whether he knocked the bails off first. Nope. Excellent. Excellent from Trent Bolt.
You are kidding me. Ben Stokes didn't take the gamble. He did put bat on ball. He backed Wood to get back for 2. He didn't. 100 overs of cricket. You cannot split these teams.
This is quite incredible. You cannot, I say it, I've said it before, you cannot write a script like this. You cannot write a script like this. After all this time, 50 overs of cricket. Either side, the scores are exactly level. Let's just first of all pay tribute to Ben Stokes. He came out, England were almost in a hopeless situation. Let's just, the emotion on his face, the emotion of this man. What an innings.
Next man for England, Morgan. Probably go Morgan.
Yeah, I think he will. I think he's prepared to back himself. He'll say to himself, I'm the leader here, I'm not going to back away. Although he's got some serious thinking about it in terms of his field placing, etc. Now then, the reviews go back to the teams. The reviews go back. One review per team still back. That could be vital. Here we go. First ball, super over. World Cup final. Believe it. England are none for none. 4 inside the circle on the offside. Trent Boult to Stokes. Outside edge, running up the hill. They can push for 3 because Butler's very quick. Stokes is out on his feet, but he'll make it. 3 off the first.
Already thinking ahead to who bowls England's over, but that's for another 5 deliveries from now.
Well, England will be thinking that, and this is why they didn't want to send Stokes out there. How physically active he's been in the last 100 overs. He is blowing. 5 more balls, Ben. 5 more balls.
That's 9 perfect result for me for England. To get Butler on strike now with all his innovations. It's such a hard field to set now for Williamson because he knows he can hit it round the clock. Any time he likes, he can hit it round the clock. He's got all of those bases covered.
As far as England are concerned, it's either they go with experience, Woakes, or they go with youth, the young lad Archer. 5 overs, 1 for 22 he bowled at the death. That's the debate, whether you throw it to the young lad on such a big occasion or you back your senior bowler.
Are we looking at the ramp shot here? Are we looking at a scoop shot? Is Butler prepared to take it on? You wouldn't bet against it. He'll do anything. Just a single, just a single. Good delivery from Bolton. Butler's down the other end. They look cool, but they're not. I'm not sure anyone at the moment has got a steady heart.
I think New Zealand are hurting more. I think those 2 sixes, I think just before those 2 sixes, they were thinking about they'd won the World Cup.
Here's Boult. Gap, is it? Yes, it is. He's done it again, Stokes. They've got 8 off 3.
This is an incredible innings. It really is. The same shot he played when he hit Boult for 6. His placement has been brilliant in this innings. That's not far off being a good Yorker. He's got the sweep out again.
And Archer is warming up down below the players' balcony as well, bowling.
Just the one. That's 9 off 4. 9 off 4. And down under the balcony, the very rare sight in front of the members of the rookie warming up. We now know who's going to have to handle it.
Like a club game, isn't it? Just having a little bowl before they go out, and he's doing it at the home of cricket.
Club game with about 6 million on the line.
This
is by the by.
Isn't this where a batter should have a hitting net outside? So if he has to come in for 1 ball, he's got a sweat on, isn't it? When do we get that?
Haven't you had enough?
Oh, give me more. Come on, bring it on, Smithy. Come on. Tons more.
Right, another field change. It's taken an eternity to get this thing done. Ferguson comes up inside the circle. Neesham goes back. It's Butler on strike. It's a perfect Yorker. They've got to push for 2. He lost it in the sun. Nichols lost it in the sun. They'll get 2. Couldn't pick it up. Still not a bad result from New Zealand. If they get away without a boundary here, it's on.
Just didn't see it at all. He's looking straight into the setting sun. You can see him in the distance. You can't see it. There it is.
Said it so often, this is a massive delivery in this World Cup. Bolt, last ball, Butler. He gets it in a gap, he gets a boundary. 15 off the super over. 15 off Bolt. And New Zealand's target in 6 deliveries is 16 to be the world champion.
And it was the 2 men that hurt him in normal time. The 2 men they built their partnership around, Stokes and Butler. And it's going to be those 2 men that have produced 15 runs in the super over.
Side. Here we go. Archer. A wide. It is a wide. It's a freebie for New Zealand. It's pressure on a young man.
Yeah, Morgan's got to play his role here. Jofra Archer, that was a wide. Morgan's just got to keep in control. Quiet word every now and then from the skipper.
Well, he's going to go to field at mid-off. I think that's a good move. He's just swapped with Joe Root. He was in the covers. He's got to go to mid-off because he's got to help him out through this. That's surely a wide. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Depends on who you ask, really.
I'm not asking.
That's
it's a
on
wide.
the tram line.
Read the book. Here we go. Ball number 1 again. Perfect Yorker. They've got to get 2. Guptill will get back. He's quick enough. 3 off 1, New Zealand. 3 off 1.
Well, the move to put Jimmy Neesham in and face the first ball. If it pays off, it's a masterstroke. If it doesn't, people will be saying, why Jimmy Neesham? Martin Guptill at the moment is just running the other end.
I wouldn't discount the fact that Colin de Grandhomme's got the pads on, because if you want someone to hit a 6 off the last ball, he's probably your best bet. Probably your best bet. Here's Archer again. Ah, he's got it! It's huge! It's gone! It's out of the park! Boom! 7 from 4 now.
Now it's looking like a masterstroke. Deep in his crease, brilliant batting, way back in his crease. Gave him the leverage to go leg side. That didn't creep over like Stokes. That has gone a long way.
You feel for Archer, you feel for him. He might still get England out of this, but it's so on a young man. It's a big call over experience.
I think that's why he tried to go full and wide to Neesham. Neesham dominates that leg side.
They haven't changed a thing. They haven't changed a thing in terms of the field. Here's Archer again. Neesham gets him again. Will they go for 2? Guptill says yes, a misfield. More pressure. More pressure. 5 from 3 all of a sudden. It's getting to everybody. Jason Roy, I think it is, in the deep with the misfield.
And they need all 5. Just to reiterate, scores are level on this one. England win. They need every one of these 5. They are 1 hit away from winning the World Cup.
They are 1 hit away from winning the World Cup. Can you believe this? No. 5 from 3, Jimmy Neesham. That steely look. Archer has to come up with something special. Can't bowl an extra. He cannot bowl an extra. Neesham on strike. He's hit another gap. Guptill will come back. Don't worry about that. They've gone to the wrong end. Guptill was always going to make it. Now we're down to 3 from 2.
Butler's screaming, my end. He's screaming, get it to my end. You're not going to round Guptill out.
Now it's a 4 will win the World Cup for New Zealand. A 4 will win it. Just a boundary. Another consultation. He hasn't tried a short ball. He hasn't tried a slower ball. He's looked for the Yorker. He's looked for the hole.
He's gone to a different plan that he did in the 50-over game that followed, just went before. He needs to go into the pitch. He needs a dot ball from somewhere now. Find a dot ball.
And Damasina has just gone down. New Zealand say, what do we need? He's saying if you don't surpass the 15, then you will not win the World Cup. England will win the World Cup. You have to get 3 runs. 2 is not good enough. 2 balls to go. Archer to Neesham. It's going to be on Martin Guptill. It's going to be on Martin Guptill. 2 from 1. 2 from 1.
And he went back to bowling it into the surface. He bowled it short.
I wonder if Jofra Archer was going to try for the run out there.
He said to Martin Guptill he'll be batting at 7:45 at Lords and you need 2 to win. He'll probably think he's 220 not out, not facing his first delivery in a super over.
Now Bish, get back in here. Don't you walk away, son. What does he bowl? Right-hander on strike.
Going Yorker.
Going Yorker?
Yeah. Nasser?
Butler's been down. He's had a word.
Slower ball into the pitch. I'm looking at the field as it's going to come to who can stop the 2. 1 England win, anything more New Zealand win.
I can tell you right here and now, in about 30 seconds' time, there's going to be agony and ecstasy of the highest order in sport.
I just hope, Smithy, it's done by a bit of brilliance, not a mistake out there in the field.
Let's look at the field, guys. Look at the field. Long on, long off, and not right back on the boundary. A lot of those boundary riders are looking to stop the 2. They're hedging their bets, which they have to.
Oh, Martin Guptill, eh? Has it turned? In 1 ball, could it turn? He's going to bowl short.
Yeah,
he's going to bowl short.
The field says short.
And Guptill's going to wait for it. Now, is he going to take the pace of it? Here it is, folks. This is the moment. It's Archer to Guptill. 2 to win. Guptill's going to push for 2. They've got to go. Throw's got to go to the keeper's end. He's got it. England have won the World Cup by the barest of margins. By the barest of all margins. Absolute ecstasy for England. Agony. Agony for New Zealand. Wow. It's all yours, Nasser. It's your cup.
Unbelievable. You've got to feel for New Zealand. Look at them. You just cannot believe it, but England have deserved it. It came down to 1 bit of fielding after 7 weeks. Could he get back for 2? Could the throw come in? It did. Could Butler get it back to the stumps on time?
I think you have made my decision.
That is brilliant. What a way to end the game. Truly remarkable scenes. New Zealand might have lost the game, but cricket has definitely been the winner here this evening.
It was Jason Roy, the fielder. Archer has come up trumps just by the barest of margins. And out in the middle, the players are comforting each other. And New Zealand, Guptill and Neesham have done their very best. It is just the most amazing scene here at Lords. Has it been matched ever in terms of drama? I can't think so. I can't. In hundreds of years of history.
Nope. You're right there. Yorker from Archer as well. I think, and history will prove it, that he's bowled the right choice there. Yorker at the end with the field that was set. What character from that young man, but a great final, the greatest of them.
Oh, it's Owen Morgan. It's Owen Morgan who's going to lift the trophy. England win the Cricket World Cup in the most dramatic fashion you can ever imagine. The Irishman comes good for England. At a moment he had to, and I take my hat off to him because he obviously spoke to Archer. They worked on it as a team. He went to mid-off. He said, I'll talk you through this. I back you. He bowled a wide first ball. He was under early pressure. So in effect, New Zealand scored 15 from 7.
The game went in so many directions. There were so many sides winning it, losing it. In the end, the boys in blue won it.
Well, we won't be leaving you here, I'll tell you, because the scenes are so dramatic. The teams will now exchange a shake of hands as the New Zealand side line up, and Ben Stokes, Jofra Archer, fast-tracked through the system. England support group down off the balcony. Ross Taylor, the first in line from New Zealand's point of view. What a hollow feeling from a New Zealand point of view to get so close. You do not have a closer margin than that, ever in anything. Ben Stokes. The irony of that. The irony of that.
He is so emotional. Look at him. That's how much it means to him. Look how emotional he is. He has done it all and more.
Tough men are brought to tears. And he is a tough man, brought to tears.
They'll be celebrating Jofra Archer from Buckinghamshire to Bridgetown. What character that young man has shown his first 2 or 3 months in international cricket. And he's been given that job at age 24, and he's bowled like a 29-year-old, not a 24-year-old.
They got every call right. Who to send out in the super over? Stokes and Buttler. Who to bowl the super over? Jofra Archer. Nailed his Yorker. Jason Roy, get it in, keeper's end, get it in on the bounce so it'll skid on. It does skid on. Buttler makes no mistake.
Unbelievable. They knew the margin was too big. Guptill was quick. The throw had to be right on the money. Remember the Roy misfield earlier in the over. He had a second chance to make amends. This doesn't happen on cricket fields.
Think of the departing CEO Dave Richardson as well. A little bit earlier we talked about a close finish would send him off on a high just as much as Buttler and the rest of this team. Best World Cup finish ever.
First World Cup for England ever. It was worth the wait. It really was. It was a long time coming, but it was worth the wait.
Oh, look at that. There's always two sides to any story with drama. Look at that. Look at the emotion there. And now the New Zealand players have made their way down onto the field of play at Lord's. The members absolutely right in the thick of it. They've watched players come and go for about 8 hours now. And at the end of it, England get there. The match summary. New Zealand 241 for 8. England 241 all out. It goes to a super over. England score 15, New Zealand needs 16. They score 15. They win the World Cup. They win the World Cup.
Ben Stokes, brilliant.